Going live. Okay, somebody in the stream tell me if the stream started, because I don't know. I don't know things. I just exist to be here. Is it good? Do y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
XSL doesn't hear me yet. He says so. Either he's lying to me or you guys are. I can't tell which.
No, you're
Working for me,
right.
so
You can be heard.
Okay, cool. So, hello everybody. Welcome to another debate stream. That's here we are. So it's gonna be the same as usual. We're gonna get some people up. They're gonna debate up here. That's gonna be really cool. The stream will go as long as people are engaged, doing super chats and all that cool stuff. And that's it. Does anybody have any debates ready? Nano, you said you had a couple.
yeah, but Moo's not here, so
It's a weird name. That's
no.
not a name. Okay. Well, let's see. Who does? Hold up. I got to. No, not new notes. I don't need no new notes. Debate topics. There we go. All right. I'm gonna write down some debate topics. Who's got some topics? And I'll start them off by writing them. I see My Hero versus RoboCop. That's a terrible, terrible debate topic.
Oh, who suggested
Yeah.
that?
He's been trying to get that for a while. My Hero would stomp RoboCop into the dirt.
By the
Yeah.
way, for all of you who are on YouTube but not in the Discord, you can join. We are
Oh.
just in the dojo chat on Ruga's Discord.
That's right, all right,
I will
hold
grab
on.
a link for you.
No.
Yes. Thank you. If you can do that, that would be awesome. Hey, what's up, Doug? How's it going? All right. So I need people.
See, I remember what I used to do all the time.
Yeah, man, you're picking it up like immediately. Okay, so the people who are down there just typing in random versus matches, that's not what the point of this is. It's a debate stream. So you need a partner and you need to have a debate that they are willing to oppose you on. You can't just say some random matchup that you and expect us to debate it for you. Get a partner. That's what the thing. No one ever uses that. Okay, look, in the debate stream, not the debate stream, in the Discord, I have this thing right here. See, look at my screen. Okay, it's probably got a delay, but whatever. It says debate preparation. You click debate preparation, boom, and then you can make a thing, and it's like right here. All right, bring a single character, creature, blah blah, whatever. Spider-Man versus Class 1A, whatever. All this. You make one, and then people will come here and message you, and you can find debate partners and prepare yourselves for the stream. That's what I made this for. No, it's like y'all pretend like y'all people clearly make posts all the time, but they just don't prepare and come here. They just I feel like they have the debates in the actual forum and they just have it completely, and then they're just done. It's over, and they don't save it for here. It's not to have debates. There's a debate chat for that. That is to have preparations for these streams. So you guys need to use them because y'all are not using them. And then we start these things, no one has anything to talk about. So who has a
By the way,
debate
Ruga,
ready? What's
do
up?
you want to pin that Discord link before it gets buried?
Oh yeah, Wizard of Strategy or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't say it was a debate disc. You didn't say it was a Discord link in the picture in the thing though.
It says discord.gg.
People,
That is a Discord link.
No. People need it fed to them. Okay.
Okay, fine. I will feed it to them.
That they need it fed because I have to explain things in great detail oftentimes. So you just gotta make it easy, man. You should
Okay,
even say
you can post that one.
You should even
Here's
say
the link to Discord.
okay. See who's Discord? What Discord?
Oh my god.
This is a
If
link.
they're joining a Discord
This is a
on
link.
your base stream.
This is a link to Ruga's Discord for the sole purpose of this debate stream
This is
link.
a
You know, on
to
this date of this
Ruga's
time, you gotta make it. You gotta make,
for the debate stream.
link must be clicked on in order to enter said debate stream.
On the 21st of June, I think. Is it June? Is it July? No, it's June.
It's June.
On the 21st of June, 2025, link must
This take forever. This is too
be
long.
clicked on
I regret this joke already.
to join the Discord.
Someone says copyright Rambo needs to make
There you go.
appearance. So okay.
Copyright Rambo.
Yeah, someone said copyright Rambo has to make an appearance. Here we go. Boom.
Love it. Love it.
There you go. Copyright Rambo. Just for you guys. Just for you, copyright
Yay.
Rambo. Okay, that's enough.
Copyright Rambo.
That's enough of copyright Rambo.
While
Alright.
copyright Rambo's there, you want to pin that new message?
Where is it? Okay, this is a link to Rouga's Discord for the debate stream on the 21st of June 2025. A link must be clicked to join the Discord. Okay, I think that's any other information you guys think it's missing? I feel like that's good, right? There you go.
I think that is everything you need.
The giraffe.
I hope I would think so. That's what I think. Okay.
If they can't use that, then they kind
let's
of
see.
lost
With that, I'm heading out because I have something I need to go to now.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright.
It's
Canadian.
no, it's gay away camp.
Screw you, Rug.
He's got to do the gay away camp. See, you notice he said screw you, but he didn't say anything to me because he knows it's gay away camp. Can't. All right. Me and Asterion Mac tried our prepared debate for like 3 streams to debate, and we never picked, and our debate would never be put on the vote. What? That's not English. That's not that's not normal grammar. I don't know what you're saying. Okay. What will be the main debate topics? The live stream: Goku versus literal Black Goku.
What did
I don't know
Goku
what
win?
literal Black
Literal
Goku is.
Black
Goku's
Goku?
black, but he's actually black.
Like he's an
Goku is
actual
black.
like black guy Goku.
Pretty sure they would
I
just
think
be
normal Goku lost
Wait,
him.
hold on,
in
Darth
power.
Gator.
What's up?
I think me and Darth Gator had a debate. Moo was supposed to be the team up, but the Darth Gator and I have a debate.
Okay, what's the
I
debate?
just looked.
What's the debate?
Ben 10 versus
Pokemon.
selected Pokemon.
Selected Pokemon?
Which
Yeah.
He had a
Pokemon?
Pokemon that he wanted to use.
Just a bunch of assorted cookies of legendaries.
Oh, that's an
Uh,
interesting one. Because, like, if you use,
And-
like, Arceus, wouldn't they fucking Pokemon just slap? Oh, no, Ben 10 has Alien X, so they would.
Yeah,
they both
that's
have
why I
bloodline
allowed you
beings.
to. That's why I allowed you to use because you wanted the Ultimatrix, so I let you use it because it turns out Regigigas is beyond universal, and Moo's here to fucking back that claim up, and I'm like, fuck you, Moo. It's like, god damn it.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah,
that is
Moose-
a good one.
All right,
You
let's see.
said that he was outer Bursal because he beat up Dialga and
Hold on, I gotta
Palkia.
go fast.
All right, wait, hold up. XSL production. Starting off good, though I may not debate tonight. I be the first super chat. Hope to see some heated debates in the stream. How's everyone doing tonight? And if you had to be in Slasherverse to survive, which would... What? No. I don't want... Scream, because they fucking suck at killing people. That's the one I would.
No.
That's the one I would choose.
What's the parody movie? What's the
I want a
parody
gun.
series of
Or
Scream?
literally any slasher where they're stuck to a specific location. Like Camp Crystal Lake, just leave Camp Crystal Lake and you're fine. If you're in Nightmare on Elm Street, just leave Elm Street. Just don't be there.
Rouga, if it's possible, can we delay mine and Gator's debate? I gotta go do something.
Fucking Nano.
I'm
changing-
Comes up.
I'm changing your name back again.
Oh goddamn! I'm gonna go.
All right, let's see.
I saw a pretty interesting debate. I was looking through the different ones. It was Greek mythology versus other mythology. I went through and looked at Egyptian mythology.
We did that one a week or two. No, maybe
Oh, you
more
already
than
have
that.
done that one?
It's been a
Yeah.
couple weeks.
It was a couple. It was a couple, or whatever. Not last debate stream, but the debate stream before that. It was someone. I think it was Egyptian versus Greek. I think
I think it was
That's actually
Norse,
exactly
Norse
what I
and
looked
Greek.
up.
it was Norse and Greek. Okay, Norse and Greek.
Actually,
Wait,
both
no, I
might
think it
have
was
been-
Egyptian versus Greek.
Wait, you're right. I
Who
think
won
both
that?
of those got done.
I'm also both. I don't know.
I-
I remember Greek and Egyptian. Anyway, we still need a debate because Nano is awful. Also thank you SXL. I forgot to thank you for the thing.
I found one. What about Sonic versus Doom Guy?
We
Who
did
wins?
actually. We've done that one. We've done that
Moo
one
wanted
before
to
too.
What have you?
We
I'm
need-
looking at these to see which.
We need people. We need people to actually
Yeah.
do them though. We can't just have like have you just tell me different things. Is it just
Oh,
me?
I'm
Or do
make a
YouTube
suggestion.
emojis suck? The YouTube emojis do suck. Let's see. Can I do a debate tonight? The Blackwing virus from Star Wars Legends versus anyone in chat. Okay, who wants to go up against G Drum? Fuck. With against the Blackwing virus from Star Wars. Anybody got anything?
Wait, is that the
Is
zombie
he
virus?
Wait,
don't
so
know.
what is the debate specifically about?
He wants to use the Blackwing virus against something. Well, what you want it to be about or against is up to you. You would choose your own side for that one.
I'll be down.
Blackwing
I
virus.
used to
Isn't
do,
that the
I
one
used
that
to
made
do a
the
quick
zombie
researching on the
comfortable?
Blackwing virus to see exactly what it entails, so I can
I'm gonna
see.
throw fire.
You can just pick something. I mean, you just go in blind. He's going in blind technically by just giving a random thing. He doesn't know what you're choosing, so it'd actually be more fair if you just chose something and didn't look it up.
Oh, fair enough then.
You
Like,
just
it's
choose
just anything.
Leon.
Up to him, I suppose.
Or should I keep it in like Star Wars, or should I keep it to like what if I use the fucking plague from no, not the fucking plague. The 19th century Black Plague that swept through England. Let's see who wins.
You want to do a real, actual plague against a fictional science fiction plague?
That's weird.
That'll go great, I'm sure. That'll be awesome.
That would be
The
absolutely
Jurassic
horrid.
Junkie had a debate of Spear and Fang versus the MonsterVerse Skull Island. The Skull Island stomps.
They're
right?
fucking kaijus.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
really bad
like,
one.
that's not fair.
That's awful. That's a terrible one. like Spear and Fang had to run for their lives from a Brachiosaurus. They couldn't do anything but run. That's not fair. That's
A decaying Brachiosaurus.
Let me see. I'll put it down. Blackwing virus. Okay, we'll put it on the list. Blackwing virus versus something, and then once we get a person who is, willing to actually have someone go up against it, we'll add you up. But we're still looking for something. You guys had a whole week to come up with stuff. T-Virus, normal comic, Vio, I will debate you. Debate Vio about what? Oh, with the virus. Okay, XSL, what do you want yours to be?
T-virus.
Oh, he said T-Virus?
Yeah, he said T-Virus.
Okay, and that's G-Drum? Okay, I'll let G-Drum up. And then invite to speak. And then where's the other one? Where is he? Where's his? Oh, there it is. He's the first one. Okay.
He's the dog.
He's the dog.
The doggy dog.
The dog. Okay. Does anyone want to support either side, G-Drum or the people in the stream or whatever?
Well,
Yes.
I would probably do T-Virus. I would probably say would be better.
Guys,
I
I
know
did not
more
know it was
about
gonna
the,
be
I know
picked.
more about their organization. More about it.
How would this be debated anyways? Are we just debating which virus is more dangerous, or?
No, there's a
throwing
couple.
the
No, there's a couple ways you could do it. You could have it like be in a city, and then both viruses go off at the same time. Which one overtakes the other one? You can have half the city be T-virus infected, and the other half the city be whatever virus infected. I don't know. It would depend on how the Star Wars virus works.
Alright.
They both do the zombie.
Should I kind of go over like?
They're a bit different.
How about you start with the Darkwing virus?
Alright, so
Since that
the
one's the
Blackwing
least
virus
known.
was made by the Sith
Whoa, hold up.
during
Hold the fuck up. Hold up. Okay. We're still trying to find out if anybody
Sorry.
wants to support. No, you're good. We're still trying to find out if anyone wants to actually support the debate as well. Let me see who we do. G-Drum and XSL. Also, if Nano isn't doing anything, I'll move him to audience. And Darth Gator, I'll move you to guys to audience because it's getting super crowded up here. So I'll move the guys who are not debating down to audience. Now, if you want to debate and you want to team up with the other two guys, just nothing against you guys. Just it's getting way too many people up here. We'll have just message down in the stream chat and tell me that you want to join one or the other side. We'll give it 15, 20 seconds, whatever. If nobody joins, then we'll start the debate. But yeah, so does that sound good to you guys, G-Drum and XXL? The just like having basically one city population and see which one overtakes the other, or what do you all want to do with this?
That seems very fair.
No, yeah, that sounds good to me.
All right, cool. And we'll wait a little bit and see if anybody else wants to join. We might do okay. We just I'll join Blackwing, Starbricks. Okay,
Really?
Are you in the Discord? You got to come into the Discord and tell me what your name is in the Discord. And if you're gonna tell me you want to join, just give all the information I need in one message, please. Don't say I want to join and then I have to say, okay, well, what's your name? Where are you? Just tell
Yes,
me.
Star.
This is my name, and I'm here. Okay, Star. There.
The
All right.
bananas.
I see
Yeah.
it. I see it. All right, and fight. Okay, come on up. All right, now does anybody want to join the T virus? Just need someone to join LT virus. That L is Spanish for the. In case you guys weren't cultured enough to realize that. Nobody else?
I just
I
watched
can-
your Lost Plagas video.
Oh, my Las Plagas video. Yeah. But they're not doing Las Plagas. They're doing T virus, so that's not really relevant to this.
T-virus and Blackwing virus, which, yes, the Blackwing virus is a zombie virus, technically.
Okay, so the Jurassic Junkie, you just said T virus. Are you saying that you want to do the T virus? Are you saying you want to join, or are you just randomly saying the words T virus? Because I feel like
It might be some.
We need whatever thought.
T-virus will win, too.
Wait, what? What'd you say, Star? Yes, join.
He might
Okay,
be
Jurassic.
trying to say that
I literally just said it. Tell me what your name is. Give me all the information I need so I don't have to ask you 5 fucking questions. I want to do T-virus. My name is this in the Discord. Because now, see, you're now doing 4 messages and I gotta wait. There's an 8-second delay or something on the stream. So every time you don't give me all the information, I have to ask a question. I then have to wait 8 seconds for you to hear the question and then for you to type out all the stuff. So just give me all the information in one fucking go so we don't have to do this. I want to know which version of the T-virus you're debating. That's going to be up to them.
What kind of versions are there? I'm confused.
There's a couple different variations. Depends.
I mean, I know that there were other viruses, but I thought they weren't even the same as T.
Move T-virus or game
Yeah.
T-virus. It's not going to be movie T-virus.
Oh.
That's for damn sure. It ain't going to be movie T-virus.
Yeah, just
I
got
could-
a hard nerf. Don't need that.
So
I don't have
Is this gonna be the
He doesn't
Raccoon-
even. You don't even
Raccoon
fucking have
City?
Discord. Okay, whatever. We're continuing. I just wasted all that time for nothing. Okay. Yeah, y'all just discuss y'all go through the parameters of what you want the debate to be about.
I might join in with T.
Okay. Let's start with the not the T virus.
Oh.
Let's start with the Star Wars virus, please.
XSL is in a
Yes.
bathroom,
Okay, so the
apparently.
Blackwing virus was created by a
Dorm
Sith
area,
Lord
I
during
have a roommate.
the
sorry.
Old Republic.
Good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It also creates
And-
intelligent zombies that can fire blast.
Not just that, but a hive mind of addictive hive mind that's intelligent and is able to use like actual strategy.
Did you mean
Like blocking
vindictive
people
or
off.
addictive?
Both.
You mean? Okay.
Yeah, that was a fusion of words. I caught that too.
Not bad. I'm excited,
No, go ahead.
No, you're good.
but a very vindictive virus.
Okay.
It's very intelligent itself. When one of the Sith students let himself get bitten, he realized really quickly, and the virus itself, like in his head, told him that the price he took for immortality is greater than he could receive, and did not care. It also, like, in the later part of the story, I believe the midpoint, one of the female Sith students was used as bait, and to
That's from
get
Red
other.
Harvest.
Yeah, Red Harvest.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Red Harvest and the Blackwing are 2 separate viruses. Because it's
Same.
never stated in Red Harvest that it is the Blackwing.
Yeah. Fair point. I just kind of assumed so because they act similar. That's my
Yeah.
fault.
I get that. But it's never
Alright.
out stated to be the
Yeah.
same.
Fair point. Okay, the Blackwing virus was created by the Empire. Used a little bit what they could find out about the Sith, what they made of it. At least from what I can tell, from what I remember. My bad. Very intelligent zombies. They're able to use people's memories against them, and at least from what I can tell, use the Force a little bit just to mess with people's perception. Because one of the main characters, yes, it was able to that, or is very intelligent and very durable, where the main character lost his brother, had his brother's head was shot through, and somehow was wearing stormtrooper armor and was able to walk around with half his head missing.
Hmm.
It can spread through the air, and even before it like takes over people's bodies, it gets the hosts sick and waits until they're at their weakest to kill them.
Okay, so it doesn't kill them outright to infect. It has to wait. It
No.
has to wait for them to die. So I think this is a pretty clear ballpark win for the T virus because the T virus kills their victims and then resurrects them. Like they don't have a waiting period they have to work on. It would spread way faster and way more efficiently.
There technically isn't. It just immediately turns you into a hive mind, so you can't
Yeah.
control what you do. But you're
yeah.
not dead.
But
You're
you can
still
fight.
You're
technically alive, but you don't
You're
feel
still
pain.
slightly conscious of what's happening, but also not. Kind of like a dream, from at least what I can tell.
But you're still not a zombie. You're still a person that's just being fucked with.
I mean,
Yes,
Still
they can
ridiculous
they
amounts
can
of
use
durability.
because they have insane, at least very good, decent durability. They know how to use weapons, vehicles, tactics, and
Yeah, at one point,
Okay.
at one
that, and
point in
also like
the go ahead.
go ahead, Star.
Okay, I have a quick question
No, you
about
go ahead.
the virus. When it infects and it does have this hive mind and everything, does the hive mind already know this, or does it pull from the experience of what it infects? Because that could be a big difference, as this is a city setting.
But from what I remember from the story, Chewbacca's in it, and the like from what I can tell, like instantly, because the virus infects Wookiees differently. They get giant bulges on their neck with black goo, and it's like
I
from
remember
what I
that.
can tell, no time at all, maybe instantaneously or a little bit. It's able to pull memories from like is able to know the loved ones, their feelings, thoughts, etc.
I don't.
And
So that
basically, go ahead.
I don't doubt that it pulls the memories like you're saying, but I don't see how beneficial it would be when they're having to face a opposing zombie horde. Now I don't know if the zombies from the T virus will be mutating or whatnot, because I don't remember if in the game
T-
if it was them or if it was that virus or a separate virus that did the mutation.
No,
Because
the
if
T
I'm
virus does mutate.
it does
The
mutate.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
the
they're
virus
not the.
mutates, it says.
So okay, so tyrants are a mutation of the T virus, but those are BOWs, bioengineered weapons that were made in a lab. So those don't count. We don't get the tyrants, but we
Right.
get lickers, we get the crimson skulls, and we get whenever the T virus infects
Yeah.
another species, so such as the dogs.
I don't know how I forgot about the liquors, but yeah, there are a number of varieties a T virus will produce that will definitely overpower any normal human zombie, no matter how intelligent they are. I, I mean,
Makes sense. I mean, some of those things have like, bone claws.
And
and
They'll
and
definitely mess
tongues.
them up.
and most
Yeah.
even the basic zombies of the T virus have the ability to resurrect unless you cap the head fully off. Its head will regrow and come back, as shown in the game itself. Zombies do not stay dead. They, unless you
I know
put them
that
down
part.
for sure.
Regeneration is something that's shown in Resident Evil from their infected variants, and I know for a fact that the Nemesis, yeah, the tyrants use regeneration from their T virus. So I don't know myself how applicable it is to the zombies, but I know it is a thing for the T virus. They can do some regeneration.
Alright. The Blackwing virus does spread like a regular zombie virus when, it's the infected people that bites, scratches, so on and so forth.
Mhm. And another thing about it, at one point in the actual Blackwing story, a bunch of the Blackwing zombies actually surround an Imperial ship filled with survivors. And yeah, they horde up around it, surrounding it completely, making it impossible for them to escape without, well, they couldn't take off because the ship, I think, was out of fuel or something.
Well,
But
I don't doubt that they have.
Couldn't because the tractor beam was active.
right,
Well,
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Well, if the zombies were doing this, I don't doubt they have the intelligence to pull off some impressive maneuvers for a zombie horde. But the main issue they have when being put in this situation, the T virus will spread faster because their host will be killed and then resurrected, as opposed to having to go through a process where they're just kind of fucked with, and they'll make mutant variations that will actively overpower their forces quicker. I don't
Yeah,
so their
I'm
intelligence
not
could
doubting that
help.
they would be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I
Not
don't think they would be able
not
to get the
doubting that
numbers
they
to
would
use
be
their
able to.
intelligence. Is my point.
Plus, they don't have any force users in this scenario to use any of the force abilities or any of the high-tech weapons. They may be able to use shotguns and stuff, but that's not going to be enough to stop many of the T-virus zombies or the
It,
mutations.
it, true. Well, it depends because would you say like the infected, like from the T virus, the undead? Do you think they could like get turned and get taken over from the Blackwing virus? Because it was
It's already
originally a
dead.
chemical weapon.
That's the
You
thing. Your Blackwing virus requires a host to still be alive, then take them over, and then kill them to
It
completely
kind of
possess them.
depends.
Oh yeah, the
I
Blackwing
think
doesn't require its host to be alive.
okay?
yeah,
Then we get
no,
into a
it can be
different
dead.
debate. That's where
Yeah, that's where
then I think there would be a competition of diseases, and it would and the host ultimately would probably just fall dead, and the viruses would probably fight each other. I don't, to my knowledge,
Yeah.
neither instances have a showing of them going up against another virus. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the T virus has some kind of advantage because we see a lot more with their scientific development and whatnot. But I got nothing to pull from on that subject. So I think best
the
case
T.
scenario, they just kill they just kill the host competing for it.
Yeah, and once Lickers or Crimson Head start spawning, I don't see any way. Does the Blackwing have any mutations that
I
make
don't
it?
think so.
Does it become airborne? Because
The
I'm pretty
only one
sure
I
T
can
virus
think
does.
Yeah, the T-virus does become
the only,
airborne.
the only two I can think of is during like the Red Harvest when when they became plant monsters because it was
T-virus
originally a
has done that as
flower.
well.
No, I get that. I'm saying that's the one, and at least the old like the Red Harvest version can infect trees. Like they can
Oh
turn
yeah, it
like
does
tree
infect the
people
tree
into virus.
organism.
Well, those are tree people. Like they're people in
Yes.
trees.
Yeah,
No, it's an organism that
no, like
mimics a tree.
Huh. But it's not a
yeah,
tree.
literal tree people. No, literal tree people.
But does it affect non people trees?
We don't know because we
I
didn't
mean,
have any normal trees
we can,
in that
we
book.
only
There
have
was a
one.
sentient tree, but
Yeah,
other than that, there weren't any mentions of trees on the planet they were on because it was a snowy wasteland.
I'm not
yeah.
entirely sure. I mean, I guess that could be helpful because they could, if they could take over trees, they could technically infect all the plants and just thrive. But I'm pretty sure that wouldn't stop any T virus zombies from either just ignoring them and thriving or just ripping the plants out of the ground.
Yeah. Plus,
True.
I mean, it
plus
really depends on numbers.
T-virus infected an entire city or Raccoon City quite fast, really, in a
Mhm.
matter of hours, if I remember correctly. The entire city was taken over.
It's whoever gets the hookers first. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Well, that's one way to
It
think
what
of it.
same
Yeah.
it's the same thing with both versions of the Blackwing virus. Either the Red Harvest version, it was able to take over an entire plant full of cysts in a couple of hours? Because they were like one of the
I mean,
infected.
to be fair,
uh,
there weren't mentions of how
w-
many there were, and most of them weren't like trained fully sick. They were just students. But yeah,
it was a Sith Academy.
yeah. Obviously, there were quite a few, but still, no mention of the actual number of students infected. But yeah,
That is true, but it was it was still quite decent bit. At least
mm,
I know the durability is very very good for at least the Red Harvest Blackwing virus because one of
I
the students that was infected fell from a 10-story fall and had no
oh yeah,
damage to it.
yeah.
that's
That was the
Then
very first infected too.
I think that would
yeah,
definitely give
then
them somewhat of an edge over some normal infected, but again, the mutant
oh
variants would overpower them completely, and I'm pretty sure they would be able to survive a similar scenario, maybe with some broken bones, but they'd be fine and operating.
then
Yeah, Liquors,
then there's
the final mute.
the second part of the story where one of the students that was being blackmailed by another, when he turned and the one blackmailing that now undead student cut his head off, the infected student could still control its entire body and his head. Like it wasn't cut off.
Oh yeah,
Like
oh
it
yeah.
didn't die.
That's right. They're right. The Blackwing infected from Red Harvest. I'm just gonna call it the Blackwing, even though it might not be the same virus.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call it Blackwing
It has
just in
too
case
many
I'm mistaken.
similarities to not be.
Yeah. They can't be killed just by cutting off their head, cutting them in half, doing the normal stuff. You have to cut them into pieces to stop them completely.
No, that's
Pretty
no issue for Crimson Heads, and that's only the second mutation. The
not
final
o-
mutation being Liquors, literally their tongues slice people like piano wire to make them.
that's true, but not only that, but this is a zombie battle. They're gonna be just eating each other the whole time. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna get slowly devoured to begin with.
Their
Oh
generation
yeah,
of the
the
T
Red
virus
Harvest one
zombies would
too.
probably
Cool.
make it so they last longer compared to the Blackwings.
I don't know about that, but it would probably help them at least keep up to where they would fall behind.
Hmm.
But will the Blackwing virus itself be able to take over the T virus infected or
I don't
undead?
I don't think either side can say one can take over the other. I think if they
Yeah,
try,
because there's
the
no
host would try.
showings between the two of whether or not they
That's
can.
true.
And Blackwing is to what you guys are saying sounds like an intelligent force of some kind. I feel like it
Oh, no,
wouldn't.
it is.
Yeah,
It's a very intelligent,
malicious,
evil
malicious.
force.
Malicious.
Yeah.
Malicious. Thank you. Malicious force. It knows it's evil, and it's very hungry. It sees everything as cattle to eat, and it's very vindictive in how it does all of it.
Hmm.
Thing is, I just don't know if they can infect fast enough for its intelligence to come into play. It's like, well, not like the biggest thing I have to remember is that people will be still trying to survive as they're getting infected, and we do know from a city standpoint that the T virus can take over Raccoon City really quickly, whereas the Blackwing virus having the temple or the academy is a very vague number where it could be at best a large building worth of people that they took over in a night. So I don't think there's really much. There's no way that the Blackwing virus can catch up to the numbers that the T virus can catch before they can get mutations. Again, I'm just carrying my points at this point that
True.
yeah.
And then it comes to the fact of
No, that's a valid point.
the Blackwing zombies. Like I have not heard any of their strongest feats. without them possessing either the body of a Sith or someone who is wearing armor or futuristic tech, which I know is kind of hard to do when the entire story is in Star Wars. But
There is the one point, bro, where it could have been like the Blackwing virus using the Force to mess with the main character, where he saw his brother like missing a chunk of his head because it was shot.
Yeah,
I mean,
it has
and being able
an intelligence level. It's really weird, but it does.
I mean, even if it has that, I don't see how illusions are going to help them against an army of zombies that are
It wasn't an
mindless
illusion.
power
It was the
machines.
physical form of his
A
brother,
physical,
I think.
like he
Like,
made
it
a.
it
was a
was his
literal
actual
body.
brother.
Oh, okay, so his
Oh,
brother
okay.
showed
I
up.
thought it was.
Oh, you made it sound
Yeah,
like he was just walking,
I
and
thought
then
it was like
image of his brother with like a head in pieces or some shit was coming up. Was what I
no,
was imagining.
no. He was being. I thought because he was being chased by an infected stormtrooper. The helmet fell off. It was his brother. So I just kind of thought it was like being like his mind was being messed with by the virus, trying to put fear in him and make him fail so it can just take him over
Okay,
easier.
I
Because I was
understand
like,
that. That makes
how
sense.
did the brother get that stormtrooper armor on?
Like it's definitely an intelligent force. It's just like all these tactics that they have deployed don't really show any extra advantage against mindless zombies that are going to be mutating as time goes on. I just don't see any win condition for the Blackwing virus to how
So
they'll.
I do want to bring this up. The chat did say this earlier. They said
Yeah.
that the T virus doesn't have the mutation abilities. That's the G virus. I don't know how y'all would like to respond to that, but that is something that they said.
that
I
doesn't
mean, then
make
it
any
comes down to
sense.
durability, really.
I mean, I don't. To my knowledge, the games that have the liquors and whatnot show up, they just show up, and there was no mention of a secondary virus other than the T virus.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
not 100% sure what they meant by that when they said that. I just saw it earlier. Someone said the movies have the T virus evolving, whereas in the games the T virus is just the regular zombie virus, and then the other like the evolving comes from the G virus, which confused me a little bit because I mean Nemesis and the liquors and aren't all of those
Right.
from the T
Well,
virus?
Nemesis is a
Why it's called?
specially
It's the
made
tyrant virus. That is what it's called.
Yeah,
And that's where the tyrants are spawned from.
Yeah, so all the tyrants are different, so there has to be some kind of
Yeah.
evolution happening. I don't know, maybe he's talking about like an adaptive evolution. I don't know, but
that would kind of make sense because Nemesis does do a couple things with zombies that make them more stronger. But I wasn't even gonna bring up any of that.
Gotcha.
Those are BOWs. Those aren't naturally recurring zombies compared to the liquors and the crimson skulls, which are actual mutations of the zombies.
Yeah.
Should we
Y'all,
just,
y'all can continue. I just
should
saw
we
that
just
in the
continue?
chat.
No, good. I
Yeah,
appreciate
I was
it.
gonna say like, should we continue the mutations as like part of the T virus? Because I always thought they were.
Then you'd be bringing
Yeah.
in the secondary one, the G virus,
Which is
possibly.
different.
That's true.
Yeah. We don't want to
I mean,
introduce more of those viruses.
They
for
could be
Resident
lying as well.
No, the T virus is the only one in Raccoon City and is the only one that does the mutations as such. I don't know what this other guy's talking about. The tyrant virus is what the T virus is called, and that is how the tyrants are made, and that is how the actual zombies are made and mutate from. Said in that
All right.
game.
Well, I think we might have reached a conclusion because the T virus can make mutants infect faster and overcome the majority of the advantages we've seen from the Blackwing virus. Unless you guys have something new that can overcome that or anything at all, like I think we've reached the end of the discussion.
I was
guess
gonna.
sorry.
I was going to use the like how the Blackwing virus from the first book is an air pathogen where it affects like air,
That
and very few people are immune. It affects all types of species, at least
Yeah.
humans and aliens.
that's
I
definitely.
didn't know to bring that up because
We could have used that towards the beginning when I said that earlier when I said T virus is also airborne. But if I'm not mistaken, didn't you say that they still are alive for a certain time before they die and become a zombie?
It's very short,
It's
and
slightly,
Chewie can slightly
yeah,
resist it because he's
yeah.
got
It's
different
mostly just trying
immunities
to
than
wait
normal.
or forcefully make the host weak enough so they can take over and kill it. Because they do kill the host. Like the host does die and gets reanimated. The host is still somewhat alive during that. But after it does that, like after it kills, even like through the air, it just takes over. Like with Chewbacca, when like Chewbacca was being taken over, it wasn't trying to kill him, it was just trying to take him, like take his body over and control it.
Well,
That's why it was
that's an
messing
issue.
with his memories and
Well, that's kind of an issue with it. If they're gonna be playing these games with the survivors, the survivors will have more chances to. Well, I don't know if it will be the same because I remember Chewbacca. He got infected. The boils came up on his neck, and the doctor slit them and drained
yeah,
them, and that's how that happened. And I don't know if that pertains to Wookiees, but if the virus is malicious and has a
Yeah, that's
personality,
just
it's
for
gonna. Yeah, but well, it's still
stuff that just happens to Wookiees with the Blackwing.
Okay, well, he still said he
Humans,
was
it's a
messing with
lot
his
faster.
mind and not trying to kill him, though. Like, if it tries to do stuff like that, I feel like it's going to slow down its rate because it's dicking with its prey instead of just infecting and spreading.
sure. But
It's
well,
kind of,
Chewbacca was also like given like the antidote to the virus at the same time. So it's trying to so the virus was trying to like take his mind over, trying to make the body weak as it was dealing with the antivirus. You know,
Yeah.
there's still the thing of one is a literal virus, the other one is more of a malicious force that enjoys toying with its victims and taking its time to learn and become stronger, which it won't have time when it's mindless corpses that it can rip down bodies in almost an instant. It won't have time to be malicious, but if that's its natural thing to that it does, it won't be able to spread fast enough to overcome the T virus in any way.
I mean,
true.
here's the
That,
thing.
that's
When
that's
we look at Red Harvest's version, it just instantly infects. It doesn't care about
yeah,
toying with its victims.
yeah.
No one just
It's a bit of a
instantly
dick.
Isn't
goes and stops.
isn't Red Harvest a sequel
What's
though
wrong?
to the first book?
No, it's a
No, it's a
prequel.
prequel.
Prequel. Okay.
Because the Red Harvest takes place during the Jedi Sith War during the Old Republic. Blackwing, not
Yeah.
Blackwing, Death Trooper takes like is a year before A New Hope.
Okay. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Know that. Hmm. Well,
I don't know if maybe there's more books about it. I but those are the only two I know.
Same here.
I mean,
I mean, I know that.
I wouldn't doubt that this force would become. Well, first of all, if it's a prequel where it's killing and then later it is shown now being malicious, I think that's more of a sign that it would be malicious now in this context. But wouldn't deny the credit that the Blackwing virus wouldn't eventually see. I need to quit dicking around and deal with this problem real quick before I do my shtick, and then and then deal with it. But that's still going to be like partway through before he realizes what's going on. It's weird to talk about this because it's a zombie virus, like it's a
Yeah,
living thing. It's
yeah.
cool.
Well, it is. It is technically living because it is like like it's not. It's a weird force creature that was made because of the Sith. So it is technically a living creature. It just wants to eat and be a dick. I think the reason why you could say it was being like a dick in like in Death Trooper is because it knew it had all the time in the world because it was stuck on a Star Destroyer and a prison barge, the Purge, went to it to like take some spare parts. So it just decided to take as much time as it wanted because, well, there was no immediate threat. There's
Yeah, but
nothing that anyone could do.
in Red Harvest they had lightsabers and the Force, so it had to move
Yeah,
quicker. Otherwise, they would realize hey, something's going on. We need to kill those who get infected quickly.
Yeah.
And they did figure that out eventually. It just took them some time, but it was too late to save anyone who had been infected.
It does eat its victims, but it also tries to infect them. So it just depends on does it see the T virus as much as of a threat as it actually is.
That's true. We don't know. We never seen its interaction with them with the T virus, but we do know that the T virus still took over a city in a night. And I know in the first book, that's not a prequel. A ship was found with a bunch of infected individuals, and we had no
Yeah.
telling of how much time went by for everyone to get infected. So I still think it's in the favor for T virus on infection time.
Yeah.
Even if it's not, the zombies
But we know that
themselves are stronger
it
than
can
any of the
go all the way.
Blackwings. So
That's true.
I mean, we do know that in Red Harvest, that version can quickly and efficiently get as many people as it wants infected.
And
it
that was
does
just a
sort of toy
bite,
with them a
not
little
an
bit.
air virus.
It does sort of toy with them a little bit, but not to the degree that it does in Death Trooper. Because it knows that Sith are threats compared to just a regular stormtrooper.
Yeah. Yeah, but then we're the T because it knew what the Sith was because it was
Because they
originally a
were the ones
flower that
created.
was with it
was created.
So it wouldn't know
very
what the T virus would be.
Bad news, guys. People want to move on.
yeah.
All right.
Okay. Can we come
that's
to
fair.
a conclusion?
I mean, did y'all already come to a conclusion?
I mean, I came to the conclusion that T virus has the
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think the T virus would win.
Really, to me, it depends on
I think
any mutation.
Okay, well, this was nice. So, move on.
We got one of them on our side. I think that's a T virus win.
All right. So people want to move on. They voted mostly to move on. So we're gonna be moving on. If you guys come up with another debate, we'll let you back up. You guys, you know the gist. You know how it works. You know the dealio. Okay. I believe Nano had a debate with Liam. Am I wrong about that? Y'all had something, right?
I'm looking. Deathstroke and Nemesis.
Oh,
what they were talking about.
Nano says him and Darth Gator. I thought him and Liam had something. All right. What's the debate with you and Darth Gator, Nano?
Isn't it Ben 10 in Pokemon?
Oh dear God, I hope not. Because I saw something about like Nemesis and Master Chief or something with Liam. I don't know.
That's what I saw too. I thought that was a cool idea.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was gonna be. But we're doing fucking Pokemon and Ben 10.
Gay.
See, Liam thinks it's gay. I think it's gay too. I think Ben 10 and Pokemon is gay. Let's see. Hold up, font. Let's go. Strike through. Yay.
Wait, did you call me Liam?
No, there's a guy. Liam just texted the thing. He did stuff. I was talking to Liam. All right, let's see. I was talking about it, but I wanted to do mine and Gators. And hey, we can do Nemesis. That's confusing. So are you doing Nemesis with him, or are you doing the Gator with the thing? Since in lore Arceus. Y'all gotta type faster, man.
Well, whatever you guys figure out, I'm gonna have to step away for a bit, eat, and take care of my dog. She looks like she got a shit.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, back in a sec.
Go for it. You take way too long. I'm just gonna invite you. Nano, come up here. You take way too long to reply. Jesus, it's like you got fucking arthritis or something. All right, what's going on?
I was talking about the Nemesis and all that, but I think there's like two of them, and I wanted to do see Deathstroke I wanted to do with Liam, but I wanted to do mine and Darth Gator's debate because
Which
I
was
already had that pre-planned. It was
which?
the Ben 10 versus
Fuck.
Pokemon.
Okay. All right. Fine. Gator, come on. Just let's fucking get
And
this shit
then
over with.
Moo also wanted to join.
Who the fuck is Moo?
Moo.
He's Moo.
He's Moo.
I don't know who
It
that
says
is.
Moo right there. It says
Uh,
Moo with Japanese letters behind it. It has a weird looking. I think
Kanji.
That's racist. You don't even know if that's Japanese letters.
yeah, I don't.
They are.
Shut up!
Yeah.
Don't tell
See?
him that. Guessing
See?
something, guessing your racism correctly does not make it not racist.
That's diabolical.
Yeah, that's not how it works. I'm like, that black guy's a thief because he's black, and then it's like, well, he then happens to be a thief. That doesn't make what I just said not racist. You know what I mean? It's kind of the way it works.
No, I see. I see what you're saying, but
Yeah. So I wasn't sure. I thought you might need an example.
No, I understand.
Okay, cool. All right. And Liam says facts. Black people are racist, which is super. Thieves, which is super racist. Okay. Moo, whose side are you on?
I'm on Nano's side.
Okay, that's a dumb question from me. I don't even know what side Nano's on. Nano, what side are you on?
Pokemon.
Okay, so you and Moo are doing Pokemon, and Gator's doing Ben 10. Does anybody want to help them out and do the other side of the Ben 10ness? Probably
Come
not,
on, be gay with us.
because this is a gay debate. So it's
What do you mean gay?
super gay, super
What?
gay. If I walked in and saw you guys blowing each other, I would be like, man, this is almost as gay as that Ben 10 versus Pokemon debate that y'all were doing.
What's wrong with that? Then? No, hold on.
This is the new level right here of gayness. All right. I could, but I'm not. Liam's not gay, so he doesn't want to join. Lost
That's crazy.
Soul is working right now. Probably doing other gay shit. Okay, we good? All right, whatever. If somebody wants to join, let me know, and I'll let you guys up. You guys go. Debate. Start your stuff. First off, clarify what the actual debate is.
All right, so it's basically Pokemon versus Ben 10. I think it's going off with just like Ben 10 in general, right?
So
all
gay.
these aliens. It's a roster of like, what's it like, 11 Pokemon that
Homosexuality.
Nano has picked. Yeah.
Okay, so I picked Regigigas. Let me go check the thing right now. I forgot the names.
Kyogre, Groudon.
Regigigas, the Weather Trio, Deoxys, the Eternatus, Creation Trio, and Arceus.
And we're doing, we're doing the anime. Am I correct?
I didn't hear what word you said. Oh.
I said, are we doing the anime? Because in Pokemon, different continuities, which is game, anime, and manga. Each one has like different strengths for like different Pokemon. So yeah, I'm just asking real quick, just to make sure. Oh, he's muted. Okay.
Nano,
Yeah, bro's muted.
you got 10 seconds, or I'm booting you.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
I gotta
Alright.
go again for some damn reason.
Okay.
Motherfucking Nano.
You know the rules. It's your second time dipping out in the middle of a debate. You can't do that.
Oh.
All right. Got it. All right. So it's gonna be Darth versus Moo.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all go ahead.
So Darth, how about you? Yeah.
Well, I'm screwed.
Why are you screwed?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because Moo kind of scares me, because when I was making the debate with Nano, I found out that Regigigas is apparently above the concepts of space and time because he beat up Dialga and Valkia, and now I'm scared. How high does Arceus go? Much and
I mean,
know.
I don't
how
have
powerful is
that.
fucking Eternatus?
I don't have to do that. Like, I don't have to go with the manga variants. If you don't want me to, I can just go with anime, which is a lot less scary.
He can do it however you want him to.
Yeah, basically. Just
Yeah.
it's your poison. You pick your poison. Honestly.
Yeah. Tell him how you want it.
I want Rouga to stop making this sound so gay. But let's just go with games.
There's nothing I can do about it, man. Is
the
what it
games. Okay. So yeah. So yeah, how about you go first with Ben 10 since I think I have a lot to explain. So you go first.
He wants you to go first.
Yeah.
That didn't even sound that gay. If your mind went there, that's on you, man.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying blow this light bulb. You just make it gay. That's you, not the person saying it.
Who the fuck says blow a light bulb?
Like if it has dust on it. Oh, blow this
Why?
fucking fan, it has dust.
Is that
It
something
has
that you
dust on it.
commonly do? Is go around blowing light bulbs?
No.
Get to the actual debate.
No, it's basically an example. Like
It's a
an
very,
example.
very strange example.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, let's get back to the conversation.
He wants you to blow his light bulb, I guess.
God.
I don't know why. It's just, go ahead.
So, when we were making the debate in debate preparation, you said that I could use Comp Ben, which basically means all of his crazy equipment and aliens, right?
Yeah, just like Ben, like with his family, of course.
Well,
Unless you want to go with him, that's fine.
family?
Like his sister and his, because those are
Ben
the
doesn't
people
have a
that
sister.
What?
he doesn't.
Oh, no.
What?
Gwen. Gwen's his cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not
Yeah.
cousin.
Sorry, I
Yes.
got confused a bit.
His
for that.
cousin and his uncle.
Yeah.
You mean his grandpa?
I always forget his grandpa and cousin. Yes. Yeah,
It's
sure,
fine.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
not debating with Ben. He doesn't need to know it. Just start the fucking debate.
Sorry. I'm not using his family because, well, let's be honest. There's only one thing that matters about his family, and the person that matters can't control the power. So I'm not even going to bother talking about that.
All right, yeah.
What
Go ahead.
what really matters here is three of Ben's items, and his top 5 most powerful aliens. That being Ascalon with Dagon's power, the Ultimatrix and the Postus Altiari, and Feedback, Waybig, Atomics, Clockwork, and Alien X. Those are the main factors of deciding this whole thing.
All right.
So, I guess we should start with Reggie Gigas, who apparently is not above the concept of space and time in the games.
Yeah, you are correct. But yeah, so let me Reggie Gigas real quick. So basically, Reggie Gigas is a legendary Pokemon that basically is like able to move like the continents, right? So he's able to move the continents with his bear string. He was able to also kind of fight with Hoopa, like in one of the but yeah, he was able to. He's just basically gonna upscale basically all the regular and average Pokemon, in which in the game, I think it was Sinnoh region, but an earthquake or an explosion basically happened in Sinnoh, which shook the entire region, and these Magikarp were in the center point of it, and when you calculate, because obviously the entire it's like an entire region, it comes out to be 137 megatons. And basically these Magikarp survive a point, so they survived a earthquake that generated 137 megatons, which, if you don't know and you want a reference, that's about a little more than 2 Sarbamba.
Wow,
Wait.
people really don't like this debate so far. Sorry, just
Damn.
looking at the poll.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, they.
It's 44% bad, 44% good. That's kind of what I expected when a bunch of LGBTQ people came up here.
Damn, man. But yeah, so basically he upscales that. Like most Pokemon can honestly destroy mountains, with Charizard being stated to with his flamethrower to destroy mountains. Same with Rhyhorn and Tyranitar, with all being able to create mountain ranges, shatter skyscrapers, and mountain. And he would just simply like upscale all this, and also So that's basically Regigigas. So yeah, who do you got for Ben 10?
Well, considering that he can move continents, I shouldn't really start with, gray matter. So, Diamond Head has two pretty good feats. Well, I guess one.
Alright.
So in the third series called Omniverse, there was this guy named Malware. Malware was like a corrupted mechamorph, which is what Upgrade is. Basically, he could destroy a moon 6 times the size of Earth's. And he did this in like 5 minutes. Diamond Head froze him in, diamond. And Malware could do like nothing at all. And Diamond Head was mostly winning this fight. So I'm pretty sure that's a solid moon level feat for Diamond Head, and I'm pretty sure that the moon has more surface area than all the continents combined, at least on our regular Earth. So
yeah, you'd be correct on that. No, yes.
I thought that wasn't true. I thought the moon was about the same as the size of Africa in terms of surface.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a faked image, because I also remember that. But I looked it up, and
I don't know about the image. It's just something I've heard before, that it's roughly, because I know that the moon is actually not really. It's actually smaller than the Earth's core.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It does depend on like the size of the moon, because if we're talking about a small moon, then that could like range in the point where Regigigas can just easily push that same amount of force and more. Since he's
this is a moon 6 times the size of Earth's.
Yeah, in which that's no longer a small. I think that's a small moon.
We're talking about even our moon isn't really a small moon. Our moon is considered a relatively large moon.
Yeah. Considering every single moon we know in the entire solar system, it's considered like a larger moon. But yeah, no, I think Diamond Head would take this right in the game wise. So the next Pokemon would be Kyogre, right? So Kyogre,
let's do Kyogre and Groudon, because they're basically the same.
Yeah, sure. So, like team, like a 2v1.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So basically, Groudon. Hello. Basically, Groudon and Kyogre are basically cataclysmic like beings that are also stated over time to destroy the entire planet if they took long enough to just roam around. They also fought with Rayquaza, who basically stopped a meteor that I think it was Meteor Delta, the one that like Deoxys was controlling. Basically, he stopped it, and if you don't know like asteroids in general, if you like, you know how people say like an asteroid is can be shot up with a nuke and be destroyed? That's not really exactly true, because not even a nuke would have the amount of force to completely stop like the motion of an asteroid. You would need like an entirely like a planet-sized freaking explosion to do that, or something around it. And Rayquaza was able to do that in his Mega Rayquaza form, in which basically Primal Groudon and Kyogre.
I don't see how you could say that.
What do you mean?
I don't see how you could say that it would take a planet-sized explosion to stop an asteroid when you don't have any idea of how big the asteroid is, how fast it's moving, how far away it is from Earth when it gets destroyed. Like, you can't just say that as a blanket statement, Because that would
Okay.
greatly depend on a variety of factors.
Yeah, you are correct, and I do have this. So basically, this asteroid is like 6 miles wide. It was about like it's about where I don't know. Basically, it's just above like like it's fucking like a couple like 100 kilometers or miles away from like let's say the highest atmosphere into our Earth, just about hitting the space, right? Basically, yeah. So and the speed in which it traveled from another galaxy, and I think 10 days, which is if you do the math, would probably be much faster than the speed of light. And yeah, he just stopped it like completely. And also, this meteor was also stated that it was going to destroy the entire planet if it hit. So yeah, with all those factors aside, I would consider it like just enough energy to even stop it, just like a planet. But yeah, that's basically Groudon and Kyogre, right? So they would just like now obviously they wouldn't kill Rayquaza because basically Groudon and Kyogre couldn't beat him, but they're in the same ballpark as him, right? So yeah, if these two were to fight Diamond Head, yeah, so yeah, I don't know because you said what the moon that he destroyed was like 6 times bigger than Earth. Am I correct?
Well, yeah,
Wait, 6 times bigger than Earth or 6 times bigger than our moon?
6 times bigger than our moon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not Earth.
So yeah, I think both of them would probably beat him. Like, not even gonna lie. Like, because both of them can, yeah. If
Okay.
So what's your next opponent to fight Groudon and Kyogre?
Well, considering what you just said, I have two. One, one is an OG 10 alien called Heat Blast. In
I know him.
In one episode of the original series, Ben gets turned into like a toddler, where I forget what age he was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He transforms into Heat Blast, but as a baby, because well, his transformations were turned younger also. So Gwen egged Ben on to the point where baby Heat Blast was practically making a supernova. And this is just like a baby throwing a tantrum. I don't know about you, but I've seen my little cousin throw tantrums before, and I've still beat his ass. So I'm betting a 16-year-old Pyronite, which is what Heat Blast is, could probably replicate those that level of power. But that's, and assuming that what you just said is true, that would probably be a lot more than what Groudon and Kyogre could handle.
Yeah. It would probably be more than Rayquaza too. Not even gonna lie, in the game wise. Yeah. I think that he would just like because the baby version of Ben when he turned into this guy did that. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think he would just like get past all three of these guys really easy. Not
Would
even
that
gonna
include
lie.
Deoxys? Because he's also on the list.
He, technically yes. Because none of them can recreate a supernova. Like they're all these guys that I just named are like around planetary. While that baby just did a supernova. Honestly, I might have
Bad
to
news,
just look.
guys. People want to move on.
All right, that's fine.
All right. Oh, well, I'm glad, because if it wasn't fine, then I would have kept letting y'all go. But, It's what it is. All right. So thanks for coming on up. I
Bye.
gotta
Thank you. Bye.
gotta chuck you guys down. Boop boop. All right. Who's next? Who's got a debate next? And the funny thing is, I had like 3 people this week tell me that they were gonna debate me on stuff, and it seems like none of them showed. So that's a bummer.
Well, do you know what they were going to debate?
I don't remember all 3. I remember one. One was he disagreed with my 3. What was it? 3 Space Marines versus 20 Helldivers video. He wanted to debate me on that. That was one.
Oh.
I don't remember what the other 2 were. Anyway, let's see. If forums were OG. Okay. What were some of the ones we had? We still have the Nemesis versus. And then let's take this one off. Strike through. Boop. What's up?
I about got on to people for the no-go chat, but try not to acknowledge them.
The no-go chat? I mean, they know. It's like we don't look at that chat. We look at the streaming chat and only the streaming chat. Doesn't matter how much you say on that one. Although I don't think we've said that today. So for the new people, we do not look at the chat that is in the Discord. We only look at the chat on the stream. If you're not sending messages to the chat on the stream, we're ignoring you.
Would you be alright if at the start of our streams I just throw a comment in that section that says we're gonna ignore it, just so that anyone who goes in they see?
Well, I usually say it at the beginning of the streams, but I mean, yeah, you could say that. But whatever comment you send, it's gonna be lost in time, because it's like they are gonna keep messaging there like they do every week, and it's just gonna keep going. It's gonna go up, and no one's gonna see it. So you're gonna have to keep doing it over and over and over again. The fact is that I say this on a weekly basis, constantly, usually multiple times per stream, and for some reason people ignore it. If it's your first time, I get it, but otherwise, I don't see why. Like certain people should know already.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I can tell there are some new people here.
No, there are for sure. But yeah, you gotta go down. You gotta actually open up the stream and message on the stream chat. That's where we're actually reading all the messages. Otherwise, you are wasting your time doing it the Discord. We're not following 2 different stream chats. We're just 2 different chats. We're just following the one. All right. Master Chief versus Titanfall. Who is your?
This is mine.
I mean, yeah, that's Doug's.
I started this debate with him, so yeah, this is ours. I didn't realize it'd be so quick.
Okay. Liam, I'll invite you up. Does anybody want to join this one?
Yeah, our streams are on YouTube, but that would be nice if we could have a 2v2.
Yeah, all of these have been 1v1s. Does anybody know Halo or Titanfall that would like to come up? First time making it to live debate. Hey, what's up, Normal Comic? Well, welcome to the live debates, man. Welcome here. We have them every weekend. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Starbricks wants to join. What's your name on?
He told me before.
Yeah.
I don't remember. What was your name?
Star.
Oh, right. Invite. Okay, cool.
The Gruesome's got his hand up.
It doesn't matter. I don't know why he has his hand up. He's got to tell me in the stream if he wants to come up and what side he wants to be on. I know Halo, but I don't want to join. Fuck you is what he said. Fuck you and your stream. That was Dan.
Crazy showing up for Titanfall.
Crazy. I don't know. Did he say anything?
He says he knows.
Oh, he says I know Titanfall. Yeah. All right, Crazy. You're getting one more chance. If you leave midway through, you are not coming up again tonight. I just want to make that very clear. All right? Because you've already done it twice. It's your last chance. I'll let you up.
All right.
All right.
This is Chief versus who?
You didn't know what the match was. It was Titanfall. Actually, they didn't say who in Titanfall. They just said Master Chief versus Titanfall.
The whole verse.
The entire universe.
Guessing probably Cooper.
Oh, that'd be like work.
I
You
imagine.
didn't want to do it again.
I think this guy actually thinks it's an applicable debate.
Oh. All right, who's on whose team? Pair up.
I mean, on Titanfall. Who's on my team for Titanfall?
Me.
You mean Nano?
Okay, right. And then it's Star and Liam. All right, y'all decide who's fighting who and what's the dealio, and go from there.
I was just mostly thinking comparing whatever opponent opponent to a Titan, just to the different Titans, how he compared to each of them almost. I mean, in terms of just picking one, I'd probably just pick Ronin. Even though anyone wants to give me crap for it, that's my main.
So we're clear that the brute force of one of the Titans could easily squash Master Chief, right?
Well, he's basically wearing a tank made of titanium.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think they're stronger than him.
Maybe not, but Chief still gets bodied by brutes who are on relative
Yeah.
strength.
Why would you say that they wouldn't get bodied?
Brutes are massively stronger.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the Titans couldn't like just step on him and kill him.
That's fair. We're just trying to say that like it's possible if he stood there and took it. Like he's not going to, but if he did, he would die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would at least do.
Could they step on him and kill him?
I mean, okay,
on the neck.
He just wants to stand.
That doesn't
still,
really.
I guess.
That doesn't mean anything. I mean, it would depend on how heavy the mech is, and how durable his armor is. It's a mech, but it doesn't matter. He's been able to flip tanks. I mean, it can only. Yeah, I'm not saying.
Stuff.
Yes, but you're saying specifically step. I'm not even a part of this. You're saying specifically step on him. If they don't weigh enough to actually crush him, and he's capable of lifting tanks and lifting a ton of weight, plus whatever his armor is on top of that, it's very possible they don't have the weight capable of actually putting enough pressure down to step on him.
Fair enough.
I mean, his armor is also augmented to help him lift it, because it is like 1,000 pounds.
I will say the Titans are capable. Because you can step on any other soldier in the game, even pilots themselves, and they die.
But they're people. They're not Spartans.
Then they don't have titanium armor.
It doesn't matter about his. Even if you take his armor off the equation, he's a fucking super soldier who can flip tanks. Like you can't compare that to a normal person. Like I'm sure a tank could run and kill me over, but I'm not fucking Master Chief. Like that's it's a weird comparison to make. Just normal dudes.
How much do they weigh?
Pretty sure.
How much do the Titans actually weigh?
I don't know, but tanks are heavy as fuck. Like I forgot what it was. Someone
on which one.
Someone actually told me this week that even a relatively small tanks or he could give me a specific example. I forgot what it was. It was like an Abrams tank. It was like an Abrams, not 20,000 tons. You're out of your mind. It was. I think someone told me this week. I don't know if it's true because I didn't look it up, but he sent me a message. It basically said like an Abrams something tank. Is like 68 tons or something. I don't know if that's true, but like, but yeah, like they're incredibly heavy. So like the Titans might be more. They might be bigger. I've never put them next to a tank to see like what's the size equivalent.
I know their exact height is ranging between the different Titans is anywhere between 15 and 18. Oh fuck, I can't remember if it's meters or feet. One of those. It's feet.
It's not. That's a big difference.
It has to be feet.
That's a massive difference.
Yeah, the moment it left my mouth, I realized. Yeah, it's feet.
That's big difference. Because I think a meter's almost like a yard, right? It's almost 3 feet. It's not quite 3 feet.
It's a little bit over a yard.
I thought it was a little under. Yeah. Whatever. Okay, fine. Either way, it
is a little bit under. You're right, Rouga.
Yeah, I thought it was like 2 point something feet or whatever. Anyway, yeah, but honestly, height doesn't matter. Mass matters. Like, and I don't know if the Titanfall. I don't know. I'm sure somewhere someone did some kind of math to do the weight.
According to Google, they weigh between 21 to 63 tons, depending on like which Titan.
That's also a very large gap, but also around the weight of a tank. So, in theory, Master Chief should be able to flip the Titan if he wanted to.
I don't doubt that, but the Titan...
he could.
Okay,
He could bench them.
My turn. But when the Titans can flip each other around and throw each other over each other's heads, they can keep up with that and get up if he gets flipped over. I still think Chief would die if he took a kick to the neck.
That would be
that was my
hilarious if
Yeah,
like
to the neck,
if Master
yes.
Chief just like
Or
came
the
up.
disconnected from the
Master
body.
Chief just came up and like pushed the fucking Titan over, and the Titan was like, "Oh, I can't get up." He's just like waddling there on the ground.
So
Metal
funny.
foot straight to the
if
back
they're
of the neck.
relative, if you want to say they're even relative in strength, Chief just has such an advantage on agility because he's so much smaller.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, he does have the
Fair enough,
agility.
but like
to-
also the pilots themselves also have like crazy agility, and
They
a
do
lot
not
of
want to be
Titans
getting
can
that. The
react.
pilots do not want to be getting in dealing with that.
But they'll be side by side with their Titans. Chief will have to deal with both a pilot and a Titan, even if it's
The
one
pi-
on
Well,
one.
he'd probably
What
fault the
does a-
pilot
I
easily.
don't
The pilot
think the
themselves
pilots
are
do
pretty
anything.
strong,
But it's
Yeah,
but with
but
the
they're not
Titan
but they're
has
not
the
like
strength-
superhuman. Last time I checked, like they can body
Yeah,
normal
but-
like normal like foot soldiers.
Well, then they're
But I don't
irrelevant,
remember them
aren't they?
being super. Like unless they're the robot pilots, maybe then. But even then, I
No.
don't not sure if that's like a crazy
If we're
strength gap.
comparing Chief
I-
to the Titans, we're not comparing them to pilots, like
The-
physically.
Like
I mean-
physically,
I mean, there
obviously,
is also
like
the
I
fact
said, the
that-
Titans can
Yeah.
kill a pilot. Like any pilot, it doesn't matter if you're one of the
But they're
robots
still-
or not. You can
they're
get
still-
crushed
They're still
by
normal
the
people.
Titans.
We're still
Yeah.
normal people though. It hit like we are timing that bad. But yeah, and the thing is that the pilots would be able to disengage from their Titans and work independently from them. They do that, but the pilots would at best be just a couple miles slower than Chief. But with the Titan at his side, like Chief would have to juggle the two of them. They could work around that.
The
And
problem
depending on
is,
the
I think
Titan,
Chief,
say
I
again,
think Chief would deal with a pilot so easily.
to
I
be
just
a
don't
pilot.
see it.
Oh, yeah,
I think
Chief
he's
would
alone,
be
yeah,
able to
alone,
power
yes.
the
So
pilots
easily.
Definitely depends on the
themselves.
pilot, like I said, but it wouldn't be that crazy of a fight with like when it comes to the pilot. When it comes to the Titans,
No, I mean even with
that
the
is
Titan, I
different.
feel like he would just dispatch of the pilot pretty easily.
I mean, if he has the whole Titan completely bearing down on him when the pilot pops out to try and shoot him in the back, I mean, he has to first deal with the Titan. Like, there's ways for them to use the number advantage against him.
Are the pilots?
Not that much
They're
of a
not very
number.
bullet resistant, are they? Like,
I mean,
No,
not-
they are.
game.
The only real weapons that can really hurt them are like the anti-Titan weapons designed
Well,
to kill the
no,
Titans.
the
Like
pilots.
there's an electro gun, there's a laser gun.
The pilots. I said the pilots
Oh, the
aren't really
pilots.
like.
No, the
The-
pilots aren't that much
Yeah, they're
more
normal
higher
people.
than like when it comes to the foot soldiers, they're not that much more durable than a foot soldier, but they're just like barely
Yeah, so
above that. And if
Chief's
they're a
got armor
robot, they're
piercing
even
down
just
his
barely
boots
above a
on there.
normal pilot.
So, guys,
You
sorry, just a quick interruption. The stream's been going on for almost 2 hours, and we've only had one super chat. If things don't get more engaged and stuff, I'm ending it after this debate. Just letting you guys know. All right, go ahead.
Also, we should talk about the abilities of the Titans themselves.
Yeah, because they do have a number of ways I think they could just kill Chief in one go. Ronin can disappear, well, from time for a brief moment and just appear at.
He's also the fastest of Titans too.
I don't know if that. I don't know. I mean, that will help, but I don't know if it's so much that he could just blitz Chief without his little phase
Yeah,
ability.
he's too big
But he
to
still has the
fit
phase
Chief
ability.
and everything.
And then there's Scorch. Scorch has the ability to slam and create a massive wave of fire, which would probably just incinerate or cook
He's
Chief in his
also
armor.
completely
There is
fire
one thing I
resistant
do want to.
and heavy bulletproof.
How do
Yeah,
they deal
I
with
mean it is several feet. It is several inches thick of titanium, so pretty
Yeah, I mean,
resistant
and-
to bullets.
But they still die to flamethrowers, don't they? Don't the flamethrowers still kill Spartans just fine?
No, no.
They
When
do.
the scorch, if like it depends on like your setup, but when it comes to like the lore of the scorches, they always have that fireproof plating. Like, but when it comes to like gameplay itself, you can just remove that plating if you want. Like, but that's the gameplay. Like I said, in lore wise, they
Well, I
always
mean,
have
bubble
that
shield.
plating.
But again, it'd be like a bubble shield situation. Just bubble shield seems fine.
Bubble shield, but the
He-
bubble
he
shield
armor
breaks. When the bubble shield takes enough damage, it breaks, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Chief couldn't shoot
No.
from within it.
Yeah.
The pilot actually has deployable shields that he can shoot from behind, and the chief couldn't shoot
Yeah.
him.
That's
because of that.
right. The
Ash-
Titans also
Ash-
have their own shields, depending on the Titan. Like Ion, he
Tone.
has his own energy shield, which can reflect any damage. The Legion has a shield that he attaches to his gunner, and he could just mow down anything.
And Tone. Yeah.
And Tone
Fuck Tone.
also has one of those. Fuck Tone. Scourge also technically has a shield, but it's less energy and just straight up a fire energy
Yeah.
shield.
Well, the bubble
It
shield
doesn't
is
really have to-
invincible, as far as we know.
I mean, but they could
Invisible
still,
or invincible? I didn't.
Invincible.
depending on where
Invincible.
he deploys that bubble shield, the Titans should be able to just walk up and step on it. Like he can still
Well, I
fight him
just
off.
meant if they're actively flamethrowing an area, he just bubble shields. and
Funny enough, I'm not sure if it's much stronger, but the Titans also have their own bubble
That's
shield.
right.
Like when they deploy and they land, you can. I don't know if this is like lore wise, all of them have it. I don't think they do, but they have like the technology to have a bubble shield, and it just like has no damage. It also damages whoever enters the shield that isn't the pilot, the Titan's pilot.
But pilots can enter it, right?
Master Chief could
Yes.
probably enter it. Yeah, you could still enter it
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
do
saying.
things in it, but you're gonna get damaged.
But that's
Is
what
it
I'm
gonna
saying.
kill Master Chief? Probably not.
No. I'm saying, does it damage pilots enough to kill them?
No,
Are
the
you
pilot,
talking-
the
If they're
Titan's
enemy
pilot
pilots,
does not
it
get damaged.
does.
No, the enemy pilots in the
Yes.
game.
Oh,
They get-
yes, they will. They get damaged. They get damaged. Yes, sir.
They get eviscerated
die?
in seconds. Yeah, die in seconds.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
nearly impossible for any enemy pilot to infiltrate a Titan's there's a private Titan, I guess. I don't know what else to call it. Like it's impossible
There's
for them to
also
like
the-
infiltrate.
Wait,
that.
are you
also-
talking about? I'm a little lost. We're talking about Scorch's shield and getting past that, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, we were talking about we already got past that. What I was talking about is the
Okay.
shield that deploys when the Titans land, depending on like if the Titan has it.
Oh, that. Yeah, I mean, the chief could get in that, but he wouldn't be able to take over the Titan. The Titan wouldn't give control over to him, if that's what you're trying to
No.
imply.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
let-
And then again, the Titan can just not allow that.
No, wait.
But the
Yeah,
second
they
he
can
moves, the
fight
shield
back.
drops. Yeah, but when he moves, the shield disappears.
Yeah. And he has an AI that'll
Why
fight
would-
back, so it's not that big a deal.
Why-
But yeah,
but-
they
why-
will
Yeah,
be
he's
got
completely
Cortana.
foolproof in their
Cortana
shield.
could possibly hack.
It does
Into the
disintegrate you. I
Titan.
forgot about that.
So,
That is
the-
true.
can they deal with Cortana is the other thing.
Oh Jesus!
Cortana.
Why did I forget about Cortana?
We always forgot about Cortana. It's just Cortana.
Yeah, because
bro.
Can they deal with
Cortana could
Cortana?
possibly hack into the Titans. if
I
they're,
don't think that's
on
even a
capital or
possibly
something.
thing. I think that's just a
Yeah.
fact.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think you've been very
like when it
generous.
comes to Cortana, it's an instant wipe because Cortana has taken over those Guardians and much
Yeah, but
more
she
than
was
just those
connected to
Guardians
their
in
network.
Halo. And the
reason
Titans
that-
themselves, yes, they have their own sentience, I guess, but like they don't have any like firewall or stuff
No.
like that.
That's
sure
not
they
really
do.
spoken
I mean-
about.
Their
I'm sure
AI
they
could
do
probably
have
just
a-
be rewritten.
Even if you want to
Sure
say
they
that's
have
like because she evolved, even before that in Halo 4, before she became like a higher level AI, she was still able to take over Forerunner equipment.
Yeah, she would probably be able to take it. Like even, yeah, it's not close. She would be
then
able
it's
to
just-
rewrite their AI.
Then it's just even if you want to say she can't control it and she just deactivates it, it's the pilot versus Chief. And
Yeah,
the 10 pilots
if the
would take
pilots
on
are
Chief.
deactivated, the pilots will then left alone.
Yeah.
And we all know that's not gonna go well.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess if one of the pilots wants to try, they can try shooting a giant ball of lightning at the Chief. See if that works.
I don't know if 10 pilots could take on Chief. Like-
Give 10 pilots a bunch of laser cannons, see how that goes.
Well, here's the
No,
thing.
no.
What's the arsenal we're giving Chief?
Well, he just needs this bubble shield or something, right? His standard loadout.
Well, either way, if it's his standard loadout and he has Cortana, that's
Yeah.
it's and he's very
Even if you don't want
clearly stronger than a pilot, and Cortana can easily hack into almost any technology. Doesn't matter his loadout. He could go in with a
I'm
basic
saying, like,
shotgun
if
and
he
still probably
has-
win.
If he has like the Spartan laser, that would make a pretty big difference against the Titans
I
themselves.
don't know because the Titans do have similar weapons, not the same, but like in terms of damage. It would basically
Yeah, I
just
mean,
come down
Ion
to
has
hit
a
like
Iron Man, an Iron Man move.
yeah, so like
That's just
it
a
would do
giant
damage.
laser. It would probably eviscerate Master Chief.
Possibly.
But this is the thing, he has armor lock too, and armor lock would protect him from anything, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I think there's a limit to that. I don't think he would endure the laser from Ion. Like he'd get. I'm pretty sure he'd get cooked if he got enveloped in that.
So wait, are y'all
Yeah,
just
yeah, it
just
wouldn't
taking
protect him.
Cortana off the table right now?
No, we're
No,
saying Cortana.
and the debate actually probably should just end right now because it's very clear who kind of wins. If Cortana is there, it's kind of clear who wins. If not, I mean,
It's
it's
close
kind of
for
still
default,
clear
though.
that Master Chief wins because he's also probably just gonna like rodeo the Titans and probably just I don't know throw a grenade down their battery
The
chutes
problem
like
is,
any other
you know
pilot
what?
and just
With Cortana, Chief just wins. It's not really a competition. Because I don't see the
Without.
pilot themselves taking on Chief ever.
So do y'all
Yeah.
want to try it without Cortana?
Without, it's a little
Yeah.
bit more challenging, but it's not that much more that challenging. Let's be real here.
I think
Yeah, because
Okay, now.
without
Is it
Cortana, that just means that it depends on his loadout, really. Because his loadout will determine how much he can damage the Titans.
I don't even know
Like,
if
I'm not necessarily saying everything can kill a Titan, but like, damage it for sure.
well, I mean,
The
I
fact,
don't know.
the fact,
I don't know. I don't know if the guns in
I think in
Titanfall armor piercing, but all of Chief stars.
I think I can say for fact that when it comes down to Ion, Chief is not really going to be able to pull out much projectiles against him because Ion can use his gravity shield to pull that together and push it all back at him at once. So that eliminates the majority of his arsenal.
And then the laser could just completely eviscerate him because the laser is gonna just eviscerate his shield. It's a giant fucking laser. I don't know what else to say.
It has a finisher and it actively disintegrates. Well, it doesn't fully disintegrate, but it goes through Titans and blows them to pieces and shit. Like
But again, I don't know how.
I mean, when it hits a pilot, it turns them into mush.
Yeah, they
but
just stop
that's-
existing.
Yeah, but again, then nothing can durability compared to Chief.
Yeah, that's true, but still, Chief is still technically human, superhuman or not. He could still get
He's also
eviscerated by a
potentially
giant
wearing a
fucking
tank.
laser.
Yeah, he still tore his heel running at top speeds.
Well, that was
Yeah.
also him pushing himself all the way to his absolute max.
Which he would need to do to move faster than the top speeds of pilots. Wait a minute.
Well,
I might have mixed up
really?
some more numbers.
I think you mixed that up, bro.
But I don't think that the pilots are going that fast.
Yeah, it's
And
like,
even that,
fucking
there's
metric
other,
system. Keep going.
and even then, like Ion isn't the only one that would be like Ion isn't as durable as like Scorch or Legion. That they are the most durable, heaviest, and armed and most armed Titans. Like I said, they have Scorch has one of the energy shields too, but it's like a fire one and just eviscerates all ammo that comes towards him. And he can like move towards you and burn you with it. He could conjure up fire. He's practically almost bulletproof because he has a fire plating that makes him immune to fire. He's heavily armored. Same with Legion. He's also armored, and he has a shield that just blocks damage.
I don't think the guns are armor-piercing rounds. Everything in Halo is.
Okay, well I know.
So
well, how can you say it's not really armor-piercing rounds if the Titans that are shooting the bullets at each other are clearly doing damage to their armor? It rips their armor like a Legion's bullets will rip an Ion's armor off.
Let me clarify. I was talking about the people's guns, obviously.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what I see. Sorry.
He's not using a Titan gun, is he?
No.
That would be.
What?
How foolish of me.
Also, if you were giving him a wider arsenal, how well would they fold up against an energy sword?
An energy sword?
You get clapped as a whole Titan.
Yeah, an energy sword is.
I think-
What is the energy sword? It's just plasma, right? It's just a plasma.
Yeah, it's
plasma.
plasma.
not
Yeah,
only
it
that,
basically.
the biggest thing is
Plasma
all the
lethal.
Titans have guns which could most likely one-shot Chief once they get the right aim. Like they completely disintegrate, like turn their targets into paste and rip each other apart when normal
Again,
firearms can't harm them. Like it
Well,
is
there's only a
clearly
few
better
times I feel like
weapons.
could do that. Okay, hold
they're
on. Can
doing.
Master
They're turning
Chief take like
people
a
into
bunch of
faces.
missiles at his face?
He can
I
take a
mean, he fell
sniper,
from
an
atmosphere.
his shields can take a anti-material rifle, and like that takes that to break him. So he's gonna take at least a bullet.
With
Well, because I was
anti-material. Okay,
thinking with Tone's missile rain, maybe that would
Well,
like rocket
the
salvo.
The Titans are
Hailstorm is
wielding
an anti-vehicle weapon.
handheld tank guns. They are wielding handheld tank guns. You know how people say the Space Marines guns are tank guns that go boom, and how it's not true? Well, for the Titans, it is true. They have actual tank weapons in their hands that rip apart armored vehicles, which are the Titans in the game. Chief
I'm not
will get
disputing
ripped
it.
apart by that.
I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying he could stand there and take it like it's nothing. But he could take a shot, at least,
Yeah,
with his
a
armor,
shot.
his shield.
But
I
we've
say a
seen
shot from like a
A
Tone's
shot.
gun.
but we've
Like I
seen
say like a.
But we know Spartans and elites with similar shields die from just shotgun blasts that are just close enough and at the right angle. Like they're weaker weapons at one-shot Spartans and elites all the time.
But again, we also know
Yeah.
that the sniper in Halo is an anti-vehicle weapon, and he can take that.
Well, even if he killed the pilot with that, the Titan would operate by itself. He'd have
No,
to
I was
blow up
told.
the Titan.
No. You just no idea what I just said, did you?
Again, Spartan
you were saying-
laser.
You were comparing the shield damage they take from shotguns, and I was saying they can survive an anti-vehicle weapon to their shields too.
Yeah,
I
it's an
see what you're saying.
anti-material rifle that he can tank
Yeah.
with his shield at full.
But
So
what
it does
caliber?
to meet his shield completely.
Dan says
a
Chief
56.
goes down to a shot from a Scorpion tank.
Bingo.
That's good.
I feel like, yeah.
Obviously, we're not talking about the show version.
But again, you also
Together.
have
There is a Halo show.
Did that happen in
never
the
going
show?
to bring up that.
I don't
Really?
know.
I didn't know there was a
The
Halo
show version
Totally
definitely
didn't.
not.
Totally didn't know
Halo
Definitely
that.
show's not even canon. It's dumb. It's not canon.
Okay.
Thanks,
But still,
It's different continuity.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
That's why I said I wasn't going to bring it up.
yeah,
But-
but still, it's
Again, if you want to bring up him, just explain again. As far as we know, his overshield, whereas armor lock, is invincible.
I mean,
he
that'll
fell
help.
from
I don't know
atmosphere
that.
at one
He's
point.
taking damage from stuff even with that before.
Plus,
Well, in
he
the game,
cannot
if you
fight
play the
back when
game,
he's using it.
you can literally get shot by a scorpion and it doesn't kill him.
That's
You're right.
right.
You're doing it.
When he's in
he
armor lock,
can't-
he physically cannot move.
Mhm.
What's stopping the Titan from just like grabbing him up? He probably couldn't crush him, but what if he just like I don't know,
Fucked him.
Oh, he
dropped
grabs
him
him
in
up and
space?
Don't know if you do that.
His suit is
Titan could just-
pressurized.
They could probably just like arrest him too. Like what if they
He's
just put him in, like a little time capsule or something?
You're taking away his agency saying doing that because you're saying they can just pick him up like he's just going to allow that because his armor lock isn't got a cooldown. His armor lock's the unarmor lock. There's not a like.
It still gives them a brief second to scoop him up
It
off
doesn't.
the
It's
ground.
instant.
Instant. If they find out that he can use that armor lock to resist their attacks and will not move, they can unload and approach him and then quickly kick or scoop him up off the ground. Like it doesn't have to be like a perfect throw, but it's gonna come off the ground.
Well, if
It'll
they
be
go
more
to kick
helpful.
him, if they go to kick
Imagine
him,
that.
he
A
just
Titan just punting Master
he-
Chief.
no. If he
He
goes to
lived.
fight them,
Just had a funny idea just
Please
appear in my
stop
head. Like them playing football with an armored lock Master Chief.
Yeah, that's basically
He
what I
couldn't,
said. Just punch him across the room.
the thing is, I don't know if they could because he could just hit them if they try that.
Sure. But like I said, it's a lot more challenging for Chief to deal with Titans by himself without Cortana. By himself without Cortana, like fighting
It is,
against
that's
Titans,
his
like he
free-
could probably fold a
his
pilot
free
pretty
game.
easily. I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to use an armor-piercing round, kill the pilot, but he'd still have to deal with Titans. And the Titans themselves, I mean, he is pretty agile, but Maybe he could rodeo them,
It
but
would be a boss
they're
fight.
Titans. It's a boss.
Well, no,
It's like a
it
it's a
would be,
gauntlet boss fight.
we've seen him flip way ahead, especially if you use the smaller Titans. He could probably tackle them and take them down.
Well, the thing is
Tackle is
Titans.
crazy. Tackle is crazy.
Tackle's leg throw, like an ankle
He-
biter.
Well, as questionable as that could be, Titans actively show
It's not
with their
questionable.
finishers that they will throw each other off the ground and flip each other over one another and actually perform somewhat martial art moves. It's robotic, but like they have the ability to leap off the ground, flip. I don't think they do flips, but they still jump. Now I'm just thinking of North
probably
Star.
the lighter ones can.
He can jump.
Yeah, they.
But
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, it,
North Star can
Lighter
just straight
ones
up
probably
jump
can't.
too. Like
Well,
North Star,
that's- he can fly. But the thing
can
is that
fly.
the Titans in their animations, they will actively take their guns, spear the other one, and throw them over them. Or I think it's Ion who will actively catch a punch, rip off their arm, and perform a
Yeah.
counter. They'll do complex moves, and they'll get
But
thrown
there's
to the
also the
ground.
speed element. Like Chief's got
Ion
way
could
faster
also.
reactions.
Ion also has a finisher where he just lasers the inside of the guy.
And clotheslines him. I think
Yeah,
it was
you
Ion.
can, they can clothesline each other. They can clothesline each other. Like as
It's not
surprisingly
advanced.
as robotic and Hulk, as surprisingly as hulking and robotic as these guys are, they are given pretty good at agile and movement abilities. Just look at Ronan
Yeah.
and how fast he is, and the fact that
The
they
thing
can,
is-
that Ion can just do crazy. Like BT himself in the campaign does some pretty crazy shite.
Shit.
Yeah.
I love how you just purposely didn't say the full word.
You said the full word. You
There's
just
a
said the
full
full word wrong.
No, that's
No,
What are you
he's
talking about? That's
purposely
not wrong.
censoring
Okay, so
it.
Irish is wrong apparently.
Yeah, obviously.
Even though I was doing that on purpose because it's like the premium swearing like accent.
Everything
Yeah, I
before
know what you were
1770
talking about.
everything before 1776 was a mistake.
God damn.
All right.
All right,
Okay.
all right. I see you, Rouga.
See why the dinosaurs got hit by the meteor then.
It was a mistake.
It's a mistake.
It was a mistake.
The meteor was a mistake.
Shouldn't it all of it. It was all a
Wait,
mistake.
does that mean Columbus's excursions were a mistake too?
Yeah. It's all a
Yeah,
mistake.
that's-
Yeah, that was
That's funny.
of course.
Columbus
That
did
was
a lot of horrible things.
that was a Spanish guy being sent over by a fucking
Spanish guy. He's a Spanish guy.
No, I'm
Columbus
sorry.
was a
That was an
English.
Italian being
talking about the English.
no, it was an
Okay.
Italian being sent
He's
over by a
English.
Spanish queen to
He's English.
South
Apparently
America.
English.
So no, he wasn't. He was sent over by the Spanish queen.
Yeah, he was sent by the Spain.
Yes, he
He's
was Italian.
English.
He was the thing that always makes me laugh about the whole Columbus thing is that he has nothing to do with the United States. Nothing to do with us. He's an Italian that was
I
being
mean,
that was
aside from finding it.
No, he didn't. He did not land anywhere on the United States. He landed somewhere by the Bahamas. He did not touch the United States. He never in his entire life stepped foot in the US soil.
Bahamas are part of Florida.
No, they're not.
No.
They're at
they're
least
not.
really close.
They are not. They're
Really
it's a
close, but
completely
they are
different
not.
country. It's not the US. It's a completely different country.
Now wait a minute. That makes you wonder why we
I'm
have
sorry,
a day
I'm
called
bad at
Columbus Day.
geometry.
Because he
okay?
discovered, they say he discovered the Americas. They never say he discovered the United States. That we were eventually settled like 300 years later by the English. But no,
Which
he
is
was
funny,
Italian,
'Cause
sent
no
over
one in
by
South America celebrates that day.
yeah, he was Italian, sent over by Spain, and he landed in like Central South America. So it had nothing to do with the U.S. Which why I always find it funny that he's such a big deal, and that like whether you hate him or love him, either one I think is funny because he's like it had nothing to do with us in any capacity. Like no one like after he did that, then a bunch of people started coming over and settling, sure, but they didn't even step foot in the actual United States till like another 100 or so years after that. You know, it was a while. So it's just I don't know. I found it goofy.
Goofy,
Yeah.
huh? Nice. All right, that's nice.
England #1, baby.
Who?
So,
No.
The Titans. The Titans win.
Titans
Okay,
get wrecked.
I'm
No, they get
set
wrecked.
on Titans winning.
They get
Yeah, with
wrecked.
no Cortana, Chief cannot pull it off 8 or 9
Yes, he
times out of
can.
10.
He's faster. He's stronger.
He is fast, fair enough. I will give you the
He's not as
fact that he's
durable.
fast and could probably like maybe alley-oop like a couple of Titans. Maybe he could throw him off balance for a second.
But their guns would shred him too quickly. He would win maybe 2 out of 10 times without Cortana. With Cortana, he ain't losing because she could just shut him down.
Yeah.
That's true. And they could turn the Titans to their side, and the pilots are completely
Well,
fucked.
Maybe, but they
That's
don't need to do
true.
that. They just shut
They
the
could
Titans
also
down, they
do
win.
that.
But I get, yeah. I have no more to say really, honestly.
I just don't see like you're just ignoring the bubble shield, the armor lock, which are both invincible.
You can walk through the bubble shield, and if he was armor locked, he's not fighting
Again,
back.
if he walks through the bubble shield, he's gonna get
And
flicked.
like I
They
said,
win like 20
the Titans also have their own versions of the bubble shield, which completely, like when they're
Evens the
deployed,
playing
they
field.
are completely immune to damage and damage anyone who enters their shields. Have their own like personal shields that can reflect damage, that can walk, and they deployable shields that could just stand in front of them. Like shield isn't really a problem here.
Well, it
Real quick
is.
point toward
You're saying he just gets shredded. I'm
Chief.
saying no, it's a defense. He ain't shredded.
If
I have
he
a really
didn't,
good point from Chief, real quick. He fell from low atmosphere at one
with a
point.
piece of debris and had the armor locked to protect him, yes.
Still, his armor was able to keep him from burning up inside his armor.
Which
He was
game
an
did he
armor
fall
bot.
from atmosphere again?
It was 3.
Halo 3.
Yeah, Halo 3.
He was an armor lock. That's the main reason.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Yes,
Armor
but
lock massively
that would
increases
still
speed.
heat him up. That would still result in his body being heated up to a ridiculous degree.
No, armor
Yeah,
lock
man.
would take.
Those fire
I'm
retardant
surprised.
systems really
They
came in
also-
handy.
I
I
don't
don't think he
think
could turn into soup inside his suit.
They actually also say that it fucked up
He
his
would've.
metal layers too.
Can you imagine like a different universe where when he fell from atmosphere and armor lock, and when he landed, they're like, okay, let's open his armor lock, and he just completely turns into soup.
They did say that his
melts out of his armor.
They actually did say it permanently damaged the gel layer in his suit. Doing that.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think
The gel layer
as
takes care of most impacts.
fair, but I think the heated weapons of Ion, I'm pretty sure that gets that would get much hotter than
Again,
the
if
entry
you
of the
play
atmosphere.
the game, you struggle to hit like pilots, and he's faster than a pilot.
Yeah,
And
he
he's
had
more
no
durable.
I don't
problem
know.
hitting the pilots.
There's never really a problem when hitting pilots. When it comes to like shooting pilots in the game, it's not actually hard. It's literally a skill issue. If you can't hit the pilot, it's possible.
I mean-
You can catch a pilot who's grappled onto you mid swing and just punch him out of the air.
Well, again,
I mean,
the
I
punch
shot
himself
himself
out the
I
window.
shot
agile.
pilots with an ion. I shot pilots with ion going into buildings, and I've gotten sniped by tones going into buildings. It's
Yeah, I get
not
that.
hard at all to shoot people,
You can't
especially
really
since the
use
pilots are very agile.
The thing is, though,
Yeah.
punching doesn't really work because you're dealing with something which is smaller and stronger
Smaller.
than you and faster than
Okay,
you.
Master Chief isn't smaller than
Yeah,
a
he's
normal
smaller than
pilot.
a
He's
Titan.
actually
Not
much
normal
bigger.
pilots, but
Funny
the
enough,
Titans.
he's
smaller than
much
a Titan.
bigger than
He's
a normal
7
pilot.
feet tall. He's
Yeah,
7
he's
feet tall.
much. Yeah, don't get me
I'm
wrong.
not comparing. Why do you keep thinking I'm comparing him to the fucking
Because you
pilots
call
when I'm
him
really-
because you're calling him small, like if it's a difficult thing to do when the pilots are smaller and they can still shoot those guys.
But they're
And they're
also,
parkouring.
I saying if he punches him, if the Titan punches Master Chief, the Titan is dealing with someone who's smaller than the Titan and stronger than him.
Well, he would not resist the weight.
But
His
he'd be
body
an
weight
easier
would still allow him to get. Yeah, he would still be able to come off his feet. The Titans can throw each other around, and they're a couple tons, while the Master Chief is 1,000 pounds. He should be light enough to come off his feet when he gets struck, even if he can survive it. It will not be
Yeah,
an easy thing to endure.
He's also massively
Like,
strong.
it's like fighting a really tough fly as a human. Like you could
I mean-
smack the fly and maybe get like bonked on the head and be like, ah, god damn, that shit hurt.
Mike Tyson got knocked out in 2 matches in his career, even though I'm pretty sure he was confirmed to be stronger than both those guys. That's like
Well,
the year.
to be bad example.
Bad example, bro.
Very bad
Very
example.
example.
He was one. It's a real boxing match, but also he had just lost his daughter. He had gone through a bunch of drug stuff. He just got out of prison, hadn't trained for a really long time. There was like a lot of personal shit. Don Johnson was stealing all of his money. He had a bunch of personal issues that was going on that affected him in the ring, like massive personal issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
Also, if
you
you want
see
to talk
how
about a
this
good
connects
example,
to
just
the
actually take Ant-Man, for example. Like, when he's fighting certain characters, you'll see him, like, jump up and punch a dude and, like, actually like, make him move. But then, like, he gets smacked around and it hurts him. He just, like, grunts as he gets up. Like, that's literally the situation. That would be a better example.
Ant-Man isn't stronger than them, though.
No, but
I mean, in his
he's
small
small
form,
and
he is.
He's small. He's
10
smaller.
times the
and
strength
he
of
can
a normal man. Winning is
Exactly, that's my point. Like fighting
No,
Yellow
he's not.
Jacket when he was huge, he was able to punch him and stuff in like his
He was.
small form.
I'm pretty
do
sure
I was
there's
damage
gonna
when he
say,
gets-
if you watch the movie, they actually say he's just got the weight of a 200-pound man behind him, like a small pressure. They don't say he's stronger.
Well, they shouldn't.
It's
Well,
just
My point is that he's small and can hit hard, yet he gets hit hard too and gets back up, even though he was clearly hurt. That's kind of how it works with like Master Chief versus a Titan. Like Master Chief could probably smack a Titan to like a knee or something, but then he gets punched and like, ouch, maybe he breaks a rib, but he can get back up. Like that's would be the way that works.
I'm pretty.
Probably.
Yeah, the amount of weight that the Titans have would still be able to take Chief off of his feet just by physics, because he's 1,000 pounds, and Master Chief it can still like be. I'm pretty sure he's been ran over before in the books and was taken off his feet in that moment, and I doubt that was a 20-ton Jeep that hit him.
Like, funny enough, I feel like if a Titan tried to
He
step on
was
him,
hit by
maybe
a
he catches it and maybe like holds it and like doesn't get crushed so he can move. But still,
Yeah.
like if he doesn't do, like he still get hurt by getting like kicked, punched by a Titan. Is it gonna kill him?
Well, this-
Probably not.
You were saying about grabbing punches and flipping them. Chief is equally, if not a more skilled hand-to-hand combatant, so he could easily do the same thing.
I mean, fair
Yeah.
enough, but like, first off, he's smaller than the Titans. It's impressive enough that the Titans can do what they do, anyways. And just because he's a human with more stuff,
Yeah.
like more movement ability, how is he gonna like thumb wrestle a Titan if the thumbs are much bigger than the dude? Like, yeah, how is he gonna box a Titan when he's smaller and
Strength-
they don't even get knocked out?
Strength will not
They-
change.
they-
Strength will not change
Or
the
if he-
fact that he's too light to remain on his feet if he got struck. Like if a brute if an elite, he's gotten into duels with elites and he was struck to the ground. If they're of similar strength could do that to Chief, I don't see why the
he's gonna-
Titans of much greater weight.
He almost
could-
died to an elite once.
They could, but Chief is faster,
He almost died
way
to an
more
elite once.
reactions.
Yeah,
way better.
isn't
I'll
it
give
basically
you speed.
isn't
I'll
it
give you speed.
basically
I'll give you speed.
impossible for any of them to actually hit Chief, since Chief has the whole Spartan time situation that is then enhanced? Well, I guess we're not using Cortana, but he's got the whole Spartan time.
is what caused himself to hurt himself. Going
Whenever
over
he-
Spartan
I just want to
time
get a
is
basic idea of how
very,
fast he
very
can go, because I feel like I feel like
He
for
can
the
slap.
speed.
He can slap missiles out the air.
He can, what?
His top running speed was a little over 60 miles an hour. It measures.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
talking about. I was talking about his combat speed, because running speed and combat speed are not the same thing.
Combat, well, that's
Normally he
because,
doesn't
like,
go
combat
that
speed.
fast.
Well, because like
He only
combat
did
speed
that
is usually
once
like.
because he had to beat an
Well,
explosion.
combat
Okay.
speed is what?
I was gonna say like combat speed. Isn't that just like how fast you can do an attack?
I mean, to an
No,
extent,
that's
yeah.
how
'Cause, like,
fast
you
you
can
move
throw- 'cause, like,
while
you
in
can-
combat.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, how fast you fight, how fast you can do combat.
It's reactions is really what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's movement.
Okay,
too.
so-
Like you can react to something, but might not be able to move at that speed.
Well, then you can't react to it.
Well, you can
But the
see
Chief
it.
But that's not reacting to it.
That's a That's a timing
reacting
thing. Like if
to
someone pulls a
very
trigger that's about to shoot a
fast
bullet that
things.
moves at light speed, I could just move before when they hit the trigger at the right time, and I don't have to react to the light. I'm just moving out of them hitting the trigger.
Yeah, but that would depend. Every situation you'd have to talk about individually. You know, if it seems pretty obvious that they're reacting to the person, then you wouldn't use that, or you would have to argue against that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
But like I said,
if you use his Spartan time and he just punches the Titan as hard as he can, he's gonna fuck that Titan up a lot worse than a Titan would fuck punching him up, because it's the Ant-Man analogy you used, which is similar strength, way smaller.
again,
It would hurt.
size
but
does not matter in this
does.
case.
It would be
because
slightly hard. Here's the thing: it
No,
would be
because
slightly harder
it's
for the
same
Titans
strength.
to hit him.
If you want to say no, listen. If you want to say they're the same strength, and then he has a tiny fist, the amount of pressure he would put out over a way smaller surface would be so much higher. He would probably go through them.
Has he ever punched through metal, like just
Yep.
metal?
Put his finger through
Yes.
titanium.
Okay. Okay,
Halo
I
3.
could
Punched
I
a
could see
metal
him
door
damage.
once. Also,
Okay.
he killed a man with a barbell.
He climbed
A
in
car?
Halo 3. He climbs up.
A barbell.
He climbs up
A
metal.
barbell.
But he's getting
As in
pulled into
the
space.
weight.
He's able to pull himself up through metal. Just making handholds.
That's
Yeah.
some good grip, but I still doesn't really change the bullets like without any special shielding killing him, and they would only need one moment of pulling the trigger because Chief can't outrun. He can't outrun a hail of bullets, and every Titan's ammunition is a massive piece of ammunition that's either scattered or rapid fired.
Yeah.
I don't think
And-
I don't think you can argue. Yeah.
I'll give you
But he
speed
can-
because he is
he's not
probably
fast yet.
faster than a Titan, but it's not that hard for a Titan to compete.
He has
Like
a
I said,
bubble shield.
all
This
Titans are given a dash of their own, which probably doesn't make them faster. Some are slower than others. So, like, Ronin can just phase away, and we're like, Master Chief probably not going to know where he's hiding.
I mean, eventually he'd figure it out.
I mean, no
That would
doubt, but
take
it's not like it's going to be that hard for him to find Ronin after he like phases away for like a few
Giant
seconds
robot.
and
Well,
like
the
tries
thing
to hide
is-
behind a building.
In Ronin's case, he can.
I mean,
not
as soon
only
as he
phase-
comes out of it, his sensors would alert him to where Ronin's.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the other
Sure,
thing.
but
He doesn't
Ronin
know
can
where he is.
appear on top of him. The Ronin can appear right on him and cleave him with that massive sword of his. Like that thing moves pretty surprisingly quick with that. I don't know if I don't. If you've seen the finisher, there's a finisher he has where he slices up the Titan that he's killing multiple times before it explodes, and it's ridiculously fast for a mech of his size. I don't doubt that he could perform the same slash that people.
He also has his ult is also just him swinging the sword like as if he was in berserk mode, which is funny because he's a robot.
with
So he's
infinite
just-
dash charges.
they get steroids apparently too. So,
I don't know about that, but you know.
but yeah, like
That would
I'll
be
give you
really
speed
fun to
because
see.
he's probably faster than a Titan. But is it like so on
also-
beyond? Maybe
You were
not.
talking about punching power. He would hit so much harder too.
Okay, well, flipping tanks is cool and all, but like
Well, if you say
Titans
they're
can
relative
move.
in strength, if you say they're relative in strength, and Chief and they hit similar like damage, he has a smaller impact surface.
yeah.
And
Okay,
he
I
and
can
he
see him.
put his fist through steel, so he would easily go through a Titan.
He could definitely go
it's a
through the
smaller
Titan, but
force across it's a larger force against a smaller area.
that's fair. But any melee attack
that makes sense.
any melee that makes sense. But any melee attack the Chief endures is gonna take him off his feet, and any attack that he puts into a Titan with it could cause him to get his fist stuck for a split second that would screw him over in a fight. Like it's
Stuck.
Why are we
Yeah.
assuming? Why are we assuming that this is a fist fight?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I
That's
don't
just
know,
where they're
because
We
going.
just brought it
we're
up
assuming-
because physical strength.
because Chief-
for some
I mean,
Why-
reason-
yeah, but, like, why
first off,
isn't
we
he-
can use fist fight because
Why?
well,
Why?
that's the
Why
reason
isn't he using an energy sword or some shit? Why is he using his fist?
A gun.
Just seems weird. Or a gun. Like why?
We just started talking about that for
Okay,
some
I
reason.
think the whole reason why we're
It's
using the
interesting.
fisting was because you can rodeo the Titan and stuff. Like maybe he like hops on the back of a Titan and starts just
Well, it's
going
'cause
ham on the
But
Titan.
why? If
Well, the main
if he
thing is-
sees its back, just shoot it.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
is he
the point
jumping
shooting
on
at
it?
I mean, yeah, but
I would love to
you're
see
telling
an
me Master
animation
Chief
of
wouldn't
that.
think to punch the Titan at all in any point.
If the guns didn't work, maybe.
I mean, if he ran out of ammo and didn't have like an
Well, the
energy
gun,
sword or
he's
something.
at a disadvantage in a
I mean,
gunfight.
gravity
because there's
hammer
no
as
damage
well.
to the
You know
Titan
how
because-
ridiculous it would look if you had a Titan in chief and with all of their armaments and shit, and they're just like running in circles around each other, trying to fucking punch each other. Like it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
both
it would look so ridiculous.
both the
There we go.
pilot and chief are gonna get reprimanded. Be like, what the fuck were you doing out there? Like what is this?
Master Chief, do you mind telling me what
It's
you're
like
doing
they
with
get
the
off the
Titan?
user gun.
You don't understand that we had to do
I
this.
think the reason why we're not using the guns is because first off, I mean, Master Chief's guns. Sure, I think the like the assault rifle, like his basic is assault rifle and pistol, right?
It's not gonna do a lot.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
What
Like
he's
armor
commonly
piercing or
seen in
not,
the
armor piercing or not,
cutscenes using
it's going
not
to do
gonna do
very
crazy
little
amount.
against the Titan. First off, because yeah, sure they have like armor plating and stuff, and maybe you can go through them, but like they have shields of their own. That's the reason why the guns probably don't work a whole lot, unless it's an anti-Titan weapon. That's a different case. Like I
What
don't
if you
see
gave
why
him a
he wouldn't be.
sniper?
What?
Like the
Sure,
Titans,
but it's still a
I can't
sniper.
remember-
First off, like if he
it's not-
shot like the leg of a Titan, it's not gonna completely take it down. Shooting through its center is not gonna take it down. Like he needs like an
It's armor
explosive weapon to take him
I
down.
don't-
Armor piercing or
don't
not, it's a tiny.
What?
What's a tiny little? It's a tiny. It's like getting a mosquito bite. What's a Titan gonna do when he gets like the equivalent of a mosquito bite in his
What
back?
if he shoots the pilot inside the Titan? 'Cause it's armor
Like the
piercing.
Titans can operate themselves, bro.
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
AI.
the
Aren't they-
Titans can operate
Probably less
independent
competent without
of
the
the
pilot.
What? I didn't hear that. I didn't catch that. Can you say that again?
Aren't they way less competent without a pilot?
No.
Depends on your
No.
upgrade.
No.
No, because BT was able to operate without a pilot after his first captain died pretty well, and he's able to operate without his pilot, without his current pilot most of the time.
Well,
I
then
mean,
what's
heck,
the fucking
like
point of the
Which is
pilot?
cheaper.
The pilot's
Yeah,
just there
well-
because he wants to be useful, I guess. I don't know.
Well, no, because if you played a game, if you played a multiplayer in all the games, the Titan's way less useful when you're not in it.
But you can
What-
give them the upgrade, which makes them more aggressive and use all their abilities, so they're
It
more
does,
competent.
but it's
That's
Should
still-
be upgraded.
Yeah, but there wouldn't if it could be if it could be equally as useful without a pilot, it wouldn't have a fucking pilot.
I don't think it is.
Like, there's
because
no
there are
reason to
mech-
endanger your soldiers by putting them inside the mech.
I
If
guess
your
it
robot
depends on the
soldiers
Titan's
would be better.
experience.
You would
I guess it
also
depends
make
on
it
the
more
Titan's
durable
experience.
because you'd be able to make it denser. So like, there's no reason to have a pilot in there, as opposed to if the pilots didn't improve the combat efficiency in
I
some
think
way.
it depends on the pilot's experience
They
because
do.
BT has. I think BT is a special case because he has had a lot of experience, him and his captain, and all that experience has accumulated in BT. But like, if it was like a just a brand new Titan, I guess that would be the case. Like maybe it's less competent. It'd still be able to operate on its own, and it maybe with an upgrade it could do better. But still, like, if you took like the higher end of the Titans that have had combat experience and have survived, then yeah, they would be able to do pretty much anything by themselves.
Baller.
I think yeah. But
mean,
I see your
stealth
point. I
missions
see your
would still be
point
a
with the whole
problem.
competent thing. Yeah, I see your point with the whole competence thing.
Well, it's just if you give him like other weapons, he probably could kill the pilot inside.
I mean, yeah, true. But like I said,
But unless you-
Titans can operate by themselves, competent or less competent. It doesn't change
it's
the
not less
fact that they could do their own thing.
Well, I mean,
Well,
if he
it
kills the
does.
pilot, wouldn't that count as a win?
If the
I mean,
Titan
I
fights
guess-
back, I guess not really, because they're gonna.
I mean, the
he still has
Titan's
to
killed the
fight.
chief after, I guess.
He still has to
win.
fight the Titan and the pilot. If he kills the pilot, boom, half a win. Is half a win that much of a
Essentially, it's
win?
1v1.
Yeah, because
it's-
the pilot doesn't necessarily need to be alive for the Titan to work.
What about if he kills
the
the?
Titan
What
would
about
then
what
start
about if he
attacking.
kills the Titan, and then
Might as well
can he just
be.
leave
If
the
he kills
Titan?
it's a
Could
guaranteed
he?
win.
Can he
If
just
kills the Titan
leave?
first?
No, I'm just saying. Can he just like leave the pilot alive and it's still considered a win? Can
Yeah.
he just like walk away?
I
Be like,
mean,
fuck it.
I mean,
Yeah,
actually,
dick
you have a
move, for
point there.
sure.
Like, if he kills a like if he kills the Titan, it's a guaranteed win because the pilot could probably literally can do nothing to Master Chief.
Yeah.
So like I don't even think the pilot has to die for that to even for Master Chief to win, because the pilot can't do anything. But if he kills the pilot, he still has to deal with the Titan, which is much more stronger than the pilot.
He's dealing
It'll
with
be-
a way less competent Titan.
A way less depends on the Titan again, like I keep
The
saying,
Titan-
bro.
Like, all
Titan
the
won't be as
great-
It
creative.
depends on how old the Titan is.
Yeah, like I said, like BT, like put him up against BT and Cooper, his current pilot. It's going to be a lot harder
Yeah,
for
if
him
you
to
wanna
deal
go-
with that because BT has seen so many battles. Cooper himself is actually a pretty good pilot, and
If you
even if
wanna
he
go
kills
there-
Also a
Cooper,
veteran.
If you want to
If
go
he-
there, any North Star can handle Chief because they literally can fly, have models of them that fly into, I don't know if it's the atmosphere, but the sky, and they will fight on top of ships and will be next to them in the air shooting at
last
them.
time I checked is that they are pretty able to go pretty high, but I don't think they've ever gone atmosphere. Like I said, last time I checked, the
deal.
What,
was it
Liam?
again?
Why does them going into atmosphere mean they win?
Because the North Star could literally fly up over the battlefield and just rain hell onto the ground.
Well, again, just seeing a
rocket.
bubble shield.
It
runs
also
out of
means
ammo.
the Chief won't be able to attack them.
How many bubble shields is he bringing?
Infinite bubble shields.
How much
And they're not
ammo is the
infinite.
Titan bringing?
That's honestly a good question. Never explored, but we know
How
the Master
many-
Chief has one bubble shield that lasts for a certain amount of
We
time.
also
How
know he
many?
has
Yes.
we also know he has an infinite amount of luck to find what he needs.
I mean,
Guess
he
what?
has very good luck. His best feat is just
His
straight
luck
up
is a
luck.
quantifiable stat.
Yes, the luck feat. So now we're going into the bullshit of this discussion. Okay.
Because he's not
No,
the
but-
fastest. That's
But okay,
Kelly.
no,
He's not the strongest. That's Fred.
If he finds,
He's
other-
literally just the
I'm not
luckiest.
gonna cut these
That's
lines.
it.
That's the thing. Master Chief is an all-rounder with high luck. He's not like the end-all, be-all of all Spartans. He's just the one who got lucky enough to be the last.
Bad
to
news,
survive.
guys. Poll has
That-
spoken. They're tired of this debate, it would appear.
And they're
enough.
sick of the stream. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, because that was the last debate. So, yeah, I guess that's it. No, I mean, look, I've talked about this in the past. You know, it goes. The streams will go on as long as the super chats come in, because this is my job, and
Yeah.
we've been doing this for over 2 hours. I've got $25, and then YouTube takes a third of that, so like less than minimum wage. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'll leave, and then I'll enjoy the rest of my Saturday and Sunday. So
Don't blame you.
yeah, nah,
Yeah.
fuck this. Yeah, but no. So normally we do a lot better. This week was a pretty bad week, and last week was a really bad week. I don't know if it's just people just aren't as interested in debates right now, because the tier list streams were doing a lot better than the debates
Maybe
were.
we don't-
The reason why I started
they
doing
want tier
debates,
lists.
the reason why I started doing debates again is because I had a lot of people ask me like, "Hey, can we do debates?" Because we did tier lists for like 4 or 5 weeks straight. And then people were like, "Hey, can we do a debate stream?" But the weird thing is that once I started doing the debate streams I did for the last 2 weeks, none of the people who asked me to swap over to debate streams even showed up. Because
Fuck, I've
Yeah.
yeah,
I've
what's
been
up?
holding on
fake
asking myself.
fans.
Fuckers.
Wait, what's up, Doug? What were you saying?
I was holding on even myself asking to bring back the debate streams because I wanted in on it, but you know, people said something, but they're not even here.
Yeah, a lot of people like Mike asked for me to do debate streams. Like there was like a good 6 or 7 people in the who continuously for a couple weeks in a row were like, "Hey, bring back the debate streams." So I was like, "Okay, fine." But yeah, none of them showed up for either of the weeks that we did the debate streams. And it seems like the debate streams just aren't doing as well as the tier list streams were doing. So next week I'll probably just go back to the tier list streams.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Why does this trend have to be YouTube's thing right now? I don't get it.
What do you mean? What kind of
Tier lists are just all over YouTube for what I'm seeing. There's a lot of
Yeah, I've
random
done tier
channels. Yeah,
That
throwing
is
them.
true. Tier lists are very popular for some reason, and I don't really get why. Like, I can get also why to a certain point, but as at a certain point, why tier list? Why is everyone interested in tier list? Like, first off, you aren't even really contributing to the tier list
Sorry.
unless you're actively talking to the person.
Oh well,
So like,
By the way, you
Star
just got
Starbricks
60.
and Chet Brown decided to fucking keep this shit going.
Wait,
I
what?
guess.
oh hell,
Yeah, someone sent in a $50
$15.
super chat.
how much do you pay?
Well,
I did
Trent
10.
gave 50 and Starbricks gave 10. All right,
Okay.
we'll keep going. Trent even
10
says that
minutes
It's fun.
even Trent says we don't have to. He says no, do more, and they said just kid and have a good one, man. I was like, no. That's the deal. As long, well, I think it's funny because we just had like 10 people leave because I said we were ending,
Yeah.
and now it's gonna keep going. They're gonna be like, the fuck? Be like,
Should we like announce
What?
that the stream's
How is this
that the stream's still
continuing?
going?
we'll continue. Does anybody have a debate? We'll do another one or two and see how it goes.
Right.
Does
Real
anybody
quick.
else?
I guess we
this-
wrap this up then.
No, this
Titans
is no
win
this
without
this got voted over. That's still the case.
Real quick.
That's not getting
Yeah,
changed.
that's just
Like,
Still win though. Me
I
and
wanna
Doug,
say
me
something.
and Doug win.
No, you take away
I want
Master
to say
Chief.
something real quick.
Tana.
for the-
Percy Jackson versus Fulgrim.
Jackson. Oh, Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
Interesting. Who else has one? Because I know we had a couple other people who were waiting. Because they just came in here.
Okay.
Was there? What was it? What were the other ones that were waiting? If they're not here, then I'll just let Asterion and Excalibur come up. But I do know that we had a couple other people who were asking to come up. Liam, did you have one? I think you had one with somebody. Because Liam's been asking to come up, and wait, he was just up, wasn't he? Yeah, that was freaking Liam. Okay, no, I guess. What about some Destiny, Trent Brown? Well, that's fair, actually, Trent. Hey, since you freaking donated, so if you want to come up and debate, you get first dibs. You and Starbricks. If either of you guys have a debate. If no one's got nothing, then Asterion is coming up with Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Spurn.
Oh.
Like fire. Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, that's wordplay. Yeah, wordplay's sexy. Destiny versus Halo. Okay. More Halo. Trent, are you actually here? Like, can you actually come up and debate or nah? Yeah, I think so too, Alex. I think that Destiny completely destroys fucking Halo. But it depends. I guess it depends on who he picks and what happens. Spartan is Space Marine.
You don't know what that means.
Similar, I guess. Definitely similar. Trent, you gotta tell me, what do you want the thing to be? Do you want to be on Destiny's side and go up against someone? All right, whatever. What's your just tell me what your name is in the Discord, and I'll invite you up and we can talk about it, because something tells me this is gonna take forever. Come on, hurry up, get your ass over. All right, Eins, Ungal, Necrobits, blah, blah, any other, Alex Burster, 5-minute reply inbound. Yeah, apparently.
What?
Just tell me what your name is. Takes 5 fucking seconds. Just text your name so I can let you up. Like you need to trade Halo for something else that's fair. Yeah, just tell me your name. All right, I hear a lot of people say Destiny versus Doom, and I'd love to be in on that. Technically, I could do that. I don't think that would be fair. I don't like debating Doom though.
Yeah.
It's too fucking one-sided. Whatever. So it's not just me fucking talking to myself here. Crazy. You had like 6 different options. You come on up. Give him 2 years. He'll get his name out. Yeah, it's like just enter the Discord. There's a link right here. Okay, and then just tell me your name. Thing that said Doom versus Superman. I'm trying my. You've texted me like 4 times. Just tell me your name. He's like, I'm trying. My bad. Trying to what? Text your name. That's all I need you to do.
No name. That's his name.
Still no name. Nothing. No name. Whatever. Okay. What are any other debates? Wait until he gets whatever his shit together.
Hey Rouga, I need your opinion on something.
What's your opinion? What?
Which design for Atom Smasher is best, Edge Runners or 2077?
Are they different?
Yeah, sort of.
Didn't notice.
I think Edge Runners makes him more bulky.
Didn't notice. I can't tell you.
Yeah,
I noticed no difference. I did not notice.
It's Atom Smasher. The design really isn't that different.
To be fair, it's I just generally don't notice stuff like that. Like I remember that I when I played all the way through 2077, someone told me that he didn't have all the armor. Like right after I beat the game, someone told me he didn't have the armor. We were talking, and he mentioned that like he didn't have all the armor in the flashbacks, and I'm like, he didn't. And I completely like didn't realize it, and I had to go back on YouTube and watch the scenes where he showed up, and I was like, oh shit, he's not like made of metal. He's got like a suit. Like he looks totally different. Didn't notice at all. Like he was like the only difference is he's got the same color scheme. He literally gets turned from a normal dude with like some black like Kevlar vests and shit to a literal robot with a human face. And
the only reason I was
somehow
saying is because
I didn't notice.
I was only saying that because Edge Runners makes him like bigger, I think, and just like bulky. I guess like he looks bulky for some reason and much bigger than his 2077 counterpart.
There is no one named TK Boy in the Discord, Mr. Trent.
Yeah.
You are not here.
Trent.
So it looks like we're gonna have to move on to Asterion in them, since you're not quite ready. Why does Destiny beat Halo? I don't know. Trent's got to come up here and talk about it. Edge Runners AS is visually a more impressive specimen. It's pretty gay. Destiny can throw suns and void and other stuff. Yeah, I've heard broken stuff about Destiny. Specifically with the what's his name? The fucking king guy you fight at the end of the first game. What's the final boss?
As far as my
Orlux,
goes,
Oryx. Is it Oryx? Yeah, like he like destroys universes, and he has his own realm that he controls, and he can like chuck black holes and shit. I've heard things.
I mean, yeah. As far as my knowledge goes, in Destiny 2, there's like this weird like organic infection thing or whatever with like I think with the acolyte segment with the witch. I forget her name. I don't remember that segment. I didn't play through it all the way.
Lizard Man, do people still play Destiny? That's an excellent fucking question. I don't know anyone who plays Destiny.
I used to.
I don't know a single person. I played the original for a little bit because it was free on PSN, and I had like another friend who played it kind of, sort of, never got really too into it. I do not know a single person who ever bought or played Destiny 2.
Yeah.
Nobody. Don't know a single person.
Yeah, funny enough, when you go into Destiny, you see like a lot of people play, but you never once hear anyone in real life ever talk about it.
I've had
talked to many people.
I actually liked the gunplay in Destiny 1, but the story and like the fact that it didn't tell you anything, and it was kind of trash, and the actual like progression system was awful, and the fact the game you couldn't do anything until you like already beat the game. Like the game was crap until you got to the end game, and then they actually let you do more stuff. And then all the guns felt very samey. The leveling up and new armors and everything you get, nothing felt different. The classes didn't make a whole lot of difference. All it did was change one move that you could do. It was very. I just didn't give a shit about it. It was just like, well, I didn't even care that I got new guns, because like I didn't feel more powerful as I leveled up and got better stuff. Like my guns the guns just did more damage now. Like that was it. So I was like, it didn't change anything about my, like, what's the point in having a level up system if the actual gameplay doesn't change as you level up? Like that's one of my issues with current action games. Like, well, I have a lot of issues with God of War, but that's one of my issues with God of War. From the beginning of the game to the end of the game, the combat doesn't change. So what's the fucking point of you having a level up system? Like, what's the point in me having to go and grind to get better armor that allows me to fight more powerful people if the combat stays the same? You might as well just not have a level up system, because the first game didn't have a level up system. Like you would get experience points that you could put into your weapons, but like it wasn't like you had. It's not like you would ever get to a point in the game where you couldn't harm this enemy type because you didn't level up your armor and weapons enough. That didn't exist. It was. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
the only reason the leveling system makes sense because it's like upgrades, just stats across the board, I guess.
Stats isn't fun
like-
though. Like I feel like people have
Official
forgotten the
progression.
reason. People have forgotten the reason why this shit's fun in the first place. Like like RPGs are not fun because you have stats and you see numbers go up. RPGs are fun because as you level up and build your character, you can build your character in a bunch of different ways with a bunch of different strategies, but also it actually fundamentally changes how you play the game. If you're not fundamentally changing how you play the game, what is the fucking point of leveling up anything? Like, you just don't have it be a game where you level up. There's no reason for that.
The only game I think I enjoy that has a leveling system when it comes to RPGs is from Hoyoverse Honkai Star Rail. That one like actually changes like how you play with characters and stuff, but they also like sometimes an enemy just you cannot beat because you just don't have enough attack points, so you got to go grind to level up. But you at least it changes as you progress the game.
Warframe and Destiny. Someone just said Warframe and Destiny would be a good one. I think Warframe and Destiny would be a good one, but
I don't know much on Warframe or Destiny.
Doug's been playing some Warframe. I don't know if he knows enough to actually debate it, but he's been playing a little bit of that. All right, so people aren't here. So Moloch, who's your partner person? Excalibur. There we go.
Sweet.
Excalibur. All right, we good? Everybody good? What's going on?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Nano, I got to booch down. Boop. Okay. Mic check for you guys.
Is my
Mic
mic
check.
sound right?
All right, one at a
You're a
time.
little far away.
One at a time.
Hmm?
One at a
All
time.
right, yeah, my mic sound all right?
You're all right. Yeah. Excalibur.
Yeah, you're good. I was gonna say you were a bit far away.
Yeah, a little, but it's not enough to really. I mean, fucking XSL was talking in the goddamn bathroom earlier. Okay, so what was the debate again?
It was Fulgrim versus Percy Jackson.
All right, hold up. Hold your horses. Hold your goddamn horses. All right, Fulgrim versus Percy Jackson. All right.
It's an interesting debate.
It's odd. I'll give it odd.
It is definitely odd.
Okay.
Fulgrim is not exactly my favorite character.
Are you debating with him?
I am doing on the
Nice.
side of Fulgrim, even though I do not like Fulgrim.
Then why don't you pick another character?
I don't know. It was the whole thing where it started as either Fulgrim or Sanguinius, and there's just nothing about Sanguinius much besides him dying a horrible, horrible death.
There's no other characters you can use that you actually enjoy.
No, that was the entire premise of the debate. It was either Fulgrim or Sanguinius. If we can want to switch it for an R Primarch, we can. I could do Perturabo. Actually, no, that's a bad choice. He's not that strong.
Up to you guys, whatever you want to do. But I mean, if that was the plan, then go with the plan, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm down with anything really at this point. Okay, let's just go for Fulgrim right now because we do have a substantial strength of Fulgrim that I think it was post-Demon Princehood. He could melt a Warlord Titan.
Is he
Well,
supposed
from
to be a
inside.
demon? Is he going to be a demon or his normal self in this debate?
Well, he's been a demon longer than he's been a human, and technically it was just him actually using his powers. He had those powers before, he just never used them.
Oh, okay. What if are you gonna? Okay, even if that's not relevant, are you guys gonna go with monster version or normal version?
I'll just do normal for durability and everything except for his psychic potential, because he only ever uses his psychic potential after that because of the whole psychic ban and a bunch of other stuff involving how Fulgrim is.
Why not just have him in the demon form so he has everything?
Okay, fine, I'll just use it that way.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, that's what I kind of prepped for anyway, so.
Alright. So...
One second, guys. Sorry. Liam Legacy says Superman versus Doom Demons. I can't tell what you're wanting. You want me to answer the question, or are you saying that that's
Yeah,
a
there's a
debate you want
debate
to
going
do?
on.
I'm not sure if he wants me to
I think
answer
he
the
wants your-
question.
Yeah, I think he wants your opinion on that.
Or does he want me to boot fucking Excalibur? Like, my turn. Those guys. I want to go out. Debate
or
or answer. Doom Demons versus Superman. I guess it would depend on the version of Superman. I think all in all, that's a hard one. I would have to think, does Superman have any storylines where his soul is protected, where his soul, body, and mind are protected? Because I know he's been mind controlled by like there's one storyline where he's been mind controlled by Poison Ivy, and this is the thing, and this is why I don't like talking about fucking comic book characters, because there's certain storylines where he just straight up can't be mind controlled by shit, and he has like a really powerful brain, but then other times he was controlled by Poison Ivy, and she was able to force him to try and kill Batman. And then there's
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when she did that, didn't she have like a kryptonite lipstick?
Yeah, what does it matter? Who gives a fuck? He was mind controlled.
He's but the kryptonite being there was what made that possible. It's not possible without it. That was the narrative point.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not necessarily. It's not possible. I mean, it wasn't possible for her. But my point is like the fact that it happened means it's not limitless. He very clearly has a limit to his mental capabilities.
But that kind of goes against the character, because his whole thing is that nothing can harm him except
No,
for
that is
kryptonite.
absolutely not the character. That's what people think the character. He gets hurt all the time. He
I mean,
fights
fair.
very powerful beings and gets hurt. It's not that he just needs kryptonite. Human people like Lex would need kryptonite. I think Lex has even been able to do shit to him without kryptonite. But yeah, it just depends. It depends on the storyline. It's very like I would say that there are. Because we've seen him be controlled, we've seen his soul be manipulated, we've seen him be mind controlled, and we've seen his body be affected in different storylines under different circumstances. I think that's enough to say that he's not immune to any of those things. And given how strong the corruption is, and the fact that there's nothing even close to that exists in the DC universe, I would say that he would probably be infected by the corruption. However, I would struggle to think of a single demon outside of Davith himself that would actually be able to beat him in a fight. That's kind of what I would say. But then again, it's very weird, because there are certain times where like he fights himself, and him punching himself nearly destroys the universe that they're in. But then there's other storylines where we see shit significantly below that be able to harm him even without kryptonite. So it's just kind of all over the place. Like it's just really I hate fucking DC and Marvel comics.
Because that's how narratives work. Characters as strong as they are needed for a specific narrative.
But under one writer and one storyline, it can make sense. It doesn't make sense with DC.
It can also vary rapidly too.
But you could write whatever you want, but that would be considered bad storytelling.
Yep.
And DC has it, ergo DC's bad storytelling. Like that's just kind of the way it works. But DC and Marvel are worse than normal because of the constant retcons, different writers swapping out every couple of months.
Towards a conversation about DC Comics and the way they write stories.
Yeah, basically DC and Marvel is why I generally try to stay away from them when I talk about this kind of stuff in videos. I've done a couple of things here and there, but I generally try and stay away from Marvel comics and shit. I usually try and pull from one storyline, not the entire universe as a whole. But no, it's trash. But I would say just in general, if you pulled them from 99% of stories, I think that the corruption would get him. And I think that there are very few versions of him that are capable of beating Davith in a fight. But outside of that, I think he could fight basically all of the demons and beat them for the most part. That's more or less what I would give it. Also, I don't think he has a way of escaping hell if he ever got sent there.
I mean, he has broken reality a couple times.
The demons have ways out.
Yeah, but it would depend on how. It would depend on how Superman got out.
So there is a version of Superman where Lex Luthor teleported him to the other side of the universe, and he literally appeared next to him through a boom tube, and word for word said, "Time and space have lost meaning to me."
That doesn't matter. Well, first off, he used a boom tube, so that's a boom tube. Like that's a thing. That's a device that you can get. It's on Apocalypse. But I mean, you said did he arrive on a boom tube? Because that's a very specific thing. That's a portal. That is a portal that comes from a device called a boom tube.
I don't know if I think I might just be confusing the visual of it because I don't remember him ever having the boom tube. I just
Gotcha.
remember that being a big thing. He
Okay.
did that
Well,
and said that.
to that, what I would let's say it's not a boob tube, and he's so fast and so amazing that he could just arrive. That's within the same universe. Hell exists outside of space and time, where space and time doesn't exist. So his whole space and time has no meaning to me. Wouldn't matter in a place where space and time doesn't exist.
It's not necessarily that space and time doesn't exist. It's more likely that space and time doesn't exist as we understand it.
No, they don't exist. According to what it is, it's literally outside the confines. Now, does that make any fucking sense? No.
No.
But it's fucking written there. It's there. You know what I mean?
I like when it's explained more as time isn't linear. That usually makes more sense.
Well, not really. I wouldn't say that makes sense at all either. To be honest, like, what the fuck does that even mean? So like a second from now, what time will it be? You know, will it be yesterday in a second? You know, like what does that mean that time's not linear? Like how would that even?
I don't know how to explain it exactly, but in
your entire life would feel like Memento.
But an example is from Elder Scrolls, which did it quite well. Is before time was linear, men would give birth. Actually, no, not men. Men would impregnate themselves into existence, which it doesn't make much sense, but it also makes sense.
I don't know. I would say that's another thing that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's why non-linear time at least makes more sense than no time, because you can't really conceive of no time in any large.
Well, regard. I think you could probably conceive of no time. I mean, to me, no time could mean a couple of different things. It could mean nothing that happens matters. You know, so like you can't age. Nothing, like, you won't change at all ever. Nothing will change. Things won't degrade. You know, it's like literally no time. But that you can also argue that that's frozen time, not necessarily no time. I mean, it depends. There's probably a bunch of different ways you can go about it.
I mean, it would be more like the difference. Non-linear time would be infinite time spanning all across time, concentrated into a single moment.
No, the way I put it, the way I would think about it is that like time, we just made it up. You know, like time is a word that describes why things change. That's all that is. So if you were to remove that as a concept, then you would just remove things changing.
Yeah, we can't really understand that in any large regard besides just saying words and attempting to derive meaning on whatever the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's what we do. Yeah, but that's what we do with everything. Like, that's literally what we do with everything. That's what we did with time. We didn't understand it, so we just called it this thing, and now we pretend to understand it. We put words to describe concepts that we don't fully grasp.
Yep.
Anyway, okay. So, short answer to Liam, I would say Doom Demons, but really, there's only because of the corruption in Davith, and basically, Superman will wipe everything out for the most part. All right, y'all can continue, start y'all's debate if you would like.
So real.
So,
something niche we can find.
Is there anything that prevents Fulgrim from just erasing him?
In what regard?
Well, since he has psychic potential and can just straight up melt a Titan, which I'm pretty sure those things have warp shields, does he have any protection over his mortal soul?
Mortal Soul, I'm not entirely sure. I want to say yes, but I would have to look into that a little more deeply. He does, but it's a little bit iffy. There are, I guess, 2 instances where he's fighting the Titan Kronos, and his blade has been said to rip apart souls with the touch, and he's been cut by it twice, and his soul has not been destroyed. So I would say that kind of, sort of, does what you're saying. He has, I don't think against psychic, but soul protection he does.
I'm presuming the blade, well, we can't exactly understand exactly how the blade works, but I assume it destroys and splits apart your soul if it kills you to make sure you're permanently dead.
No, for mortals, it'll just, like, if it hits you, your soul is destroyed. For immortals, that's what keeps them, separate. At least that's how they originally killed Kronos. But for mortals, it's just like a hit.
Conceivably, it would be semi-similar to a Neverborn, but not really.
Right. I
Uh,
mean, also don't know how hot you would need to melt a Titan. I know Percy has survived a volcano exploding, but that's also iffy. He still takes damage from heat.
didn't he
but
cause the volcano to explode via a steam explosion?
I didn't put earthquakes or anything here because we don't know if he has that. He doesn't think he does, so we're gonna assume that it's steam and not an actual earth-shaking ability.
Well, that kind of limits his power because overall, exploding a volcano via a steam explosion is very different than straight up causing the volcano explode through actual power.
Right. I understand that.
So,
I was going more off of he can take extreme heat,
I'm
not
not
that
exactly
he can cause
sure how exactly you would call that power. Would you consider that a medium-sized bomb equivalent or a large bomb? I'm not sure exactly what causing a volcano via an steam explosion would be considered even.
I mean, I would call it a large bomb. I feel like I forget how extensive they explained it, but it was a decently large volcano. He made it all erupt simultaneously.
It was Mount St. Helens.
Yeah, you're right. I would call it a large bomb.
Actually, I'm not sure if it's large. I just know it's a volcano. But I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's not really a determinable feat because he needed the volcano to be specifically there.
Right. Like I said, I'm not trying to say that he can like blow things up. I'm saying that he has a bit of heat.
Well, I do have to say, I think he does he have any physical protection, like durability wise?
Durability wise, if we take him with the Curse of Achilles, yes, very much so. Even without though, he's decently durable. He can walk. He can kind of walk off most mortal wounds.
Does the Curse of Achilles? Well, is it curse or blessing? I'm not sure. But does the Curse of Achilles make it so you're completely invincible to all mortal weapons, or excluding immortal weapons?
It makes you invulnerable to I believe all weapons, but you can still get hurt. So you like if you like throw them against the wall, they're still gonna like take damage. But you can't like break their skin or anything like that, except for of course the 1 point.
Oh, isn't it like what was the Nemean lion? Is that what it's called? The
Kinda
Greek
like
myth
that, yeah.
where you kill it with its own claws.
It's kind of sort of like that. It's not. He doesn't have the lion cloak. He just has the blessing of Achilles or the curse of Achilles, whichever you feel like.
Oh, is it like his entire body, or is it? Did he miss any?
It's most of his body. His weak point when he had it was the back, like the small of his back, and so he did lose it. So I'm hesitant to put it in here. But if we're taking both at their best, I would give it to him. But that's up to you to decide, honestly.
Well, it's kind of hard to determine because the whole not sure on the whole nature of his soul, but should he not have the whole thing that would protect him and his soul is semi-equivalent to a demon, kind of abstractly similar, then there's nothing stopping Fulgrim from just obliterating his soul like you can do with pretty much most things.
Which is fair, I suppose. Though I guess in the spirit of this, we could say just because of the Chronos feats, we could continue. But if you want to end it at that, that's fucking hilarious, I guess.
I mean,
either way, something I do want to
fight. It's very hard to determine because psychic powers would definitely harm him in some way. It's kind of hard to determine whether they'd harm him because of the Curse of Achilles. I feel like they would because no mortal weapons and psychic powers not exactly mortal weapons. What do you think about that?
I mean, I want to say with the spirit of how demigod weapons work, I think it should cover it. I guess psionic and divinity is different, but I know he's defended against celestial bronze and imperial gold and such. But I guess you could argue that that's not exactly
like would his invincibility protect him from getting strangled to death by Kronos?
No, that's not how that works. No,
it would. Then,
yeah.
Okay, because I believe it was post post Demon Fulgrim, actually, when he was immortal, even he had a Larian blade, which was literally a keeper of secrets. He was a keeper of secrets and a blade, so that would harm him as much as any god weapon. Keepers of secrets are quite powerful.
Right, but you're saying. So I assume when you said choke him out, I assume that's like physical.
Yeah, well, I'm saying physical because the god could kill him, but let's say his weapon, the weapon isn't a god, so it can't hurt him. You get what I mean?
Yes.
But the weapon is a god in this case, therefore it could hurt him.
No, I'm not understanding what you're saying. What I'm
Basically,
saying.
the weapon is a person, so theoretically it could hurt him.
I mean, if it's like punching him and stuff, sure. It's not gonna like break skin and such.
But So wait, you're saying he could just? Well, how strong is Percy Jackson then?
That's also I would say that's debated. He does get a strength amp from the curse, though it's kind of inconsequential. And him holding up the sky is considered a mental more so than a physical feat, which is crazy to me. But
Well,
he has I would say he has dueled and parried enemies that I would say, depending on how big you think Fulgrim is, he fights giants and titans a lot, which I think are comparable, and is able to dodge and parry their attacks pretty handily.
well,
he's pretty physically strong at the very
one of the strongest feats we have of a Primarch is specifically Angron managed to hold and barely lift up a Warhound Titan for a few seconds, and he almost died. Presuming Fulgrim is not as strong as Angron, because Angron is Angron, I'd say 75%, and a Warlord Titan probably weighs a few hundred tons, so they probably have at least similar strength.
That's fair enough. I know the giants that kidnapped Ares originally had the plan of stacking mountains to get to Mount Olympus, and they're considered, I would say, some of the weakest giants. They're stacking several mountains, and they only didn't do that plan because it seemed like it would take too long. So I feel like, I don't know if that's comparable because we don't know what mountains they would stack, but that's still a comparable feat for weaker giants that don't really.
That's more of a very abstract thing that we can't really understand how they're even doing it, because you can't just pick up a mountain.
I mean, that's what they're saying that they're going to do, though. They would stack mountains on top of each other and
yeah. They're saying that, but maybe they don't understand it because they don't exactly. I barely remember. I read the first book. That's all I know. I don't remember them being smart.
That's fair, I suppose.
Maybe they don't understand what they're saying.
I mean, sure. I fucking prepared for this shit like months ago. I don't have everything down anymore, which sucks.
I mean, I barely forgot this, and I'm just going off of what I remember about Fulgrim and what I barely remember about Percy Jackson because I read the book like a decade ago.
I mean, I guess we could get this out of the way. How large is Fulgrim? I couldn't find anything that gave me a specific height or anything of that nature.
Well, it's kind of hard to say post Demon Fulgrim. I'd say he's probably around 20 foot if you add up all the snake. But before, he was like 11, 12 feet tall, maybe.
Gotcha. Yeah, what I ended up doing is I tried to look up the average Space Marine height, and then I just compared the minis, which is the best thing I could do. So like if we don't include the wings, Fulgrim is like, by my calculations, like 24 feet tall. With the wings, he's like 79 feet tall because his wings are so fucking big.
Demons aren't creatures of real space, so they can kind of just change themselves if they really wanted to, but they're also their concepts, so they kind of remain in general form, but they can grow larger or smaller.
Which makes sense. I think 79 feet is about, I want to say, maybe a little bit bigger than anything. I would say than what he's used to. I still think it's possible since he's, I guess, pretty readily after he gets his memories back, is able to take out his nemesis giant with little to no issue. But I think physicality wise, I would say that they're on par. I can't really back that up as much as I would like to.
Warlord
Outside of
Titan is 110 feet, and he can kill Warlord Titan, so I'm pretty sure he can deal with pretty large things. Even if he can, he's freaking fast. He's one of the fastest Primarchs and one of the best duelists, too.
yes, Percy's only lost 2 straight duels, one to Kronos and one to fucking random ass pirate
How the
who was
frick did
like
he lose to a pirate?
he lost to a in like the sequel series. There's like a pirate who's been around for thousands of years, and he's the only other guy Percy's lost to, and Percy only says he's like, I haven't dueled a guy this good since Kronos. So I don't know if
I
the
think
guy
Kronos won
himself
because
is
of his
just
sheer. I think Kronos won to his sheer power, and the pirate won to his sheer scale. And considering how fast Primarchs learn and how good Fulgrim was, I feel like the Fulgrim and the pirate might be comparable in skill.
that's probably fair. I
So,
mean,
the only thing that Percy Jackson can really rely upon is his Achilles thing, and if they duel long enough, which Fulgrim definitely has the endurance, I don't know about Percy Jackson, eventually he'll either hit a weak point, or Percy Jackson will just quite literally get exhausted.
that's fair, yeah. I mean, I guess speed wise, because I remember you were mentioning that I think they would be comparable only because of the Cupid arrows, but that's not exactly concrete because it wasn't Percy, it was fucking Jason.
All I know is that you can shoot Fulgrim through the head even when he was immortal and he'd regenerate.
Gotcha. But I mean, right. So this was another thing. What exactly is like Fulgrim? You described it as like he's like not an avatar, but he's like full of like some type of like magic of some sort or like some type of divinity.
He is basically when a person becomes a demon prince, technically called demon primarch, there is no difference between a demon prince and a demon primarch. The only difference is the naming convention and the general power.
Gotcha.
But a demon primarch is basically where you take a mortal, you strip away basically everything, and you replace their soul. Basically, you have the construct of the person, then you have the soul. You replace their soul with warp energy to take the general form of it. It generally makes the person more powerful, but it really depends on the specific circumstances of it. But it makes the person more powerful and a demon, so they can't die unless they're slain in the warp or with very specific weaponry.
Gotcha. I feel like demigod weapons would be able to kill him just because of the way that Greek monsters work, and that you send them back to Tartarus.
Well,
like
does it
if
send them
he's
back to Tartarus?
yes, so when you kill a monster with Imperial Gold or fucking Celestial Bronze or Stygian Iron, you send their essence back to Tartarus where they regenerate and then come back to them in the world at some point. So
Yeah,
I don't know how much regeneration factors because if Percy
when
gets
I
a killing
say-
blow, he would just disappear.
No, what I'm saying killed, I mean specifically they get sent back to the warp. To kill, as in permanently kill Fulgrim, you would have to you'd either need to kill him in the warp or you'd need the one of the Emperor's weapons or some very, very, very specific circumstances.
Gotcha. So
because there's a whole thing about true names and the power they hold over demons.
Gotcha. So this is more so now. Would Celestial Bronze be able to?
It hurt him, but it wouldn't send him back immediately. You need to do some real damage. Basically, you have to do enough damage where they just can't. They run out of energy to manifest in the material plane.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, Percy has fought beings like that before, needing gods in order to kill giants. But this, if it's this specific, it's a war of attrition, I don't know. Just off of my unfamiliarity with Warhammer,
Let's just make it for an example in the warp, because once we bring in the whole energy thing, you're not going to find Fulgrim on a planet unless it's half a demon planet where half the planet's already worshipping Slaanesh. really.
Gotcha. Okay.
So let's just put in the warp, and if we put in the warp and he's at his full power, I can't find Percy Jackson winning except in extreme circumstances.
Which is fair. Is there within the warp? I'm gonna assume that it's like it's not like a planet. It's like a place of like pure like
It's
divinity.
it's not divinity, it's a place of thought and soul where emotions are made manifest. Basically, it's called the Sea of Souls and a bunch of other names. Uh there are four main demons, Korn, Slanesh, Nurgle, Zinch, but there are other things. Basically, most demons are thought, some form of the specific category of thought made manifest in some regard.
Gotcha. The Sea of Soul. I'm assuming that this energy is not like it's not liquid or fluid.
It's called a sea, but it's not liquid. It's not quantifiable by mortal terms. It's what the souls are sort of made of, but also not. It's emotions and
Gotcha.
souls.
Gotcha. Yeah, I would doubt he would be able to manipulate that. I know he has the ability to manipulate anything he thinks moves like water. I don't think he would be able unless it like does. But I doubt the soul energy would be able to be, I guess, just pulled out from around him. But
I
I
mean,
doubt that.
you might find some bodily fluids inside Slanesh's realm.
That's fair. I doubt there's, I guess, enough to make water though, because that
I
would
don't.
that would take his
They
durability
have
up
they
much
have a
higher.
lot of wine probably, so I presume you could use wine, and there'd probably be a crap ton of wine in Slanesh's realm.
Gotcha. The issue is he'd have to separate it into actual water and then use the water to heal himself.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough water for him to heal himself.
That's fair.
I'd say if I'm being generous, I'd give Percy Jackson like a 1 in 20 chances of pulling off a mortal wound to Fulgrim.
Gotcha. I mean, that's fair. It did take a lot for him to fight the biggest guys, and if you're saying that he's comparable to Cryosaur, then that would make sense.
I mean, it's just Percy he's incredibly powerful, but it's a demon. It's kind of hard to that's kind of just a different frame of reference, really.
I mean, yes, but his whole life he's been fighting things that he either doesn't know and has to learn based off of what it does and things. He's been doing that for a while. So if he can figure out that it's a war of attrition, it just depends on if he can either slip by and get that fatal blow or if he can actually outlast the guy, which I don't know if he can because if we're putting him in his hometown,
Actually, I
then
do
that's a bit
Actually, I'm saying 1 in 20 chance he kills him, but that's specifically if Fulgrim plays around too long, because I can see Fulgrim trying to dance around him, playing his little pranks on him while fighting him and trying to, do all sorts of, Slaneshy things while it's happening. And if Percy Jackson can exploit it in that specific time, he might be able to pull off a victory.
Gotcha. Okay.
You think that's fair?
I think that's decently fair for something I fucking did forever ago. I guess that there are other things you could give Percy Jackson, but I don't think they shift the scales in any point in any different direction. Like you can give him his fucking horse, that doesn't matter. You could give him his shield, it doesn't really matter. At least from what you're saying. So
Yeah.
if it's yeah. I mean, I guess he could get the dumbass pearl, and the pearl would give him water, but that's all it would do. That wouldn't help him because it would transport him away from the fight. He'd just be running away. So that doesn't help either. So it's just this is just tough. It would be a hard pressed fight if there's
We
no
can try and
water
use,
around and such.
We can use. I do think of a few things where Percy Jackson could win. Like if he fought Alfarius, there's not much Alfarius can do to kill Percy Jackson.
Alfarius? Is that another
Alfarius. It's a Primarch. It's one of the smallest, one of the weakest.
Gotcha.
He's not a straight up fighter. He's it's the many-headed Hydra of tactics, where you have everyone be spies, plans within walls. He's just not a very good fighter.
Gotcha. So you're gonna put Percy in like in the middle of Primarchs, where you can't beat the best of the best, but he's still strong enough to maybe deal with some of the weaker ones.
He could beat the bottom. Actually, yeah, he could beat the bottom third Primarchs. Generally, it'd be close in a lot of those things. He definitely beat the brakes off of Lorgar, though.
Fair enough. Okay. I feel like that's fine. I'm kind of fine with that. If the only way that this fight can even make sense of it, if it's Fulgrim's home court advantage and he's got and it's just a war of attrition, then I'm fine with that being like a 1 in 20 for Percy. But
yeah,
sure, it's fine.
So I
by
guess
me.
this is over then.
I suppose so. I'm down.
Just
with
in time, because 100% of people did not think this was good.
So real. So real.
All right, so
I'm sure this would have been different months ago, but we never got the chance.
Terrible. Awful. Okay, if you guys get another debate later, you can come back up as usual. So everyone in the comment section is freaking the fuck out about Superman. Did y'all want to come up here and talk about that? Because I always say you guys have any debates, and then y'all waste them in the fucking comment section. So does y'all want to actually come up here? Okay, Liam. Who else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Annoying Merc. There we are. Annoying Merc. Come on up. All right. Anybody else? Because I saw a lot of people down there.
Now they're scared to call them out.
Wait, what?
Now they're scared. You've called
No,
them
they're
out.
not scared. Liam and an Annoying Merc just said he's cool.
Everyone else is scared.
I'll join them.
Well,
Starbricks. Which one was Starbricks again? Slyfox? No. Slyfox was Trent. Who the fuck was... I don't remember who you were, Starbricks.
I think he was a star.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. I don't even know who was arguing what or whatever. I saw a couple of things I disagreed with, though. I don't know why y'all were arguing that Superman is in any way close to the speed of the Flash in the Snyder Cut. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's very clear that's not the case.
Where he does.
There's not. There's one.
Similar
No. There is one scene where he is surprised by Superman's speed, but Flash says at the very start, like, I can't go too fast because time starts fucking acting weird when I go too fast. He's literally trying. Like, we've seen what happens when he goes as fast as he can.
Yeah, he's holding back.
He literally makes time travel backwards. So he does. If time's not traveling backwards, then he's not going anywhere near the speed he can go. So just because Superman was fast enough to see him moving at the speed he was traveling, that doesn't mean that he was fast. And Superman was never actually able to put hands on him. So like it's yeah.
Flash was dodging him every
That's
time.
why I said it's a similar speed.
It's not similar. It's not even close to similar.
Flash was literally just holding back the whole
We also
time.
know it's a weakened Superman.
I don't think. Why was that a weakened Superman?
Well, he's not even mentally there at all.
Yeah, he is.
No, because
yeah, that was the scene before.
You're talking about the Joss Whedon cut. In the Snyderverse, he's perfectly mentally fine.
Why is he trying to kill everyone then? That's not a Superman thing to do.
Because he was mind controlled by Darkseid.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
In that movie,
No.
yes, he was.
No, he just got brought back to life.
He just got brought back to
just
life.
brought back to life.
He was brought back to life,
Yeah.
and he was like disoriented and not sure where he was. But that doesn't mean
Yes,
that
but he wasn't mentally with it.
That doesn't mean he's not. That doesn't mean he's gone. I mean, he literally then the next scene is fine. It's that doesn't mean that he's somehow weakened. Like, he beats the entire Justice League. I don't see why you're saying that he's like.
I wasn't saying he was weakened.
I'm not talking. No, he's saying, not you. The guy who's currently saying that he's weakened.
I was saying he's mentally impaired, so he's not doing anything.
What does mentally impaired mean for this conversation? Was he? Could he not fight at full capacity? Was he slower? Was he weaker?
No, he couldn't.
Based on what? He took out the entire Justice League with ease. What way? Based on what?
Much more powerful than them.
But based on what are you making the statement that that his mental impairity made him worse at fighting? Like, your claim here that you're making is that he was mentally impaired, ergo he couldn't go that fast. because we're talking about
every-
speed. So how was his mental impairedness made him slower? Like, where are you making this connection at?
Every other version of Superman is able to.
We're not talking about any other version. That's not true at all. That's not even close to true. The DCAU version slower than Flash. The version in Snyder Cut is slower than Flash. Yes.
I was also talking about the scene where they raised.
Wait, I'm sorry. Guy who's
I've
not
been bringing up.
Yeah, what were you saying? No, what were you saying, Star?
I was bringing up the time he raced Flash when they weren't trying to kill each other.
Yeah, Flash is faster. They literally
were
say
moving
it. They literally say at the end. Did you see the whole episode, or did you just watch the scene on YouTube? Because at the end of the episode,
I
Flash.
just saw the scene.
Yeah, that's what most people do. If you actually watch the
He was, like,
episode,
crying?
if you actually watch the episode at the end, Flash says that he held back because it was for charity.
And then right after, just immediately leaves him in the dust.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he
then
was crying.
and then in Justice League, the Justice League show, we actually see that Flash goes so fast that he also travels through time, and he straight up tells the Justice League he can't go that fast again because he'll be lost in the Speed Force. So he is also considerably faster than Superman.
He doesn't
And
go through time when he does that.
Yeah, I know that.
yeah, he goes around the whole world. No, he'll be lost in the Speed Force, and the Speed Force.
Yeah.
I guess technically we don't. I guess technically we're never told what the Speed Force is in that version, but in the comics, the Speed Force is just basically the concept of time. So he'll basically just be lost in this sort of time realm. But yeah,
That's where the speedsters get all the powers from.
yeah. Well,
That was the concept of speed.
no. Well, technically, the Speed Force isn't like the power that the Flash has is not super speed. He doesn't have super speed. He has time manipulation abilities.
That's him.
That's what the Speed
That's
Force is.
very weird.
Yeah, it's not in any
that's-
way tied to him going fast. Not really.
That is Professor Zoom.
And that's just
No, that's-
comics being
that's-
weird.
That's both. I mean, basically
No.
all speedsters in the DC, not all, I'm not going to say all, but basically all speedsters are tied to the Speed Force in some way or another, and the Speed Force itself is just time manipulation.
No, they are running faster. It's not time
They are running.
manipulation.
They are manipulating time. They are They
They're
literally.
manipulating time to make it seem like they're going faster, but
Yeah,
really they.
It is
For
time.
them,
No, they're
it's
not.
moving at the same speed.
Yes, it is.
That's
for
They
everyone
are.
else.
That is what
He's
the
really
Speed
just
Force
Donovan.
is. It's been
That's
described.
how
as...
Hunter Zolomon works.
Hmm?
That's how Hunter Zolomon works.
No,
the
that's how the
element
speed.
works.
That's what the Speed Force is. They've described it several times in the comics that it is time. That's what he
They're
does.
just slowing down time. That's what they're doing.
He's capable
when
of
they do
perceiving and controlling time, but it activates when he essentially moves. Or at least at first it activates when he essentially moves. Later versions and current versions, he could literally just activate it whenever, which is why he perceives shit slow. But yeah, he just has time manipulation powers. That's what the connection to the Speed Force does. It is the ability. It's technically time and space, but they don't usually describe it as the space part. But yeah, it's technically control over time and space. It's time space powers.
Yeah, it's
That doesn't sound
it's
right.
like when you take a time traveler character and put him against someone who can't time travel. It's all just time travel.
It's not time travel.
If
It's not
you-
like he gets into the fucking DeLorean and goes back in time. He can literally control time and space. He can change his position in space and his position in time as he wills it. But it generally activates via
I've
motion.
never heard it described like this ever.
It's been described like this in comics. Do you read comics? It's been described like that several times in comics.
I've never read the comics.
No one's read the comics. This is why I always have
read some-
arguments.
I've read comics.
It's been described like this on several occasions. That like if you ever
It's
go
also just
go look up like descriptions within the comics of what the Speed Force is. It's always described in this manner.
yes. No, it's described as the origin of velocity. It's the speed force. It's one of the fundamental forces.
Well,
It's
that
the
would
strength
explain why it's
force.
called the Speed Force.
Well, the
Yeah, I
Speed
know.
Force isn't the official name. It was named by Barry Allen. It didn't have a name before
I know.
Barry Allen named it.
I know, but it's also the strength.
And
force.
Barry Allen named it
Force.
that because
yeah,
it just
the
gave
Strength
him the
Force
power to
is
move.
its own thing.
Yeah, but
I know.
Barry Allen named the Speed Force because he believed that it was just something that allowed him to run fast. This was before he had a grasp of what it actually was. Later on in the comics, they expanded upon it, basically retconning it and making it far more powerful than it eventually was. And then it eventually started becoming the description of just basically space and time control. It is where energy, all of the energy of space and time exists within the entire multiverse in this one location. In this alternate reality kind of thing. That's how it's always. Anyway, wasn't this supposed to be about Superman? Why are we talking about the Speed Force?
Yes. Because we were talking about his speed.
Yeah, no. Generally speaking,
it's
Superman
not
is
on his
generally
tangent
speaking
to
Superman is
speed.
slower than Flash.
He is, but he's fast
Considerably.
enough to tag him.
To tag who?
But Superman is fast enough to tag the Flash.
Everyone's fast enough to tag the Flash. Bullets have tagged the Flash because DC is not consistent.
When he's using his super speed properly, he's able to do it.
What is this properly? We've seen him he apparently should have it at all times. He just gets hit a lot of times, and sometimes he doesn't. The Flash has been beaten by Deathstroke. He's been tagged and completely knocked out by Deathstroke when he was looking at him.
He's also been taken out by none other than Batman. Multiple times.
Actually, Deathstroke single-handedly took out the entire Flash family. He took out Barry, he took out Wally, and he took out who's the other one? The younger Bart Allen. He took out like 3 or 4 of them at the same by himself without any power-ups. Like it's why I don't talk about DC and Superman and Marvel Comics. It's ridiculous. It's all over the place. They're not consistent. So when you say like, oh, he can be tagged by Superman, yeah, he can be tagged by anybody. But he, at his fastest, Superman is not touching the Flash. It's not even close.
Yeah, because at his fastest, he just breaks reality.
Well, Flash can't reach his fastest
Just
normally.
Skeleton breaking apart sound.
People who use the infinite speed thing, that's not a normal thing he does ever.
Well, I don't agree with infinite speed as a concept.
And it's not infinite. It's just he breaks reality in that he goes into the Speed Force itself.
It's just time. It's literally time control. He's controlling time.
Yeah.
He's stopping time
Exactly.
or moving backwards through time. He is a time manipulation character. Wait, I still got this shit up.
We're back on Flash when we should be talking about Superman.
Yeah, we can talk about.
Can we move on from this? To,
yeah, I don't really see what this has to do with anything. Superman, you can't compare Superman to Flash because Flash is faster than Superman, so the comparisons don't work. And you could say that Flash doesn't always move at his greatest speed. What does that matter? Like if he's not moving at his greatest speed, then it doesn't matter. If you still can't compare because you're comparing him to a slower version of Flash. So it's not relevant to the Superman concept. So what is your actual point? First off, who's siding with who? Are all 3 of y'all for the whole Superman thing?
So it's Superman v Doom, right?
Yes.
Okay, now who's on Superman?
I'm pro Doom. Because I know the strength and speed of some of the demons, and my goodness. They move quickly.
Liam was supposed to be Superman, and I was supposed to be Doom as well.
Okay, so there's 3 Doom guys versus 1 Superman? That doesn't seem fair.
I can see this one out.
That doesn't seem fair. Are there any other Superman?
Sorry.
Are there any others? No, that's fine. Are there any other Superman people? Because I'll sit out. I'll just sit it out. It's fine. But at least we can get a 2v2 going. I Am Not Legends. You got to give me your name. You guys never give me y'all's names. Don't just say I am. Tell me what your name is so I can get you up.
Discord names.
And then right after I said it, another message. I can. Do you guys not getting the whole put your fucking name down so I know who you are?
Put your
Okay.
Discord name.
All right, here we are.
And
Ancient.
make sure you join.
Ancient is getting invited up. Ancient's getting invited. You're getting invited. Oh, sorry, Trent Brown. Hey, I'm there, Sly Fox. What was the debate that you wanted to do? You wanted to do Destiny, right? He wanted to do Destiny, I believe. So I gotta remember that he is right here. Okay, Sly Fox. We needed someone to go up against Destiny. Was it Halo versus Destiny? Doug, were you up for that one?
I believe so. Yeah.
Halo versus Destiny. I mean, I could be a part of that, but I don't think that's fair at all.
What about Flood? What about Flood versus Destiny? Is that more fair?
Flood versus Destiny,
Or the Forerunners versus Destiny? Would that be more fair?
That
Absolutely
would
not.
I don't know.
Probably
I don't.
not.
I don't
The
do Destiny.
Forerunners are ridiculous.
Yeah, but so is Destiny. That's what we're talking about. Destiny is broken, or a lot of people
I mean,
believe
it'd
it.
be more fair than the Flood, because the Flood has a weakness to fire, and one of the classes in Destiny uses fire-based attacks.
And
The
fire
flood,
weapons.
the flood aren't particularly weak to fire like you think. They're susceptible to fire if their life forms that they are inhabiting are susceptible. There are species in stories that the flood had to fuck mouth speak. Sorry. There are stories in Halo where the Forerunners had to prevent the flood from infecting species that were too durable for them to fight off. So it's just so far we've seen the flood infect host that can be burned, which is very efficient when it's nothing but soft flesh that they mostly get. Sorry.
But yeah, no, it's either. But yeah,
It's
no,
also
I don't know how it
I
would
mean, I
go
thought
with
the
Destiny.
basic score was weak to fire. That's
it's
all.
only
I
it's not weak. It's just fire is good at getting rid of biomatter.
I don't know. I'm not against the idea for Flood or Forerunners versus Destiny. I don't really know a whole lot about Destiny though, so I can only really play defense. Someone else will have to know Destiny on my behalf. I only know just enough.
Well, the guy.
I know a bit about the Rangers because I've played a Ranger before.
Well, let's get to that when we actually do that. We still need to get to the Doom Superman thing, which y'all we're discussing. But I just wanted to know if he was fine with it. But okay, so now we have. Is it now a 2v2? And I could sit out of it for the most part.
Something like that.
Yeah,
looks like it.
All right. Go ahead. Have fun, guys. I will try not to intervene, but I probably will at some point. To be honest with you, go ahead.
All right. So what do you have that
Really,
that you can say would beat the Doomslayer?
The Doomslayer would do.
Well,
Okay.
Why are we bringing Doom Guy into this?
I think they
We're
were
talking
saying
about
they were
Superman.
they were talking about Superman versus the Doom Demons. Well, I see in the comments y'all were talking about Doom Slayer versus Superman, and then y'all were talking about Doom Demons versus Superman. So y'all need to decide what the debate
quick
is.
heads up. Quick heads up. If my mic cuts out, it's just because my phone died. But yeah, just a warning.
Put it on a charger.
It
Yeah,
is,
like
but
me.
the charger is kind of ass. But yeah, it's charging well.
Then just get a better charger.
Get a better charger. Go to the store.
Demons?
No. So what is?
That
So, wait.
requires money.
Come to a conclusion.
In this
What?
economy?
It's fine. Come to a conclusion. What is the debate? Is it Superman versus Doomslayer? Superman versus the Doom Demons? Is it? I don't know. What y'all think of Trump? Just come up with something. I don't care.
I feel like it'd be
Yeah, we're
more
not
interesting
doing-
if we took him against the demons.
We
rather
have in the
than-
past. We haven't done
I
Trump,
agree.
but we have done. We have done
But
politics.
that would. Yeah, Superman versus Demons is probably not going to work out for Superman. Just heads up, just straight up. He
Yeah.
gets corrupted.
I mean,
Aren't you
immediately.
supposed to be defending
Well,
Superman?
I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
yeah,
I'm
but
doing a
unfortunately
terrible
not
job.
against demons.
Horrible job.
Not against the demons.
Horrible job.
Against Doomslayer,
Okay.
maybe.
Turning on your dude already.
Yeah, crazy. You know,
Yeah, I'm just.
you a
got
1v3
caught-
right
got
now.
caught.
like
1v4
earlier.
type deal.
So Liam, what is it that you wanted? The demons or?
I'll go
Doomslayer.
to demons because I think that's more interesting. I think Doomslayer is a bit boring.
Yeah,
I
'cause
think
we
I think
all
both
know
I think both of
Man,
them
bit
Guy's
of a-
strength.
I think both of them are boring.
We all
Honestly,
know he's
I think once you get to a
ridiculous.
certain point, it just gets boring. Like a certain point of
I
strength.
just, I don't, I've played the Doom games, but I've not delved deep into lore. I just do not see how the Doom demons can keep up with the speed.
Why not?
I mean, Marauders react to light, so
That's...
I mean, Superman moves multiple times at speed of light.
We have to take away corruption.
that's in like one issue. I'm pretty sure.
No, that's
It's
happens
throughout the
more.
entirety of the comics.
That happens a lot. That's a very.
He
common
literally
thing.
travels all across the universe all the time.
So this is comic Superman, not.
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
So what
Okay.
Superman are we using? Are we
I would
using a
assume
comp
so.
version or specific continuity?
Comics.
Okay, I would like to throw in something here because I just did a little reading. So in terms of Superman dealing with the corruption, he had the anti-life equation thrown at him, at least in one iteration, and he just resisted that, which
The
removes your
anti-life equation removes willpower. It's not the
And
same
everything.
as corruption. No, it moves your
Yeah,
willpower.
it's basically an anti-Green Lantern.
Yeah, it
anti-green
strips a person of their will. It's
Yeah,
not. It's not. It's not the
lanterns
corruption.
are based off of will.
The one time I can recall him dealing with a corruption would be Deceased, which was technically anti-life equation, but also minimal. But
He was
That's
cured of that.
That's not a corruption though, and it's all. It's not the same, and it's a completely
What?
different universe version of the character.
Yeah, that's not canon.
It would be canon. It would just be a totally different version. Like you would have to say, like, are you using Prime Earth version of Superman?
Yeah.
Let's narrow down which version of Superman.
Because all these
first.
different. Because if you're just gonna start pulling from a bunch of different stories all across comics, you're talking
No,
about
Prime Earth
countless
mainline.
different characters.
I wasn't gonna pull a feat. I was pulling an action which he has done.
But that's not. But he didn't
Which
do
I think-
that. That's
But is
Deceased.
that
It's a
across
different
multiple
version.
comics?
It's a different
because the
character
Prime Earth
entirely.
What I
main
was gonna
line.
say is, in a different version, when he got taken over,
He didn't.
He
It's
has-
not. It's not a different version. It's a different character. Both of these versions of Superman that you're talking about are two completely distinct characters that can meet each other within the DC universe. They are actually completely different beings.
Yeah.
Not meaning to be rude.
It's like
but
Superman across different universes has different powers, different levels of powers, different histories, different everything.
Okay,
You can't compare one to
my
the
question-
other.
if Superman has no resistance against corruption, as far as I know, but we know if he goes fast enough, because obviously the corruption works at like a normal speed,
It doesn't.
he could in theory just.
Is that in character?
It doesn't.
It does not work at a normal speed.
Is it in?
It's absorbed an infinite number of universes and will continue to absorb an infinite number of universes forever, because that's
The only
just
reason
how big it
the
is.
only reason the only reason Hell and Corruption stopped was because of the Slayers stopping them off.
No, I get
If
that, but
not,
I
it
think
would
the
keep going.
corruption's not instant, right?
It's not. Well, it depends. I'm not saying it's. Well, I don't think it's. Yeah, it
depends on the
like,
character.
Like for
and how
instance,
strong the will is.
No, like for instance when it depends on the demon. Like when the Icon of Sin showed up in the universe, he immediately corrupted an entire planet, and they said that they had to wipe him out in minutes, or else the entire universe was going to get sucked into hell, which is the corruption essentially taking hold. And that was literally minutes across an entire universe, and that was just from one character, the Icon of Sin. That Icon of Sin is not the most powerful demon. There are demon lords that are more powerful. There are titans that are more powerful, like Champion's more powerful than he is. So yeah, there are demons that could literally just them by themselves go into a universe and completely corrupt it within minutes, possibly even faster than that. Although the Icon of Sin corrupting it in minutes is the fastest that we have. Doomguy was able to kill him before he could complete his corruption, however. But I would argue that Superman running is not a win.
No, I wasn't going to say him running. I was saying he can move that
phone's
fast,
turning off.
so minutes would turn into hours or days.
Yeah, but what was
So
that?
he would have a lot more time.
No, he wouldn't. How would he have a lot of how would he have a lot of time just because he moves faster?
Because
You're saying
wouldn't
he
literally
would
be
perceive things and slower than slower than they actually are.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess, but I don't know how that would help. The problem is that this is very, very one-sided. I just said I wasn't gonna fucking get into this. Okay. There are an infinite number of demons. They are actually infinite. There is no known way in the DC universe to keep the demons out of the universe once they have access to it. Once they do have access to it, there's no way that Superman has to stop the corruption from spreading across the universe. Even if you want to say that Superman can kill every demon that exists, he can't kill them all.
And they just keep coming back.
It's literally not possible, and the ones that he does kill will keep coming back. And he will also be getting corrupted. Yeah, and he will continuously become corrupted over and over and over again, and just constantly have this corruption happening to him as he is fighting these people.
Not to mention, Superman's also not vulnerable, but he's able to get hurt by magic, which the demons to also have, as well as soul attacks.
Actually, I wasn't even thinking of that, but technically that is true. They do have magic.
Yeah, I did mention that in the comments. He is weak to magic.
I don't think the average demon is even close enough to hitting him, though.
I'm sorry, say that again, Liam?
I don't think the average demon is close enough in speed to hit him.
Average? No, but there are
Not
demons
in
that could.
speed, no.
But
Yeah, like the
but
Mirage,
just because they're
for example.
average doesn't mean that they're not fast. That there aren't stronger and faster ones. I mean, I don't like doing this because I think it's kind of ridiculous. But there are things like there are statements within the lore that say that like there are 10 of these characters who are above the concept of space and time and dimensionality, and none of this stuff matters to them. There are characters that are the Doom guy specifically is said to just ignore time, able to walk across it like normal, which seems odd to me.
One of his titles is called the Time Walker.
Yeah, one of his titles is called the Time Walker, because he's just capable of like traveling across time. Yeah, there's statements about makers being able to travel across creation, even though creation is infinite and has an infinite multiverse. That one, I think, is probably one of the worst arguments because we know that these motherfuckers have teleportation. So I don't buy that at all. But yeah, there's a lot of statements in there that people like to take and utilize to say that he's basically infinite, which would, I guess, arguably make him the same as Superman. But I don't think that either. Like, I don't think that infinite speed is a concept. Like, if you're going to the point that you're going to the point that your infinite speed and time is just not moving, then you're just stopping time. Like, that's all that is. You're just capable of perceiving. I don't see how it's any different, or in any way better.
He stretches time out, like he's going fast enough to where he would perceive it.
Yeah, but
he has 5 minutes.
Based on
he might have 5 days.
Sure, but it still wouldn't be 5 days. But I get what you're saying. It just feels longer to him.
Not literally. But...
Yeah. But if
because he'd be perceiving it doesn't mean that the corruption is going any slower.
No. He's saying that he's going to perceive it as going slower. That's what
for Superman it would, but
that's what he's talking about. He's only talking about Superman. That's all he's talking about. He's saying basically Superman will feel as if he has more time, even though he doesn't. But I don't think that matters if he can't actually stop it. If he can't stop it, doesn't matter how much time he has.
He has to kill the lead demon, right?
And considering that all of the demons just kind of ignore time as a concept, like they literally don't. Like I don't even think his perception of time would necessarily matter. Like it's very possible that they would just, like, as he's perceiving time slower because he's moving so fast, the demons will then perceive it at the exact same speed he is, and it may actually like kind of like send him for a loop because it's like they literally ignore it. They don't even understand it as a concept. It's not
basically doesn't exist to them.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like that's
so fucking weird.
It is.
There's
a lot of the statements technically would make them infallible in many ways, but they're still, not somehow.
Because Doom Guy kills them.
And and allegedly other people, like according to there were supposed to be games showing. I'm a little too distracted. They're apparently supposed to show other people a spin-off game fighting off demons in some of the Sentinels. Fucking Christ.
Well, the Sentinels I could buy into because the Sentinels are they're related. They're related to the Wraiths, who are god-level beings. They're essentially descendants of gods. So I could kind of see that going on. If humans start doing it, that breaks it, like entirely, and we'd have to like revisit that. But as of right now, we haven't seen humans do that at all. But I mean, in theory, the way that the demons have been described, it makes it seem like no human, regardless of weapons, should even be able to damage them. And to this point, we haven't actually seen any humans damage demons. So, like, the moment they show that happen, we're kind of fucked. like the whole argument behind how strong the demons are is completely fucked. I mean, maybe
waiting here.
I'm pretty sure there's a codex entry that literally says that the demons are so dangerous that the UAC can't deal with them at all.
They could capture them and test on them and stuff. What they do.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
they say they say that for some demons. Like I think they said that for the Hell Knight. They said that on all of their incursions into Hell, they could not damage they couldn't damage a Baron of Hell, and they couldn't capture a Hell Knight, I think is what they said. But they were able to capture other ones. But at the same time, you could also say that those excursions were being run by the Samur maker,
Aiden.
who is a maker.
Yeah.
And is aware of how all this shit works, you know. So it's again, I don't like the fact that Doom has all this crazy lore behind it. I wish it was just more manageable. Like I just feel like they're like the creators
I did not know about the time shit. That is very jarring.
Yeah. Oh no, it's all
the
ridiculous.
all over the place.
If you actually read
I meant like
at times.
I meant them being able to like basically walk over time like it's not a thing.
That was
That's
so
jarring.
yeah. The Doom demons are stated to be to exist outside the bounds of time. They essentially just ignore time as a concept. It doesn't matter where Doom Guy goes in time. The demons are aware of him regardless of where he goes. Like Doom Guy can go so far into the past that it was before he was born, and the demons that exist there will still recognize him, because they're the same demons that he fought in the future that he hasn't fought yet, because they don't actually like time's not a thing to them.
Yeah,
like
that's
they're
cool.
just aware of everything at all times. So
I think that's cool.
Yeah, so it's just sort of that's kind of how it works for the demons. So yeah, it's just like so you could talk about speed. So really, when it comes to Doom and like stuff like this, Doom and Superman and stuff, I usually just don't even talk about speed. You know, like if someone is very clearly faster, like if I'm talking about a character who could dodge bullets and compare him to Superman, I'm just gonna say Superman's faster and that call it a day. But when it gets to the point their speed is so ridiculously over the top that it's just like unfathomable, I'm just like, you're all the same fucking speed. Like I'm just not dealing with this. Like it's just we're not going into this.
My idea was, if I didn't know about the time thing, obviously, they can just basically nullify speed. But if they couldn't do that, my idea was Superman could bypass the corruption through speed.
I don't know why that would matter. I don't see how speed would be able to bypass corruption.
If they can perceive it, and if they can't like do all the time stuff, and they just perceive time like a normal person, like the demons, and he's able to perceive it at a much slower rate, he could work through all the demons before the corruption was
No,
taken
you
over.
couldn't, because the demons are infinite in number. There is.
So we just have to kill the boss, surely.
You can't kill them all. They're infinite in number.
No,
especially
There's no end to their forces.
Especially like demons like the Titan. I don't know if he's strong enough to kill the Titan.
Yeah, there's literally Doom Guy fought
Even if
in
he
hell.
knocks them out,
Doom Guy fought in hell for
can't
billions of years, and he couldn't. And you can't put a dent in their numbers. It is literally stated in the art book and the lore book that they are infinite in number. They have corrupted an infinite number of universes and will continue to corrupt infinite more. And all of the people from those infinite universes have become demons. There is you can't get through them all. The only way to get through them is to literally erase everything that exists. Like the only way that Doom Guy was able to overcome hell wasn't to actually overcome hell. He made a deal with Davith and he sealed off hell from the rest of the multiverse, and Davith erased all the demons that existed outside of hell. So now the demons are just trapped there. But he didn't actually kill them all. You can't. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Wait, could Davith maybe have wiped them all out if he had said that's what would happen if he
Davith
died?
can erase... he would have to erase everything. You have to erase literally all that exists and start from scratch. Which Superman can't do and wouldn't even if he could.
I mean, I know I'm not getting that, but I'm just mostly curious about Davith. Like, if he technically, why would he have to restart everything? Couldn't he just erase them and leave everything else that exists to still exist? Like, that's just not an option.
Possibly.
Like,
I don't know. I guess it would depend. He didn't.
Hell is described as an extension of his power, so I don't see why he couldn't.
Yeah, like I'm not. Well, they're not an extension of his power.
No, not
like,
the demon, just the hell dimension area, whatever.
Well, it's not an extension. He created it, and then his anger warped it. But it's not like an extension of him. Actually, they say that hell is its own living creature. Like it was given life, kind of. So it's like it has consciousness, and that consciousness was formed from the anger that Davith felt, because Davith does a lot of stuff that's on accident. like he just passively creates universes, and he just accidentally created the demons and the corruption and all this shit because he just got pissed off one day, couldn't control his anger, and then it just kind of came. Can you imagine how like pissed
It was
off.
because he was betrayed by the
father.
What if you killed Davith?
Davith is dead, and the demons are still around. Like, he had to specifically make a deal with Davith that said, if you defeat me, I'll lock off hell and kill all the demons outside of hell. And he made that deal, and then when he died, what he said was going to happen happened, because that was the deal he made. But the demons are still around. Now, one thing we don't know is if the corruption is still around. We're not aware, and we're not going to know until they make a sequel to the game or some kind of DLC or something that
Which will
tells
be years
us.
later.
Yeah, it's good. We gotta wait a while. Like, we don't know what the state of the demons are now that Davith is dead, but we do know they still exist. Because the deal was not that hell would stop existing or demons would stop existing. It's just that they would be trapped in hell and they wouldn't be able to bother nobody or spread the corruption anymore.
So,
I feel like I would have altered that deal. I would have been like, return all the fucking universes that you corrupted back to normal, asshole. like, can you put everything back to the way it was? But no, he was like, nah. I'm just gonna be like, we're cutting it off here. No more. I promise. Like that Ricky Gervais Holocaust joke. If y'all ever seen that Ricky Gervais Holocaust joke. Anyway, what were you saying? Go ahead.
If you gave Superman the same deal, he could. I imagine he could kill Davith.
No, he can't.
No.
No, Davith is too powerful.
Wait, what's the question?
If you gave him that same deal,
Superman is not capable of defeating Davith in a fight. And even the absolute strongest versions of Superman do not come near Davith. Yeah, you could choose gold. You could choose fucking Golden Superman. I'm forgetting the name of that one.
Superman 1 million.
You could choose, Superman 1 million. Thank you. You could choose the fucking Cosmic Armor Superman. None of them are shown doing anywhere near what Davith was doing.
Wait, I thought Cosmic Armor Superman actively fought someone in existence, got destroyed in their fight. And
he wasn't causing it.
What? He's still fighting a. Wait a minute. But
he was not causing the he was actually losing that fight, and he was not causing. He was fighting. I'm forgetting his name. I think it starts with an M. But it was
a vampire guy.
It was an aspect of the Anti-Monitor, not the Anti-Monitor himself. And the Anti-Monitor was destroying the universe that they were fighting in, and Superman was getting his ass beat, and he only won that fight because the dude he was fighting fell into the place that was being erased. Like, people super hardcore exaggerate Cosmic Armor Superman's power. If you actually look at it, the only power that he has is that he has somewhat control over the story that he is currently in. That's what people think is so amazing, but honestly, controlling the story is a pretty tame power. Like, it's cool for Superman because he doesn't usually have that power, but it's not all that. It's
somewhat control. It's not complete control.
No, he clearly does not have complete control as he was losing the fight against.
It's not on the same level as
somewhat, so it's not.
Yeah, it's impressive for Superman, but people like to talk about. I don't even think that's necessarily the strongest version. It just.
I understand your point entirely. I am curious though. What makes the difference between the story manipulation that he has and someone who would have fate manipulation?
That's a fucking good question.
Here's the thing.
Surely that's the same thing.
Fate manipulation and story manipulation, while they are similar, there are some aspects of it that are different.
Mandrake, thank you. In the comics, someone said Mandrake. I couldn't remember his fucking name. I knew it started with an M. Yeah, he was an aspect. He was an aspect of the Anti-Monitor, and like I said, he was beating Superman's ass. And I think it's the only fight that Superman even had while he was in the Cosmic Armor, and he was losing. It was like just by like
he
luck.
was like Cosmic Armor Superman for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like an issue or two. It wasn't a lot.
Well, that's a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, and then they got the fight. He was losing it, and then the dude eventually dropped and was erased because the universe itself was being erased. It had nothing. Their fight was not erasing it. So I believe it was the Anti-Monitor himself who was erasing everything.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. With fate manipulation, you can make it so that you don't die from something. But with story manipulation, you can learn things you shouldn't be able to learn. I think.
I feel like
that.
I think it just depends. I think it just depends on context within the story. Like if you're doing story manipulation, you're admitting that you're in a story to begin with. Like the DC universe is actually in a comic book, and they're aware that they're in a comic book. So it's like you're actually like you can come out of the pages of the comic and go other places within the comic, and you could like do shit and fuck with the fact that you were in pages, you know. Whereas fate manipulation is more of this kind of cosmic force of like higher power. It's really just more about theme of the power, and I think you could probably utilize it in different ways. Like I would say that the Fateless one, his powers come in a very different form, and they're shown to have clear differences than something like the story-based powers that Superman has. So I just think it's just based on the writer and how they want to utilize that ability, really.
Okay, well, it really just to me sounds like it is fate manipulation, but it's just really watered down. Like he has it, but it's just I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not capable of controlling what happens within that story for a good portion of it. Like the whole fight with Mandrake, he has no control over what's happening. So it's like, it's kind of you know, it's fine. Like it's there. It's not terrible. He's definitely more powerful than his normal. Yeah, he's definitely more powerful than his normal self. But it's like Superman's not that powerful. Like I mean, he's not as powerful as people say that he is. He is powerful. You know, like fighting himself and nearly destroying the universe by colliding with his own fists. Like that's cool. It's great. It's like really impressive stuff. But this whole thing that people are like, he literally has infinite levels of power, and it doesn't matter what you come up with, he can overcome it. Blah blah blah. None of that's true. He gets his ass beat. Like people are like, oh, only kryptonite. He gets his ass beat all the time without kryptonite. A Mandrake is actually a really good example of him getting his ass beat.
Magic.
Like it happens.
Literally anyone who is physically stronger than him.
He gets beat all the time. What's the dude? I'm forgetting his fucking name.
Darkseid?
No, not Darkseid.
God.
Not Executioner. He's like an alternate jacked up version of a Kryptonian. He's got like pale skin and long hair.
Lobo.
No.
Doomsday?
No. No.
Not Lobo?
No, this guy is he's actually like a Kryptonian, but he starts with an E.
Huh.
I think he even appeared a variation of him, not actually him, a variation of him appeared in the Superman and Lois TV show as well. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he shows up in the comic books, and he's like a super jacked up version of a Kryptonian, and he whoops his ass. And he's not like a universe destroying, unbelievable, like he just beats us. He fucking shows up. He's just a stronger
Superman and Lois show
Kryptonian.
didn't have anyone like that.
What's up?
Superman and Lois show didn't have anyone like that. He had a
I told you.
They,
no, that's the character. The twin, that's the character, but they butchered him. I'm thinking his name in the comics. He has a super villain name in the comics. When I say they butchered him, I don't mean they like ruined the character. I actually liked him in the show relatively. No, not Bizarro. Not Bizarro.
Bizarro is his own thing.
Let me see. What are you guys talking about? Dude, this is gonna bother me now. I think he's right. I think it was Hell. I think it was Hell. Hold up. Let me look this up. I think it was Hell. I just saw that. Hold up. But he's got like a name though. It's not just Hell. He had like a supervillain name, and it started with an E. Yep, this is him. What was his name though? What's his actual supervillain name? This is definitely him though. What the fuck was this dude's name? He had like a legit villain name, and it started with an E, and it's driving me insane that I can't think of it. This is gonna bother me.
Eradicator? No, that's
Eradicator. Ooh, was that it? That might be it. That might be it.
Eradicator is from the Death of Superman.
That might but that might be it though. Or it's similar to that. If that's not it, hold up. This is gonna aggravate the. Nope, those are two distinct characters. Shit, what am I thinking of? What is this motherfucker's name then?
I want to know what you're thinking of. I'm very curious.
I think Hell is right. I think he's right. I think this is him. Maybe I'm just confusing him and Eradicator and getting them confused. But
are you talking about Superman's god?
I'm talking about Hell. I'm looking at the picture right now. This is who I was talking about, Hell. But maybe I'm fusing Hell and Eradicator together for some reason. But yeah, Hell is who I was talking about. The moment I saw the Hell, I was like, that's it. And Eradicator is probably also what I was thinking of, but I guess I was accidentally like fusing them. But yeah, Hell was he was like this super Kryptonian dude who showed up. And he whooped Superman's ass, like up and down the whole. He was just beating his fucking ass.
I know who this guy is. I know.
Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking him up. And it was like there's a lot of comic books where Superman gets beat up with no help from kryptonite. Like people seem to think who don't read comics seem to talk about like Superman like he literally cannot lose unless there's kryptonite involved, and that's not the case. It's really weird.
One of his most famous stories is him dying.
Yeah, well, true. Well, that's true. Although you can argue it's a weaker version, and they're talking about the current version. But honestly, even the current version gets his ass whooped. No, but I'm saying like, I'm not saying different versions. I'm saying like the version that died in the death of Superman. That same version is stronger now than he was when he died in the death of Superman. Like the death of Superman.
The death of Superman's happened to multiple versions of Superman.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Prime Earth version. The Prime Earth version now is stronger than he was when he died in the Death of Superman story. That's my point.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't think it's entirely, but he is still capable of dying. Like one thing that people all what I say is that he has actually had his powers stripped from him on several occasions in multiple storylines. He had his powers stripped from him by having all of the solar radiation taken out of his body. This is why I always say that Sentry would beat Superman's ass. And everyone's like, no, he wouldn't. What are you talking about? Yeah, he would, because he has the power to absorb energies out of people's bodies. And you can absorb the solar radiation out of Superman's body, and he loses all his powers. We know this because it literally just happened like a year or two ago in Absolute Superman. It happens often. He's lost his powers several times.
Now he can do?
What's up?
Superman can just do it to himself now.
What do you mean, do it to himself?
He can do the what do they call it? Like the solar flare ability himself. He can just remove his own powers.
I mean, maybe I don't know.
I'm talking a trump card.
I know he's talking about the solar flare, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how Sentry. Or not Sentry, but he has had his powers removed several times over the course of comic books by having the solar energy removed from his body, including very, very recently in Absolute Superman, meaning that he actually, any character that has the ability to absorb or remove energy should be able to immediately depower him and beat his ass. But again, people...
Well, not immediately.
Yeah, if they could strip it from him immediately, then he would lose his powers immediately.
No, it depends how quickly... Well, no, it depends how much they can absorb, how quickly they can absorb it.
Well, no, because you're assuming that's absorption. There are characters that could just cancel out energy sources. I mean, it depends on the power, but my point is that he would he would lose his power as quickly as they can remove it from him, and he can have his powers stripped from him. And there are characters that can do it damn near immediately. And I've brought this up in videos.
I think Sentry can.
Sentry has very... Thank you, Crazy Monk, for 99 cents. Okay. Hey, hey.
My Arizona iced tea.
Every little thing helps. No, but it's like the... all I'm saying is that I've said it in the past. Everybody always tells me that anytime I put Superman in a video, I get a ton of comments with people like shitting on me for saying that Superman would ever lose anything ever. But it's like even in the comics, he loses all the fucking time. Like I don't get where they're coming from, where it's like he's this unstoppable force of destruction. I only really see people talking about that in like movies and TV shows. Like I see directors saying, "Oh, how do you make a Superman movie if he can't hurt or anything?" But I'm like, he does get hurt. He gets hurt all the fucking time.
That's because they don't know Superman.
Like I don't get it, And it's like I heard some people were annoyed when the James Gunn trailer came out, and right in the opening of the trailer, Superman smashes down to Earth and he's all wounded, and people were like, "Oh, why is they're going to turn Superman into a bitch?" Like Superman can be hurt. Like like what are y'all talking about? He gets hurt all the time.
My only complaints of that movie are his own powers hurt him.
What?
Are you talking about the
healing
blast?
hurts him.
Wait, say that.
His bones are being healed.
There's a scene where he's healing and he's like screaming in pain.
Oh well, no, I don't necessarily think that's his power. His powers hurting him. I think, for one thing, we don't know if it's pain is why he's screaming quite yet. We might get totally different context once the movie comes out. But even if it is pain, it could also be a more realistic way of viewing the healing factor, where his broken bones are putting themselves back together, and that would feel unpleasant for that to actually happen.
But we also know his heat vision hurts him too.
Do we?
No, it's not that. I don't think that it hurts him.
It leaves marks all over his eyes, like burn marks.
I don't know about that one. Well, I feel like we gotta wait till the movie comes out. Because, I mean...
From what I've seen, it doesn't look great.
Really? I thought the trailer looked really good. Yeah, I
Honestly, I feel like it gets better than Snyder's actually.
Not Man of Steel,
as
but
far as
the more recent one.
it is, none of my most anticipated movies this year are superhero movies. But if I was going to list the superhero movies and the ones that I am most anticipating, Superman would probably be at the top of the list. It is at the top of the list. It's like Fantastic Four is not even on the fucking list.
It's at the bottom of my list.
Like I don't give a wait. What?
To the bottom of my list.
I couldn't hear what you said. What do you say?
Bottom of this list.
The bottom of my list.
You have Fantastic Four over Superman. Why?
Oh, I forgot that movie was coming out.
Justify that, sir. What other superhero movies are coming out other than that and Thunderbolts that already released?
Well, you just said movies.
No, I said superhero movies.
Oh, I thought you just said movies.
Well, I said I'm not really I said as far as I said no superhero movie is on my list of most anticipated movies this year. I haven't had a superhero movie on any of my most anticipated lists since maybe Endgame. But
I misheard you. That's my bad.
Yeah, but as far as like superhero movies, if we're only counting superhero movies, Superman is at the top of my list right now. I mean, what else?
Superman doesn't interest me more than any of the others, which is very sad.
I don't believe you. Like if I sat you down and said we're about to go into a movie, Fantastic Four or Superman, you're really gonna pick? You really say it doesn't matter? Flick a coin. Like you're gonna pick Superman.
You put a gun to my head and made me pick.
I wouldn't have to put a gun. I wouldn't have to put a gun to your head. I'd be like, one of these two movies we're gonna watch it as a friend group. Which one do you want to see? You're gonna say, you're gonna really be like you're gonna go home and not go to the movies with your friends at all. You're just gonna be pissed up. You are terrible.
I guess
I would not want to hang out. I would not want to hang out with you in real life. That's awful. Well, the group is going, motherfucker. This is like you sound like
we're debating movies and friend groups now.
Yeah, like you sound like my nephew. Like my nephew will oh, if I don't get to watch the movie that I want to watch, then I'm not watching any movies. It's like, well, this is how people interact with.
I don't want to watch it.
No, that's yeah. My nephew's 10, by the way. This is not how normal people function. If everyone's watching a movie, and there's like, hey, all the friends are going out. We're just gonna watch a movie. We're just gonna pick something. Like, okay, you want to come to the movie? Yeah, sure. Let's go hang out with friends, watch a movie. It'll be cool. We're gonna watch Superman. I don't really want to see Superman, but it's fine. That's what the group's doing. Let's go. That's so. Yeah. It's so weird to me that you'd be like, I'm just gonna fuck you, all my friends. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go like stand in the corner or go be home by myself because
I'll watch it. I just don't want to watch it.
Okay, I get that. Now they're choosing one. The options are Fantastic Four and Superman. You pick one. You're gonna just say flip a coin. I don't care. They're both equally as horrible to me. I don't buy it. I feel like you're trying really hard to say that you despise and don't want to watch Superman, or that you're not interested in Superman. But I feel like you would pick Superman. You would just go with your friends to watch Superman.
No, everything I've seen about this movie just makes me not like the idea.
What? What have you seen? The actor looks cool like Superman.
He does. I like the actor.
The actor. I like all of the casting for all of the actors that I've seen in the movie so far. James Gunn is the only good writer that was still working at Marvel. He's actually has not made a movie that I've disliked yet.
Did he make Thor: Love and Thunder though?
No. He made the Guardians movies. Guardians 1, 2, and 3. And even though they fucked up his plans for Guardians 3 by killing off Gamora and bringing her back with new memories, he still made a pretty decent third movie, despite the fact that all his plans for the third movie had to change. Because they ruined his whole thing. Because he was building up. 1 and 2 had Star-Lord and Gamora not together in a relationship. And then
I mean, there were hints.
They weren't. They were falling in love slowly, but they were becoming, but they were not in a relationship. Then Infinity War came out, and all of a sudden they're in a relationship, and apparently they've been in a relationship for months, and they're sleeping together and all this stuff. And then they immediately kill her and bring back a alternate version of her that doesn't have any of the same memories. Like they shit. And this was when he was already booted out because of the whole Twitter post that he made years ago. And they fucked up all his plans for the characters. And then they brought him back. They're like, finish it. And he's like, well, you fucked up all my plans. So now I just got to come up with something totally new. And even despite that, that was a pretty damn good final film. He basically had to. His answer to that was to focus away from Star-Lord and Gamora, whose stories were like blown up already and finished essentially. and decided to focus on Rocket. And honestly, Rocket is the only interesting character that still exists in Marvel because of that movie. I don't really like anybody else in Marvel
There's
other than
still
Rocket.
Groot.
Huh? Who gives
There's
a
still
fuck about
Groot.
Who gives a fuck about Groot?
Groot is not an interesting character.
He says 3 words. No, he's a support. He's fine. Support is, but
He says 4.
Yeah,
he knows how to say we.
Whatever. Who cares? Right, that's true. He can't say
Okay.
we. Rocket's the best character in the MCU right now. He's like I don't care about anybody else. They've all been destroyed or ruined or terrible ever since probably Endgame was the last place that we've seen any of them kind of okay. But they even ruined them before that. They ruined Hulk in Ragnarok. They ruined Thor. I would say probably in Endgame. They ruined Thor. No, they started ruining Thor also in Ragnarok, but then they brought him back.
Ragnarok wasn't bad.
He was awful. I think that whole movie is a dumpster fire.
Ragnarok was.
I don't like Ragnarok at all.
Well, most of it was improv.
That's not a.
Most of it was improv by the actors, actually.
That's bad.
That's not. I mean,
bad.
It's bad for that movie. I don't think.
Funny.
Like the thing I don't like about that movie is that in that movie, all of the worst things that happened to Thor in the entire series happen in that movie, and he doesn't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit of anything that's happening. There was one slightly emotional scene where Odin like goes off and fades into dust, and then every other scene, all his friends dying, his home exploding, him becoming a refuge, stuck on a ship somewhere. It's all played for laughs. They make jokes about it and shit. Bruce Banner was trapped in the Hulk's body for years. He lost several years of his life, and when he comes out, they make a joke about it. That should be devastating. Like the whole movie just doesn't give a fuck about anything that's happening.
That's just Marvel's direction now.
No, it's not. It's specifically Taika Waititi because when they made Infinity War, he actually mentioned that all that shit happened to him, and they took him seriously in that movie. But yeah, but like it was like what was it, a fucking delay? Why did it take you a whole movie for you to actually start reacting to all the stuff that happened to you before? And then when they did Thor Love and Thunder, it was right back to the jokiness. His last friend that's alive, the only friend that he still has, Sif, or the last of the Warriors 3.
Lord.
Yeah, the Warriors 3. Sif, she like lost an arm. And like they made a joke, like she was fucked up and lost her arm, and they were making a joke out of that. Like he was like, "Oh, you lost blah blah blah." They were like, and she's like joking about losing an arm, and he's joking about her not having an arm.
At least I get to die gloriously in battle.
And then she doesn't.
The battle has already finished.
Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, what? This is so stupid. Fuck those men. I think there's a couple of dudes who came in and ruined. I think the Russo brothers ruined Hulk for sure. They helped ruin Thor. But actually, I think they fixed Thor and then they ruined Thor again. Because they fixed him from Ragnarok with Infinity War and they fucked him up again for Endgame. And then his fate was sealed in Thor Love and Thunder. Anyway, point is, it's all over the place. I haven't enjoyed... I was never like super huge on the Marvel movies. There were movies within the Marvel like cinematic universe that I enjoyed. But like I was never like, oh, I gotta see every single movie. I'm just in love with this whole universe. Like I wasn't a huge fan of Black Panther. I wasn't a huge fan of Doctor Strange. I haven't liked any of the Ant-Man movies. Like, there's a lot of those movies I just didn't give a shit about. But overall,
seen all of them except for
what's up?
Wakanda.
What's up?
I've seen all the movies except for Wakanda Forever.
I haven't. After I saw Endgame. I saw Spider-Man: No Way Home. I saw Guardians 3. I saw Shang Tsung. I think that's it. I don't think I've seen any of the movies after. Those are the last ones I saw. So like nothing in the last, in the last 2 phases. I'm mostly I don't know what's going on. And then people were like, no, you need to watch the shows. Like some of the shows are really good. And I'm like, I'm not watching the shows. And they're like, watch the best shows. I'm like, okay, what's the best shows? And I said, WandaVision and Loki are the best shows. Fucking hated Loki. Hated WandaVision. I thought they were both trash.
They're decent.
And like
WandaVision is the slowest show.
Loki's better than WandaVision for sure.
Well, the problem with WandaVision is I went in knowing what was happening, not because I was spoiled, just because it's obvious. Like you go in, you're like, okay, so Wanda's evil. This is a whole thing she set up. I didn't finish it. I didn't finish the show. Like I talked with a friend later, and I was like, yeah, she controls everything, blah blah blah. It's like, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, and he's like, I thought you said you only watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes. I did, but it's so obvious what's going on. But the thing is that if you all the show is entirely 100% reliant on like the mystery, and if you know the mystery when you start watching it, and if you know the comics, then you know the mystery, then all you're left with is an unfunny sitcom that just is basically just does a bunch of references to older sitcoms, and that's not good. Like, it's not as good as any of the sitcoms it's referencing. You know, it's not as funny as I Love Lucy or Cheers or any of those or any of the other sitcoms that it's like pretending to be. So you're just like, I don't want to watch fucking a bunch of unfunny sitcoms. Like, I don't care. So yeah, no, I got bored with it after like 2 or 3 episodes and dropped it. Loki, I actually saw all of the first season. Fucking hated it. I only finished it because I lost a bet. And I finished watching it. I was like, no.
Very curious about this bet.
I don't remember what this bet was. Well, I remember that
it wasn't worth it. I'll tell you that.
I remember that there was I do a bet with a friend like once a year, and that's not true. Maybe once every other year, every 3 years. We'll do a bet, and the winner of the bet is always the same thing. You have to watch whatever I tell you to watch. And in this particular case, he told me to watch Loki, and I watched Loki, and I was like, don't ever fucking make me do that again. But I usually win. That's the only one he's won. I've made him watch all of Evil Dead. That's all of the movies as well as the show Ash vs. the Evil Dead.
That's a good one.
Yeah, right. Which I'm like, yeah. I think that was a solid one. You know, he was what he was gonna make me fucking watch. Fucking Arrow. What an asshole.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Oh god.
No, he was like, well, the first 2 seasons are really, really good, and I was like, yeah, but it's fucking.
And you go watch the
it's
other
like
5.
8 seasons. Like, why would I want to?
5 seasons.
Oh man, but he's like, okay, well then I only watch the first 2 seasons. He's like, well, why would I want to watch the first 2 of a good seasons of what you're saying is a good show and just stop? Because like, why are you trying to make me go through this? Like, why don't you just tell me to watch a good show? It's irritating.
Sorry to cut you off here, but we got way off topic there.
So Superman is losing to Doom.
I don't really care, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it going off topic. No, but we'll get back to it. Anyway,
yeah, just to.
Yeah, does anyone have any actual like arguments for Superman winning?
No, the time bullshit.
Not really.
Got rid of my argument.
Your whole argument was just speed and nothing else.
Just attempts to blitz them.
Yeah, because if there's an infinite amount, even if the speed wasn't superior, that still wouldn't be enough to win. Because again, there's an infinite number of them, and he would just eventually get corrupted after a certain amount of time passed. It doesn't matter how slow. Doesn't matter how much he slowed it down. It would eventually happen regardless. Because you can only.
He would eventually get to Davos and then stop it that way.
Well, he wouldn't. He would die. Davith would kill him. He's not strong enough to go up against Davith. Davith can literally erase all of existence instantly if he wanted to. He could literally just erase.
I mean, I feel like he'd even fail against the Spider Mastermind.
I don't know about
that would be able to kill him.
I don't know about Spider Mastermind, but I think he would. I think he would fail against the. I think he would fail against the. I think you can argue pretty easily he would fail against the Demon Lords or certain Titans.
I don't think he'd make it past Icon of Sin.
Really, Titans?
They'd probably be able to pass the Cyber Demon.
Well,
Titans
I don't.
definitely.
I think that Argent would fuck him up pretty bad.
Oh yeah. That's why I bring up the Spider Mastermind.
He's incredibly heat resistant.
Not that heat resistant. It's literally hotter than is possible to exist within our universe.
I don't think we've ever seen Superman burn.
Yeah, but the heats that Superman has had to deal with are nowhere near the heat that we're talking about. Like the heat that we're talking about is, I forgot the exact number, but it was like, it's like
several thousand times the heat of the sun.
No, it's not.
No, absolute hot.
No, it's hotter than absolute hot. It's like a number I don't remember, and then like 32 zeros after it.
There's a lot of zeros.
It's 32 zeros. It's 32 zeros. I've counted. It's 32 zeros. It's a ridiculously it literally cannot exist within our universe. 1,000 times hotter than the sun can absolutely exist in our universe. Like it's like there's
multiple thousands of times.
No, that again, that is nothing. Just to give you an idea, the 2 megakelvin laser that was fired at Doom Guy, that's like 400 times the heat of the sun. Like that's we can make heats that are that hot on Earth currently. Like what we're talking about is a number that you couldn't even fathom. Like it's an insanely high number.
Just if my assumption was correct about speed, it wouldn't have mattered because they couldn't have hit him.
They don't need to. He just needs to be in the universe while it's being corrupted.
But again, if he was perceiving it slower, he would have more time to hit.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have an infinite amount of time. It would eventually take him. Doesn't matter how much time he felt like he had. And even if the demons didn't have the whole time thing, to them it would still just be, however long it is. Time would still go by for them just fine. Just because he's doing more shit in that time, he's not slowing down time himself. He's just being able to perceive more stuff. Demons, really, all they would have to do is wait. After a couple of weeks, it doesn't matter. You could have killed 1 trillion fucking demons.
Well, it depends. It would depend on how high you could go. If you don't think he could get past Davos, then obviously he loses.
He can't go past Davos. I don't think he can go past Davos. I don't think he can go past a lot of the Titans. I don't think he can go past the Demon Lords. The top tiers he can't go past. When you start to get to the higher level Titans and stuff, you start to get to like Universe Busters. And like the normal version of Superman that's not like, honestly, even some of the stronger versions of Superman would struggle pretty hard against those types of characters.
Post-Crisis Superman, he's dealt with like beings on that level.
Sure, but those aren't the strongest demons. Those are the stronger demons. But those aren't the strongest demons.
Yeah,
like the demons are basically many of the Titans, the Demon Lords, were literal gods who created and ruled their own universe that Davith then corrupted and turned into subordinates to himself. That's why it's called the Ancient Gods, because like the demons, many of the demons, the more powerful demons, are actually gods.
Yeah, and you've got Davith and the Father.
Well, Father's not a part. He wouldn't be a part of it because he's not a part of the demons. He's with the He wouldn't.
But it's called the Ancient Gods.
He wouldn't qualify. Well, technically, technically, if you actually would count the makers to a certain extent, because many of the makers do get corrupted. They're like the blood makers. Those are corrupted makers. Those are technically demons, so they would count. So some of the makers you would actually have to do.
I mean, the maker drones that the icon of sin just instantly corrupts when it awakens in Doom Eternal. Those are technically demons now.
That's another thing. That's a good point. Saint Dane says, "Is there even a sun in hell?" So if he went to hell, it's very possible that he wouldn't even be able to he wouldn't gain any power. Well, no, he would lose them over time. He would lose them over time.
Yeah, but it can take a long time for him to lose his powers.
Depends. No, not really. Not that long. Like
especially if he's using his powers, he's gonna lose them faster too.
Yeah, we've seen him lose his powers very quickly. And if he uses his heat ray vision, his heat ray, that sucks it up fast. Like we've seen him.
The biggest drainer.
Yeah, like we've seen him get into fights for like minutes and run out of all of his fucking powers because he's overusing it. Like it just depends. But yeah, no, there's a lot going against him. There's a ton going.
Yeah, I feel like his Frost Breath
Superman has like killed characters. He's I don't think he counts as killing, but he was able to kill Dr. Manhattan.
Superman killed Dr. Manhattan?
Dr. Manhattan doesn't have the durability of the Icon of Sin or someone else.
I didn't read that story, so I can't really comment on it.
What story are you talking about? Superman
didn't kill. Remember the exact details. But...
There's a story where I know there's a story where he challenges Dr. Manhattan, but I thought he got his ass whooped. I didn't think he beat Dr. Manhattan or killed him. And if he did, I thought that Dr. Manhattan pretty easily.
I can't remember the ending.
Is more powerful.
But Superman punches him, and Dr. Manhattan's vision goes blank for the rest of the future.
No, I know the comic you're talking about. That's not what it is. What it is that the characters from, I can't remember the name, that Dr. Manhattan's from, they brought him to DC so that Superman can inspire him to be good again. The question was, does Superman kill me or do I destroy the universe? The thing is, when Superman goes to punch goes to throw that punch, it hits a villain behind Dr. Manhattan, not Dr. Manhattan himself.
Otherwise,
Superman-
he'd be a
That's very anticlimactic.
splatter.
Saint Dane says that Silver Age Superman sneezed a galaxy away and it was an accident. So like I guess that's
true.
That's supposed to mean something. Yeah, but I mean we've already
Oh.
talked about how the Icon of Sin, who's not the strongest demon, just passively by existing creates a black hole that destroys the entire universe, sucks it into hell. We talked about how Davith just by existing creates an infinite number of universes every second that he exists.
But that's not necessarily his that doesn't mean his durability is that high, though. Surely.
What's up?
That doesn't mean his durability is that high.
Not necessarily, but we do know that their durability is that high. I mean, there's a statement in the art book where Doom Guy fighting against the demons causes the multiverse to collapse in on itself.
Oh my god, these fucking statements are insane.
Yeah.
That's Doom stupid broken.
It's broken. Like the whole idea, it's a power fantasy, and the whole idea is, I've said this quite a few times. The demons are specifically designed to be a completely unstoppable threat, like an what do you call it? Yeah, an unstoppable force. And Doom Guy, despite the fact that they are completely unstoppable, Doom Guy can stop it. Like that's the whole premise of the game. I'm going to make something so ungodly, overpowered, crazy, you cannot deal with it. Nothing in fiction can deal with it. And then I'm going to make a dude who can deal with it. And then that's the power fantasy. Yeah. That's the whole point of the New Age Doom games. Not the Old Age Doom games, but the current Doom games. That's the whole purpose. So like when you talk about like what are the most powerful, most broken, most over-the-top alien race ever, and people talk about like Warhammer, like, oh, it's the Tyranids or the fucking Imperial Band. You don't understand how strong they are. I'm like, okay, sure, sit down, kid. Look, it's just it really doesn't compare.
Every time I hear something about Doom, I'm just like, what the?
No, it's crazy shit. It's crazy shit.
It's ridiculous.
Me personally, I don't like get into Doom and be like, oh man, I just fucking love like the deep story like that. I like the gameplay of Doom. I like the character of Doom Guy. I find him interesting. And I think the lore and the story is not done particularly well. But the people who write the story are so not good at writing stories. They're just like a bunch of dudes who are trying to come up with cool stuff. And because they're not like professional writers, and they're just like bros trying to come up with cool things, they oftentimes come up with things that I really, really like. And it's like, that's cool. Like a professional writer would not have come up with that. Like that takes someone who is just throwing shit at the wall to see what seems cool. And which is why I don't like it when Hugo Martin and the team over there is like, we're just going to make a bunch of homages, right? Like I don't like that the Cosmic Realm is just basically a ripoff of the Outer Gods and all that's like I wish you would have went your own way, because when you do your own thing and you go your own way, you actually make some really interesting, cool shit. I just wish they would do that more often. I like the fact that in Doom: The Dark Ages, if you read the description of all the guns, they're all batshit insane. Like the gun that grinds up a skull and fires a skull out like a machine gun, little skull. But Soul Crusher. Thank you, Skull Crusher. And I don't know why I couldn't think of that. And like when you read about the gun, how it works is that it's got dark magics imbued in the gun, and when it chops and grinds up the skull, it is that skull is a sacrifice to then activate the dark magics that then like turn the skull into it's just dope. It's so cool. There's so many cool things that like when you guys do shit like that, like just try and make the whole game like a badass fucking death heavy metal album cover, and you'll make cool shit. Stop trying to be like other things. Like the stuff that I don't like in the game is like I don't like Davith as a boss fight or the way he looks or character, because they just made him Korn. He's just Korn now. And I was like, I don't care for that.
Korn,
I wish you would have done something. Yeah, I wish you would have done something cooler. No, Korn does have a mech suit. I mean, he has this big suit of armor. It's not a mech suit. It's not a mech suit, but it looks exactly like fucking Davith. It's very similar. Anyway, point is, well, argument that a lot of people say is like, oh, well, Davith's so weak because he's got his armor, and I'm like, Korn has armor. Like, what does that mean? What does it matter if he's got armor? Like, Korn has armor. You know, a lot of god level beings. Kratos has armor now. Like, what does it matter if they have armor? Like, doesn't mean they're weak. But anyway, but like all the guns, like there's like the fucking what's the other one?
The chain shot. That's
the chain
really
shot,
shoots holes through
which
reality.
yeah, it shoots holes. It uses the power of like conceptual chaos, and when you fire it, it shoots holes and creates holes in reality when you hit people, and it's like. That's just so stupid, but I like it. It's cool.
It's just a dread mace that's described as
I mean,
infinitely
the whole
dense,
point of Doom
stupid
is
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point of Doom isn't the story; it's the gameplay.
No, I don't agree with that. I know a lot of players feel that way.
Doom: The Dark Ages goes more into the story.
Well, no, so did Eternal. Eternal went deep in the lore and the backstory. I just don't think it's really all that good. But I like the
it's
fact
not like the main focus of the game. Is what I mean.
I disagree now. If you're talking about Doom, specifically Doom: The Dark Ages, there is no multiplayer mode. It's literally just a single player story. The game, like when Hugo,
2016,
yeah, Doom 2016.
Playing
Well, Hugo Martin has wanted to
story.
make more story-based game for a while, but he was afraid. But Doom's never been story-based, so he was afraid that if he did, people would reject it. So in Doom Eternal, he did it all in codexes, and people loved the codexes so much that they're like, "Can we get more story?" And then like it took him 3 games for people to get to the point where they actually wanted story. And now Doom Eternal or Doom: The Dark Ages actually has story. And we were waiting this whole time for that. So that's like, yeah, that's basically how that went. But yeah, like I liked Doom: The Dark Ages and its story and stuff. Was it perfect? No, but I enjoy what it is, understanding that it's not professional writers. It's just a bunch of dudes trying to make cool stuff. I think they make slip ups, and I think there's a lot of really cool stuff. So yeah, I want them to get away from the constant homages and just like worry about expanding and making Doom its own thing, and not just being like a mix, a hodgepodge of different other universes all combined together, which at times it can be. I think it's holding it back. But yeah, anyway, we're done, right? Superman fucking loses. Is that okay?
It's a wash.
All right.
I mean, we could debate on how far he gets too.
I mean,
I think he stops at the Titans.
No, I mean, look, I know we kind of went off topic quite a few times doing this, but the point of the debate was Superman and Demons. We came to a conclusion. Let's let some other people up, and they can debate and do the stuff. Cyborg dragons as a general concept was awesome. I think the cyborg dragon is so stupid.
It's so stupid, but so fun.
It's stupid because like no one thinks about it this way. Right? Okay, Surratt. Who's played the game? Y'all played the game?
Yes, I played it on Ultra Nightmare.
Okay, so Surratt, that's the name of the dragon, right? He's a dragon who was wounded and lost his wings. So they went and they gave him cybernetic wings, and then Doom Guy drives on top of him, and he steers the dragon, and he has a pedal, and he has a gas pedal that speeds up and slows down the dragon. Which means, really think about it for a second. If Doom Guy is controlling the wings and he's controlling the speed, it's not a dragon. It's a fucking he is flying a ship like in the sky that has a lizard just strapped to the bottom of it for no reason. Like that's what it is. Like it's so weird. It's like this poor helpless defenseless lizard that's just like being dragged around by this basically ship that he's flying. Like otherwise, why would you have the pedal and why would you have a steering wheel that you can actually control the direction and stuff? Like what's the dragon doing other than shooting fire? Like he's just helplessly being like dragged in through the sky. I just find it very funny. Now we do know that when Doom Guy's not on the dragon can control his own wings and fly around. But when he's on the dragon, he has a steering wheel and he has a pedal. So clearly the dragon's not controlling it. Doom Guy is. So it's really weird to me. I almost feel like they should just have the dragon like dangle. You know, like his neck is just like sort of dangling there as he's just flying around. Technically, even though his spoiler alert for people who have not played Doom: The Dark Ages, Surratt dies at the end of the game. Technically, there's no reason why he could just jump on the back of a dragon and just drive it around anyway. And then you just like drive with this lizard corpse on the bottom of your ship. It's goofy. I find it very goofy, but it is a cool design. I do like the fact that you're flying around a cyborg dragon, but it's stupid. Like there's no doubt that it's stupid.
It's stupid, but it's awesome.
But maybe I know I like it. I like Surat. I like Thera. I want the DLC. I want to be able to play as Thera during the DLC.
What?
I've been saying this for a while. Yeah, not only Thera. I want to play as Doom Guy, and I want to be able to swap to Thera, and I want Doom Guy to play like a warrior class, and I want Thera to play like a mage class, like a first-person mage class, because she's got I want her to be Doom Girl essentially, because they've been saying for a long time. Hugo Martin's been saying for years that he would like a Doom Girl, but if he did do a Doom Girl, he didn't want it to just be a copy of a Doom Guy. He wanted it to be like her own character with her own abilities and powers and backstory, and they did that. Thera is her own character with her own powers that are in no way connected to Doom Guy's powers. Her powers are from the Wraith, and she can create like constructs and these tentacles and shit. And I'm like, that would be cool. We have it. Just make her Doom Girl. I also have a really cool theory. So,
isn't she like the descendant of a Wraith?
What's up?
Isn't she like a descendant of a Wraith or
well,
something?
the entire
like that?
they're all technically descended or not descended, but they were guided by the Wraiths in their evolution. But Thera actually has a Wraith soul inside her body, and that's what gives her powers. Yeah, it's like yeah. So she actually has like Wraith powers. But I have a really cool theory. I don't like it. I hate it. But it is cool. Okay, so you know how originally in the original games Doom Guy wasn't married?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then in Doom Eternal, it is implied, or Hugo Martin has implied, that he was married and his wife died to the demons, right?
I thought they took it out.
They did. They took the photo out, but Hugo. That's why I said Hugo Martin has said, because in interviews he has talked about a family. So the family. So we believe that there's a family that still exists. Here's my thought process, right? Did they retcon the original games and give him a wife because he didn't have a wife originally, or that's what everyone thought, that they just retconned the previous games and now he has a wife even though he never did? No, I think, which again I don't want to happen, but what I think is going to happen is he did have a wife. It wasn't in the original games. It was when he was on Sentinel Prime and his wife was Thera.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
And then
that would make for an interesting match.
Him and Thera get married at some point, and they have a daughter. And the demonic invasion kills Thera and his daughter, which then causes him to go on his rampage in hell.
But he's already on the rampage, isn't that what they
were
alluding to?
He's not on his well, he's defending. He's
on a rampage
at the end,
because
he goes in the
he's fighting. Well, they're still in a war. They're still in a war with hell.
Yeah,
they're still in a war with hell. Like the war's not over. They're invading. They're invading thing. But look, okay. My idea is that the whole concept of this is that Doom, like, a wife doesn't fit in the current continuity. Like, unless they want to retcon something, they have to give him a wife when he was on Sentinel Prime. Otherwise, it doesn't work because he didn't have a wife in the original games. So, and if you're going to give him a wife while he's on Sentinel Prime or in Argent D'Nor, the best person to be is Thera, and I think that there's very clear hints throughout Doom the Dark Ages that there is romantic intention there. Specifically when he saves her. Like, he saves her and he goes up and he like caresses her forearm and stuff. That is very...
Oh yeah.
That's
the gentleness of
that's not normal. Like, that's not...
I thought that was just because it was weird seeing a race behind Thera, which there's no clue about.
No, it's very... Go rewatch that scene. It is very romantic. It is very romantic.
He also does it in a very...
It's a very romantic way. He doesn't he like caresses the side of her forearm and he slowly guides her down. Like, it's like, this is romantic. Like, does he have feelings for this bitch? And it's like, and it's cool. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. The reason why I don't want it to be true is because I don't want them to. I want Thera to be able to show up in future games. I don't like the idea that they just introduced her just to kill her off between games. I don't like that as a concept. I would prefer her to stick around. That's why I don't like it. But it would get rid of the supposed retcon where he had a wife in the original games when we know he did not. They never mentioned a wife. When he got down to Earth, the only thing that died was his pet rabbit Daisy. Yeah, that's my whole thing. Anyway, that's my theory. Let's continue. Honestly, super chats have not been going on at all. I should really end the stream. because we're on 4 hours, and I have not made 4 hours worth of money. Does anyone have a good debate? If we want to, I guess, end it off on, because I didn't give y'all guys a heads up that I was ending it anyway. But is there any good debates going on? I don't know what ads for movie debate is. I don't know what that means. And it's so much for that. So not a legend. No, well, we were gonna have the legend, whatever. Sorry, your name is.
Movie.
Yeah, he said he wanted to come up and do Superman. Well, I said at the start, okay, we need one more person to do Superman, and he said something, but I said, give me your fucking name. Stop just saying I want to, or yes, me. Give me your name, and one of you guys gave me your name first, so I brought y'all up. If you would have just typed your fucking name up, you would have been up here. I think I've said that, 6 or 7 times during this stream? I don't know how many times I gotta say it. So I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad that you didn't come up. I don't feel bad at all. The next person, Sly Fox, needs to come up, I believe, because Sly Fox actually donated to come up. That's Trent, right? He wanted to do Destiny. Here, I'm gonna let him up. Invite to speak. And if there's no super chats,
it was Destiny and Halo.
Yeah, if there's no super chats or engagement in the chat, this is going to be the final debate. Is he up? Okay, Sly, you good? You there?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You wanted to do Destiny versus something?
Yeah, Destiny basically versus whatever. It could be Halo, Warframe, whatever you guys kind of want.
Okay, who in the chat or up here, wherever, I don't care, who wants to go up against Destiny? The thing he just said 5 seconds ago that I forgot. Destiny. Anyone want to go up against? Crazy Nano, give me who you want to go. Again, guys, give me all the information. Don't say I do. If anyone ever says I do, I'm just gonna start ignoring those people. like tell me what, because it's annoying, because I say, okay, well, anyone wants to come up here, and then you're like, I do, and I'm like, okay, who do you want to debate with? And then I gotta wait 8 seconds, because that's how long the delay is for you guys to hear that, and then type out the next one. It just slows down everything to a halt. I do. This is who I want to debate. This is my Discord name, and then we'll bring you up. That's what I need. I can same name in Discord. Who are you debating with? I give him a pass because he did give me his name, and he probably
From
did.
the face of it, I would say Halo. But everyone said Halo was really hard.
Everyone says it. Everyone said it would be one-sided. Everyone said it would be one-sided with Halo.
Oh yeah.
But I played Destiny.
It depends on which group we send against them, really.
The Fall
I'm watching the Guardians, right?
I don't know anything about Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny over the last 5 years has gotten kind of out of hand.
The first game, none of the DLCs, and I played the second game.
Guys, give me a.
Yeah, there's gods now that can destroy suns. It's kind of nuts.
Okay.
Interesting.
Warframe. Okay, that's an interesting one. Yeah, that's Sly Fox. Sly Fox.
Yeah.
Sly Fox. Wait, Mr. Nova Rova? Oh, you're talking to Sly Fox. I was about to say, Mr. Nova is Sly Fox? Thought I let Sly Fox up here already. Confusing the shit out of me. Okay.
Well, he's down in the.
Okay, he has been invited. Okay, so for the other guys, I'm gonna boot you guys down. Sorry. We're gonna start new with it. Okay. So that's Warframe, and that's Destiny. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Yeah, I thought Warframe would be the only sort of fair universe. Yeah, I don't think Halo could really fight Destiny, but Warframe has a lot going on.
So Destiny?
Partly, not as well. I haven't.
You don't have to. It's not a requirement. You were just saying that as if you knew it. I was curious.
I've listened to a lot of random lore dumps of a bunch of different games, so I have listened to some of its lore dumps.
All right, now to be fair. This is a pet peeve of mine. Do you actually know Warframe, or do you just watch lore dumps?
Sadly I do not know. Warframe is the only one I know sort of enough to be able to debate against.
Okay,
But
so you don't really. Does anybody else know more about Warframe in the comments so that you can help them out? Because I try not to have people come up here and debate with stuff that they're not 100% on, that they don't know things about. Liam knows it. The dude I just fucking booted. Okay, hold up. Well, that's fucking. It's fucking what's the word? It's something's wrong with my brain, man.
Inconvenient.
No.
No.
Awkward? I think I was thinking of awkward. All right.
Probably.
On the topic, and since it's the last one, I'll see you on the next one. Glad I suggested Warframe vs. Destiny despite not knowing anything about either. Good topic. Peace. All right, bye. See, I am not. I mean, it depends. Depends on. It'll be the last one if there's no super chats. Anyway, is he coming up? Liam, I invited you already. Where are you? The fuck up here. It's fucking,
I need Liam.
It's fucking. It's the Brits, man, with their British time. They just everything's later.
To be fair,
He's wanting to
it's
do
like
Halo,
2:30
not
in the
Warframe.
afternoon for me.
Oh, well, what the you just said? Oh, okay. I only read the I know it. I didn't read the I do Halo part. Okay, my bad. That's.
Well, if he wants to do Halo, he probably knows more about Halo than I do Warframe, so that should be fair.
Oh, okay. You should. Okay. All right. Fuck.
I can just. Okay. I also know a bit about Halo, so I could probably just help him. I'll be the backup dude to help him.
Okay, so what's the debate? Is it universe versus universe? Is it particular character versus particular character? Faction versus faction? You guys decide. I don't fucking care. I'm done. I'm out.
Guardians versus Spartans seems like the logical one.
Does it?
Which Spartans? We doing Spartan 1s, 2, or 3s?
I've heard some shit about Destiny, and it doesn't sound like it would be.
I don't feel like that's very fair considering we have Guardians that can basically just.
But they just don't feel like they do anything that crazy. Like when you play it, you never see them do anything.
Yeah, but not seeing that doesn't matter. Like they're.
It's more like super deep lore.
Yeah, it's all in the lore. Like Oryx is literally a universe buster, and he's the final boss of one of the DLCs. And a guard, just a single guardian can go and fight against them. Like there's just because not every game shows their story in a like super bombastic, over the top kind of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, do what you want, but I feel like Sly Fox is gonna say like a paragraph, and you're gonna be like, oh, it's over. Like I just feel like.
Well, if you did universe is universe, I would probably just go to the Forerunners, but the Forerunners would just basically have to kill themselves.
I still don't think that would do much. I'm still not 100%.
Blood when they had the Forerunner fleet.
Doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Isn't Destiny like Guardians are specifically what's it called? Like there's something like paratime or something where it's like they both exist and not exist.
But we have George.
What?
Oh,
I don't know who that is.
From Halo Reach, we have him.
Gross.
He's one of the original
Sly, what am I talking about? I'm talking about. Also, by the way, is your name Sly Fox a reference to Sly Cooper as well as Star Fox?
Oh.
Is he dead? No, Sly.
By default.
Sly, I gotta give you 10 seconds, man. You gotta come back.
You gotta get it.
Can you hear me now,
bro?
There
you are. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
my microphone dead.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I guess my question will go unanswered. Yeah, but like, is it?
Causal.
Yes, thank you. How does it work? It's like some stupid bullshit over the top.
So basically, it's like, obviously it's a joke with like the title of the game. It's basically like a form of fate manipulation, I would kind of guess. So you can kind of guide your own destiny. It's not set in stone. You can still die your final death, which is what they call it, but it takes a lot to get there.
So they have fate manipulation. I thought it was more than that. Like I thought it was something about like everything that has happened has both happened and not happened, and they can essentially.
How the fuck does Halo beat this?
Yeah, like it's like
it's. Fate manipulation's for like crazy Master Chief technically as that, right?
He does not. He does.
And
He's
it
lucky.
could be,
being lucky is not fate manipulation.
No, this is to a different level. It's kind of like
the lottery, therefore
you're
I have fate
alive when you should have been dead multiple times.
Yeah, like I've heard, like there's multiple timelines. There's like an infinite number of timelines, and multiple of them can happen simultaneously within one timeline, or something like that. I forget exactly how it was explained.
Yeah, that has to do with the Vex. The Vex is like a faction that we really don't know a whole lot about. Basically, they're robots that harvest planets for resources, and they have their own thing called, I believe it's the Time Garden. I could be completely wrong with the name, but yeah, it's basically a simulation that's running every possibility of timeline, and it has completely different versions of your character, other characters, all running at the same time that can be pulled into those universes. It gets confusing quick.
Sounds like it.
Wait, is it a simulation?
It's a simulation that's real.
Oh,
so it's a
okay.
simulated reality that
simulation,
has real things that work just the same.
So
Oh,
how much of a
okay.
simulation is
Okay,
it?
I got it. I got it. I got it. I just pulled it up. Now, this is directly from... This is not like a definition of paracasual. This is actually from the Destiny wiki. This makes sense. Well, it doesn't make sense, but it's a more clear explanation. Okay, so it says paracausality is described as an intervention in reality from outside parallel to causality. Golden Age science defined paracausality as a correlation between events with no plausible causal relationship. So basically, something they can cause something to happen without the things needing to happen to lead up to that thing happening.
Which makes sense, like characters making black holes out of nothing or pulling pocket sun out of their ass.
Yeah, like let's say, I don't know, like you have... I'm trying to see if I can give a really good example. Do you understand what I'm saying before I even go in to try and make this example?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do.
Like the steps in order to come to a certain thing. Like, I need to get on the other side of that door. That door's locked. I need a key. In some timeline somewhere, I had a key and unlocked that door and got in there. Even though I don't have that key, I can just get on the other side of that door because I was able to do it in a different timeline.
So you're basically able to switch timeline.
Yeah. So it's kind of, yeah, that's the basic concept of paracausality as described by the game Destiny, not like some scaling channel or anything. That's actually how the game describes it as.
As long as they can do it in one timeline, they can do it in all timelines.
Basically,
yeah, that's
and there's infinite timelines, and there's infinite timelines in Destiny. Yeah, actually, fun fact: the demons in Doom. I don't usually talk about it, but the demons in Doom are described as paracausal in the lore, which I think is kind of funny.
Got just another thing to put on the rap sheet.
Yeah, just another thing, man.
Liam, you're gonna need to cover that.
They need that.
Liam, do you have anything?
I don't know. I barely understand. I don't even know what anyone can do against that.
Well, you'd have to.
Everyone in Destiny or just the Guardians?
Okay.
Well, it's the Guardians.
So
it's the Guardians. It would be the
Guardians
Vex.
and the Vex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my one thought process would be if you were to activate the Halo rings, there isn't a way to survive it, no matter what. So I don't really know what that
pocket dimensions count.
Well, the way the Guardians would work is that if there's a timeline where the Halo rings were not activated, then they could essentially just be like they weren't activated.
There's nothing to fucking fight against that. That's kind of fun.
Well, no,
I think honestly it would be like faction versus faction might be more fair when it comes to Halo.
Just not the Guardians.
That way they don't have to. Just not the Guardians, because the Guardians are so stupidly powerful.
Or the Vex.
Like, the only things. Yeah, or the Vex. The Vex are stupid. They can literally just erase.
Yeah, but wouldn't the Cabal, like, I don't know much about the Cabal, but wouldn't the Cabal have to have something comparative so that they can even fight against? Like, they wouldn't even be a threat to the Guardians if they didn't have something comparable.
Yeah, so the reason that the Cabal were like an issue in the first game was that it was a scout troop, and then in the second game it was shown that they have a ship that literally eats planets for fuel, and that their king was coming to our part of the universe to come fuck us up, and they tried to blow the sun up by absorbing all of its energy and then just basically releasing it all at once back into it.
I don't know if that shouldn't be able to win, because that would mean that if there's any timeline where the Guardians were able to stop that from happening, then they could just stop it.
But if the Guardians weren't there, then they would have just blown up the sun. And the other thing is they totally shut the Traveler down, which is where the Guardians get all their power.
Oh.
Like they built a like on the first try, they built technology that could block out the light, which hasn't happened before. And then the only way to get your powers back at the beginning of Destiny 2 is find shards of the Traveler that have broken off over the years.
Well, see, this is one of those
And
powers
then-
that breaks the game. Like it breaks the story of the game. Because
Oh,
if you
yeah.
have the ability to essentially skip all of the reasons for things happening and just make them happen, how was it possible that they were able to shut down the Traveler if they could have just stopped them from shutting down the Traveler? They could have just
so
made
it
that
wasn't
be
really
a thing.
explained all that well. It was really just kind of like a huge ambush on the last city where it all happened. It just was a gigantic ambush and a lot of people died.
Mhm.
But then obviously your main character has to do main character shit, and he or she found a bunch of shards and got their powers back and then fucked everything up.
Because it almost seems like that shouldn't be possible. Like they should, unless the Cabal have some
Yeah.
way to cancel out the whole paracausal shit, they shouldn't have been able
Well,
to
they
succeed
cancel
in
out
that
the
mission.
light, so the light is what gives them their paracausality, and so I'm assuming since they blocked that out, it's a weird.
How'd they do it though?
Fucking, they used a gigantic fucking ship to just give it a big hug. Basically, used a giant energy shield. They never explained what it was.
So I think we found. Okay, so I think we found a weakness.
Yeah, I'm
I think
trying to help.
No, not that.
but-
Not that weak. Not that. Not the whole blocking the Traveler thing. The weakness that we found is that they can't look into the future.
No, they can't. It's like an on-the-go thing.
Yeah.
And
So
if they have a chance right then and there to do something, then it happens.
okay. That's
Yeah.
not as broken then.
So that's a weakness right there. Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
That's a big weakness, actually. You know.
I thought,
so not being able to see the future
at
but-
all, they can do it. It's
Well,
like, no,
they
don't want it that
well
way.
they can, but it seems like they have to be aware that it's coming beforehand, and they don't have any way of
so
seeing that
a lot
it's
of the
aware.
things is like most of the story in Destiny 2 now is like this threat is looming and you find out bits and pieces of what it is and prepare yourself the best you can, and that's honestly the only reason that Earth is still there at this point, because they've had 3 or 4 gods try to take it over, and we've had clues and learned little by little what they are and how to basically just counteract them.
For a long time before I sort of dove more deep into the Doom lore and figured out that it's fucking unstoppable, I actually thought like one of the coolest combinations was Destiny and Doom, like those two universes colliding. And then
Doom
I
would
and then I realized it was like, oh wow, no, they're getting shit on. Yeah, well, like I to this point, you can't really put like I don't know if you guys noticed, but I've stopped even doing like Doom Eternal stuff at all. This shit's broken.
I've loved the Doom Dark Ages.
Yeah, because it's weaker. It's more entertaining. It's funner. Like it's like the corruption
it's
is
a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, the corruption's like way weaker than it used to be. So it's than it was in Eternal. So it's like everything's kind of manageable, and you can actually have things that win. And all they don't have to overcome Davith and like the entirety of the infinity of hell. They just have to overcome this one fucking asshole who's fucking shit up. So it's like just kill that one guy. Go kill Devil Man, and then it's dealt with. The reason, yeah. By the way, the final form of Azric is very clearly a homage to Devilman, which is why I call him Devilman. But
I love Devilman. That's a great anime.
Have you played Doom: The Dark Ages?
I have not. I've watched multiple playthroughs yet.
Oh, so you've seen the final form of Azric?
Dude, the final form's sick.
That's Devilman.
Dude, it's just Devilman.
It's Devilman. That's what that is.
And you get to shoot him.
Yeah. The thing I find funny though is that Azric turns into Devilman, right? He has the wings and shit, but he doesn't fly like at all. Like
He doesn't.
no,
Does
like well, no. There's like
Does he even fly in a cutscene?
There's certain parts of the fight he'll like jump up in the air, and then like some shit will attack you, and then he like lands back on the ground. But at no point does he like fly up the air. You have to shoot him in the air. Like, wouldn't that be more of a viable option for him to fight you, to like fly in the air?
I feel like it would be super cool.
Yeah, like he should be flying around while you're shooting him, and he's like blasting fucking magical blasts and shit at you. But he doesn't.
Yeah, like shooting him and then parrying certain stuff and throwing your shield at him and shield bashing.
It would kind of feel
it would
like
be so much cooler to.
It would kind of feel like the vampire boss fights in Darkwatch. I know like nobody's played Darkwatch, but Darkwatch was a first-person shooter that came out a while back, long time ago. And in that game, it was a first-person shooter. You're a vampire, and all of the big bosses of the game are these giant vampire monsters that fly around and like fire shit at you, and it would be that. But I guess like having him fly would be weird because like their whole point of the game is like your shield and like getting close and personal. Like that's the whole purpose of the game. That's the gameplay style. So it would be weird to have the whole final boss or like one of the final bosses be this dude who never gets up close. But then if that's the case, why give him the wings? Because you just have this dude with
I
wings.
feel like they
that
should have
never
just
uses it.
done phases. You know, phases when he's flying, you have to knock him out of the air, then you fight him on the ground. I feel like that's been done before in other games, but
Yeah, you can. Or maybe he like flies up in the air and then he does like attacks with the little green glowy light, and then if you parry those attacks, you can knock him out of the air and then continue the fight, and then he'll like occasionally keep trying to go back up, and you can keep knocking him back down. But I think the boss fight also wanted to give you the feeling that like Doomguy was getting his ass beat. And if you're constantly knocking his ass out the sky, it kind of loses that.
Yeah, that kind of
illusion.
defeats the purpose.
it's because Doomguy is getting his ass beat in that fight throughout most of it. It's not. I like Doom. Anyway, y'all go back to fucking. It seems like Destiny whoops Halo's ass.
What about?
Well, here's the thing. I feel like
AI
Destiny isn't as strong as people think when it comes to certain factions.
I've heard a lot of people say
certain
that.
factions are just straight up fodder.
But isn't it true that like Oryx is literally a god that tries to like destroy the universe, and the dude gets beat by he can get beat by a single guardian. I mean, I guess canonically he got beat by 4 guardians, but still 4 guardians beating the shit out of a dude who could blow up a universe, like that's kind of
so he's definitely not universal. We saw him demonstrate a little bit of his power. His power isn't really like the raw like attack power. It's what makes him so deadly is his ability to create armies, because he has the ability to take. So basically he rips you into another dimension, takes your soul, and then forces your body back into the world and to do what he wants. So he can do that to basically anybody that we've seen so far except Guardians. He's never tried it.
Do you play
Destiny?
Do you play Destiny 2?
Yeah, I play it up to now. I've played it since I've been playing. Since
Like, is it
Destiny 1
worth
beta.
playing? Because I did not like Destiny 1.
Destiny 1 had a lot of problems. Destiny 2 now, like, it's super, super overwhelming. It's worth playing if you get just some good friends and you guys are willing to drop like 100 fucking hours into the game.
Jumping in too late.
What's up, Liam? What'd you say?
It feels like I jumped in on it. It just feels like you're jumping in too late if you jump on Destiny 2 at this point.
I don't know.
If you have somebody to like help you along and talk you through certain things that don't make sense, because that's one thing. Like the game does lock away content after 3-4 years, so you guys miss big chunks of the story.
Really? Why?
Yeah, and it's pissed off a lot of people because they locked away, I think, 4 DLCs that we paid for.
Oh no!
And
I'd never play that game.
Yeah. No, it's pissed off and lost a lot of people, and they're kind of trying to work to get back to it. It's actually fucking them in a lawsuit right now.
Why
because
do
they
it?
can't show that they have that.
Why? What
I guess
reason
it was.
would they do it? Like, I don't understand why. There's
Game
no
size.
way that was gonna.
It's like a 200 gigabyte game or something ridiculous. I think gigabyte's the bigger one, but yeah. And with everything, if they still had everything in it, the game would just get to a point where it's just a clusterfuck, and the game evolves over time. I don't know why they did it.
Then you need to make a third Destiny and plan out more accordingly next time.
Trust me, we've been begging for Destiny 3 for the last 5 years, and instead they decided to make Marathon, and that's also a shit
They
show.
just keep releasing new DLCs. Just keep endlessly.
They do. But
how many DLCs are they on now? Like 20 or so, stupid.
In the second game, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think about 8 or 9 DLCs now, and they just came out with 2 more. Oh, now that I think you can use 6 of them.
I just find it wild that like Warframe's been out for 13, 15 years, something like that. And they're not having They're not having these issues. Everything's working just fine. The game gets better and better.
Low-level file management.
Yeah,
Wait,
well, I think the big
can-
part of it's like listening to the community.
Can you?
Destiny
the-
doesn't
the
have a
D-
good track
The
record of doing that.
DLCs that have been locked away, so they're no longer usable in game. Can you still buy them? Which, if so, that is fucked.
No, they removed them from the store. They had a lot of flack for that for a long time. They had them
So weird.
up for a couple months after they removed them.
That's fucked. Imagine buying a DLC just to find out it's no longer playable in game.
Yeah. Well, the original story of
play it
Destiny
all.
2 is not even playable anymore. They removed that from the game.
If
yeah,
you
so
look,
it's called the Red War, which is the original like campaign.
I don't care how long have had your DLC for. If I buy your DLC and then you remove it from the game 2 years later, you better give me my fucking money back.
Dude, and that's what a lot of the sentiment towards Destiny is. They've lost a lot of people because of it. I play it just because it's a love of the game. I love the game itself.
It's the love of the
The
game.
story's pretty good.
I'm a masochist.
Dude, I love getting fucked and
Scrape
then
my
them saying
balls
it's gonna get
across
better just to
the
fuck me again.
sandpaper. I love it. No.
Yeah, if I had to say Destiny as a relationship, it's like fucking a sandpaper condom. Like it's bad.
You choose to do it.
Yeah, I choose to do it. I think I hate myself at this point or something. I'm not quite sure what it is.
No. Hey man, try.
Hey, the story's cool as fuck.
Try War. In one, it wasn't. It basically was non-existent. Hey, you want the story or the lore?
Yeah,
you gotta go look up this website. I was like, fuck you. I mean, hey, if you like Destiny, try out Warframe. It doesn't.
I can't get down with the movement.
Really?
Well, I could if I put time into it.
I thought the movement was one of the.
Really...
I thought the movement was one of the funnest things about it. Like
I don't like it either.
how fast you can move.
No. The movement's really cool. It's like the camera control on it. It just, I don't know. It doesn't feel. It's really hard to explain. It's a really minute thing that I just can't fuck with, and I've tried it like 3 or 4 times. So after this, I might just try it again.
It's almost tomorrow. I'm going to beat my sack. Good night.
What the fuck?
That is what Doug.
Oh,
that is how Doug decided to leave the chat, and that is how. And if he dies,
that's what's up.
In his sleep, that is how we will all remember him. The
guy that beat his sack.
That he was beating his sack. He died beating his sack.
He died doing what he loved.
He died what he loved. He died doing what he loved.
See, he's putting a lot of trust into me because I could ban him from the Discord, and then next week we just be like, yeah, he just died. Like he just died.
He just died.
I don't know what happened to him. He just fucking disappeared. And there's he wouldn't be able to fix that information to anyone. it would just be it.
Screenshot it and just. That's how he lived.
From the stream though, so he can't come back and talk in the stream.
That's how he will be remembered from anyone. No, I could ban him from the stream. I could ban him from the stream. I've never done it before.
Discord and the stream.
Yeah, like
I
talked to Alden today. Actually, we were talking about this, and he was because he does streams too, and he has a much smaller channel than mine. He's got about 3,000 or 4,000 subs. And he talked about all the horror stories of his streams, about how he's got people in his stream. Like he had a stalker in his stream that was talking about how she wanted to have his babies. I think it was a dude.
What the fuck?
I think it was a dude
Holy
trolling.
fuck.
I think it was a dude trolling him. And then he was saying how oftentimes he will get trolls in it who try and but he has to have multiple mods to kick people out, and to control the chat. And I'm like, how do you have 1/10 of the people that I have, and I have literally never come into any issues at all. I don't even have a mod. I don't have a mod on the
What type of streams does he do?
Just playing games and stuff. He plays Elden Ring, or he'll play Elden Ring or some kind of Souls games because his channel's all about Souls stuff. And then he'll just talk to people who come in. They'll have conversations. They'll say stuff to him. He'll say stuff back. It's very chill, laid back kind of stuff. So it's just, my stuff is more aggressive. I actually have people debating. How has my shit not gotten more, doesn't have bigger assholes than his? I just find that amazing.
Because the people who are coming here specifically for this, because he is so broad in his his usage and his content, a wide range of people will be attracted to his, and so that's a higher chance of a random person where you just got a bunch of nerds debating about nerd topics.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. He says that his streams usually get about 16 people, and the highest he's ever had is like 30 something people.
How the fuck is he getting trolls with 16?
Yeah, he like
people?
barely gets any people, and I was like, how the fuck are you having all these issues? Like mine, the highest I've ever had at one time is 130 people, and then it usually this is actually a super slow week. It's been in the 20s basically all day today. But usually it's the normal is probably around somewhere between 40 and 60, and then it sometimes like doubles that, and it's occasionally it'll dip lower. Like this week and last week, it's been super slow. It's been in like the 20s and 30s basically for the last 2
There's
weeks.
something really big's going on in the world that people can't come and watch your stream.
Oh yeah. Oh no, Israel and Palestine. I can't watch a fucking debate stream. I don't know, but I will say next week there won't be a debate stream. Next week we're gonna do we're gonna go back to a tier list because I was really enjoying the tier lists, and a bunch of people were asking me, hey, let's go back to the debate stream. We're tired of the tier lists, so I went back to the debate stream, and none of those fucking people showed up. It's like, what were y'all asking me to do debate streams for?
Everyone would plan debates and then debate them in the.
Yeah, everyone debated them in the fucking.
It's irritating, dude. I'm about to fucking remove that shit. I'm about to remove the fucking debate preparation section.
Up a debate.
What's up?
I put in the thing. I do not want to debate it here. People started debating me in the comment. I was like,
I just say like,
which is funny because it's not that hard to get on here. Literally, this is my first time catching one of your streams, and I was like, oh, dude, I haven't been able to catch one.
The reason why it's so easy to come on here is because no one ever comes into the stream already prepared to have something going. So if you are prepared, Nano gets in here constantly. Nano has like 3 or 4 debates a night because he's the only person who comes prepared with the debate. So like he's always
dude. I love I have way too much shit memorized about Destiny. So if you ever need something for that kind of thing, it's a cool universe. The devs kind of fucked it, but
yeah,
we're still here.
That thing you just said about the whole they removed content and stuff, that's enough reason for me to never play it. I don't care how cool the world is.
I'm not trying to get people to play it.
No, I know. I'm just saying like that would, because like I was thinking about it because like I played the first one, I didn't like it, but maybe 2's better or whatever. And then you told me that, and I'm like, nope, I'm good.
I even played the original game.
I did play the original. I'll tell you this: the gunplay is fun.
No, because he said the second game's original content is all gone.
Yeah, the original campaign is no longer there. Like, there's
So
stuff
you
you
can't
can't
play the
ever.
second game anymore.
You can't get the original story. You have to watch like old playthroughs from 10 years ago.
I hate it.
That's fucking insane.
It's wild.
Dude, it's fucked.
I've ever heard.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna play.
There's nothing like it though with it when it comes to like the looter shooter genre. I know that people have made comparisons
Is there?
to like.
I feel like there's a lot.
Well, specifically for like the first-person shooter, looter shooter with like super snappy, good gunplay, and that's one thing I have to say is like the
gunplay's good.
Perfected what they've done with the guns.
Well, it's the same people who made the Halo 2 and 3. They know how to do shooters. I get that, but I mean, if you're talking about like solid looter shooter type games with really cool, in-depth, interesting universes, I mean, you have Warframe, you have Revenant.
Warframe's stuck in third person though, and like
Revenant is also stuck in third person. Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if you've seen the previews for the Cube. It looks to be they're directly like pushing their game to go against Destiny 2 like directly. So it's going to be a first person shooter, looter shooter, MMORPG, but they're leaning heavy into like the MMO.
Better be fucking careful, man. If Destiny's about to lose its shit if they're any good.
I just want there to be competition. Anything to make Destiny actually wake up and do something.
I mean, I feel like they do. I feel like they. I mean, I guess if you want to say like, does a series have to be in first person in order to be proper competition at Destiny? Like, wouldn't you consider Warframe and Revenant
to capture that same audience? I feel like they have to, considering the variety of stuff you have in Destiny. Like you have like the raids, which are 6-man team, crazy big dungeons, complicated puzzles, really cool mechanics.
Would you say now I know this isn't the exact same thing, but would you say that a really, really good Borderlands would be a proper replacement for it?
Dude, if there was like a super hot Borderlands game that came out, like if Borderlands 4 coming out is like
bring in something good, and then they added like an online competitive PvP, it could literally just direct competitor to. I mean, except maybe like the art style might get some people, but other than that, I feel like it would be a really good competitor.
I'm trying to think of some other ones. Deep Rock Galactic wouldn't quite work, I don't think.
No.
Like it doesn't get the same feel.
No, it's not like a fast-paced shooter kind of thing. I'm fucking kind of done with because Borderlands doesn't fix the problem, because Borderlands also has a dev that everybody fucking hates.
Yeah, well, and the
like
thing is
it's a
everybody
good
wants
game.
to love them, but they just keep kicking us in our nuts when we're like, hey, maybe you won't do it this time.
I like Borderlands 2, man. Like I wanted to like Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3 sucked. I didn't even care. Even before Borderlands 3 came out, no one liked Randy Pitchford. I didn't care because I don't like getting involved in that kind of stuff. Like it takes a lot for me to be like, that's a developer that I actually like, and I'll like play anything that person does. I don't usually do that. But like so normally I just don't care. Like there's a couple of people out there. Like the dude who made Hugo Martin's one of them. I'll play anything Hugo Martin makes. Another thing is the guy who made Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. That's
oh yeah,
Stig Armisen, because he was the game director of God of War 3.
Respawn?
Yeah, well, not the company, specifically Stig Armisen, because Stig Armisen made God of War 3,
Okay.
and he then went on later to make God of War. Then went on to make Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. I like his games. I like his whole philosophy when making games. I don't think his games are perfect. I actually have big problems with God of War 3, but he was originally worked for Santa Monica Studios doing God of War 1 and 2, and he was a combat director. And then he eventually went on to make...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then he eventually became the game director of God of War 3, which had the best combat.
3 was great.
It had the best combat, because he was the combat director who then got all the power. And then he went to and made Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order, which are two Star Wars games that have pretty good combat, which makes sense, because it's Stig Armisen, the guy who created.
Those are probably two of my favorite Souls-like
They're
games that I've played.
They're my favorite Star Wars thing that I've played in like 15 years or watched or anything Star Wars related.
Battlefront 2 is super fun, but like when it comes to single person,
I
player.
refuse to play Battlefront, the new one. I refused because I played Battlefront 1 and it had like no maps and it was just like so barren of content, and I was like, you dare call this Battlefront? Like when I played Battlefront 1 and 2, like those games were so packed with cool shit, and like this fucking bullshit that you tried to give on us. I hated Battlefront. I didn't.
Yeah, I still have the original Battlefront 1 and 2 on my PS2. Or is it 3? I can't remember. Whatever it is, I remember me and my brother playing it. It was fucking awesome as a kid.
They came out with the reboot, whatever. Not the reboot, the remaster.
Oh yeah.
And everyone fucking hated it because it was like, I mean, how easy of a win that would have been if that would have released like solidly. That would have sold so many copies, but no, they fucked that up. EA is just fucking everything up. But they did do relatively well with Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. But
yeah, they didn't monetize a bunch of shit to hell.
They didn't monetize anything.
They didn't give us a battle pass.
No, basically that game was like was an apology for Battlefront 2 for the most part. Like, well, no, that's what because after Battlefront 2 they were about to lose their license, their Star Wars license. Disney was about to remove it because of how pissy people are for what they did.
Really?
Yeah, they threatened.
Yeah,
they threatened to remove the license. And then EA was.
That is crazy.
And then EA immediately put into development Star Wars. Jedi Fallen Order as basically like, no, we can do it, and that was like what it was. And that game was super janky because they held back on the budget because they knew they weren't going to make as much money on it because it didn't have any sort of microtransaction or anything. But the game actually sold really, really well, and then they kind of upped the budget a little bit for Jedi Survivor, and yeah, it is. But the thing
the third game's in development, from what I understand.
And Stig Armisen is not a part of it, which makes me not even want to play the fucking game. Yeah, he left the company. So it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, he's the whole reason why I even like got into the game in the first place, because the dude who made God of War 3 was making it. I was like, oh shit, let's go play that. But yeah, it's annoying. Do you know what? I don't even know what do people hate about Randy Pitchford, because they hated him before 3 came out. I don't know what they hate him about. I don't know why. I mean, 3, I hated
I'm
3.
not quite sure, if we're
But
being honest.
I heard people hated him before the game came out. And the game came out, and I'm like, this is terrible. But apparently they hate him before, and now they hate him after. And now he recently said something that pissed people off, where he said Borderlands 3 is a better game than Borderlands 2 because it sold more copies.
But that is
Are you
not the way
blind?
to compare.
Like that's what he said. Like that was the way that's the way he sold it. And if you go to the trailer for Borderlands 3, there's actually a lot of comments of people defending the game. I'm sorry, the Borderlands 4 trailer.
Really?
There's a lot of people defending Borderlands 3. Apparently, it does have a fan base who are like who defend it and defend the decisions it made because the shooting mechanics were better, and like just like the gunplay, I was better than 2. But honestly, I think the gunplay for 3 was not good. Like it's better than 2.
I thought the gunplay for 2 is awesome.
Well, the gunplay for 2 is not good. To be fair, I don't think the gunplay for 2. It's very simplistic. You just run around and shoot. Like it's as basic as it can get. You know,
But it doesn't need to be complicated to have that much fun. Like, it's just such a ridiculous game that I don't feel like the focus on the gun.
I didn't say it had to be complicated, but it doesn't. It needs more than just me walk around and pull a trigger.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like it needs something that draws me to it more than just any other shooter. Doom understands this, right? Doom Eternal had the dashing, the climbing, all of the levels were very vertical. It was very fast paced, very moving.
Yeah.
You had like weak spots that you would take out, stuff like this. It was almost like solving a puzzle every fight because you're just constantly weapon swapping and stuff. A lot of new cool mechanics, right? Doom 2 gave you a shield, or sorry, Doom the Dark Ages gave you a shield and added a bunch of new game mechanics with the shield and made it more
the parry,
grounded and the parry and stuff, and that added a lot. Can you imagine what those games would be like if you took all that stuff away? I mean, it would just be like, it wouldn't be bad, but
yeah, I guess
it's missing.
Like those become core mechanics of the game at that point.
Like the original.
Like it needs something. Like it needs something, and
Yeah.
the Borderlands didn't have anything but the fact that the guns were all crazy. But if you play the game for enough hours,
that becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not really. It's just you've seen everything, and all the guns really.
Yeah, the one crazy gun's just like the other one.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, regardless of how crazy the guns are, you're just shooting people. Like you're just shooting people, and the reason why I think the reason, and what people don't really realize, or I mean maybe I'm wrong, but I think people played through the game because of the story. I don't think they got lost in the game because of the gunplay. Because the gunplay's not good. It wasn't good for the time that the game came out.
But it was a good story.
People enjoyed.
The story was pretty good.
People enjoyed Handsome Jack. They enjoyed, they actually felt something when I'm forgetting his name. The fucking soldier died. I'm forgetting. Starts with an R. Black guy. The black guy. The fucking he gets shot in the back.
Oh god.
You know what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. Everyone knows what I'm talking about who's played the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that all stuff was cool. Lilith taking control. The fact that you got to see the people that you played through in Borderlands 1 and they're all like they're actual characters now, with like storylines that moved forward from the original game, and it's like that's really cool. And like there was a lot of really cool stuff about it that was very enjoyable, and I played through it to get through the game.
Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
shit.
I
was just.
Go ahead. Yeah, talk.
No, I feel like it's really cool, like when the games recognize like the game before it, the predecessor, especially when they introduce a bunch of new characters, even though the ones before were beloved and they could have easily just ported them over. But like showing that the other characters now have their own lives and they're real characters and they're not just something you select on a character screen.
Yeah,
like I feel like that did a lot for older players.
Yeah, like if nobody cared, if the story didn't matter, nobody cared about it. People wouldn't have hated Borderlands 3 like they did. The reason why they hated Borderlands 3 like they did is because they loved the story of 2, and 3 did irreversible damage to it. So like that's like if the game was just like if they only played for the gameplay and the guns and all that stuff, they could have done anything with the story and it wouldn't have mattered. That's how a lot of people feel about it. Yeah. A lot of people like you don't skip the cutscenes and all the stuff that you care about the characters. You care about Tiny Tina and you care about a lot of these characters that show up in the story. And 3 was a fucking bummer. And I don't honestly maybe 4 will be good, maybe 4 will be bad. I don't know. I have no interest in playing it because 3 did, like I said, I believe irreversible damage. I don't think you can come back from that. And not that I don't think you can come back from that. You can't come back from
It's
that.
very difficult to come back from that.
I don't think you can't. No, you can't come back from it. You can just move forward better, because you
Learn from your mistakes.
Maya's dead. The Lilith's dead. The main chick, Ava, whatever her name is, she is a major part of the series as of now. You made her the leader of the fucking group, and everyone hates her. She's unbelievably annoying. She's in a position she does not deserve. Lilith blamed herself for the death of Maya and then killed herself afterwards. Like, you can't undo any of this stuff.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah.
None of this can be undone. Krieg, we never got to see Krieg and Maya on screen. They killed off Maya before Maya and Krieg got to interact, despite the fact that their relationship was something that everyone was looking forward to see. We will never see it now because they killed off Maya. They came out with a DLC where you enter Krieg's head and you get to see some flashbacks of him and Maya together, and that's kind of like a sort of like, you know, consolation prize, I suppose. But that's not what we were looking for. People wanted to see Maya and Krieg interacting in the story, and you killed Maya, and Krieg wasn't even in it, so we never got to see that. That was one of the most important relationships to people in those games.
What if they just do what if they end up doing the fourth game and just pretend the third game that, you know, they're just gonna retcon it out and just go, actually the fourth game is actually a direct sequel to the second game. You know, they do that cop-out move that a couple other games have done.
I'd be okay with it.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd be upset.
Fuck it.
I'd be okay with it. No, let me see. Gamer Killer, what tier list are you going to do next? I don't know. I don't come up with a tier list that I'm going to make until like an hour before the tier list starts. Sometimes 10 minutes before the tier list starts. It really depends.
I like that attitude.
I do that, yeah, basically every week. Just think of something cool, and then I don't really think about it. So I don't know. I don't know what the next tier list will be. I'm not worried about it because I have 7 days of procrastination until I have to come up with it.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then when you get to that point where you absolutely have to come up with something, you come up with some really cool shit because you don't have a choice.
Dude, the best tier list idea. What is the best race to have be your become your wife or husband? What's the best race?
What?
Oh God!
Like real races or like?
No, I just thought of the.
I feel like that could get spicy really quick if you do it the wrong way.
No, you know how you did the best race to be reincarnated in a fantasy world?
Yeah.
It's the exact same concept, but now you says which race would be the best to have as your romantic partner.
Which race is the best? Is the best waifu? Hispanics or blacks? Which one's the best? Which ones you guys got?
Latinas, bro. It's gonna be Latinas.
Yeah, the people just start saying real world races.
Yeah.
It's just like Latinas beat out everything, and it's like elf. No. Latina.
People try to say it's racist, but I say it all the time. There are things that I dislike about dating. I've dated every race, so there's things I dislike about all the races when it comes to dating.
Yeah.
And I don't find that racist at all. I absolutely despise how black girls have fake hair. I can't stand it. Fake lashes, fake hair, fake nails. I hate all the fake shit. I cannot stand it. It doesn't mean that I have anything against like black people or black women. That is an aspect of dating black women that I cannot stand. I do not like how much fake shit they have, and it's way more common on black women than it is on other races of women. So that's like a negative that I have when it comes to dating to black women. But I have negatives.
Yeah, it's just like if you don't like attitude, then don't date somebody that's Mexican. It's pretty simple.
I don't like how I can't jerk off 100 yards away from you without you getting fucking pregnant. That's what aggravates me about the Mexican women.
Oh God. You already had the child support papers in your hands.
This was fucking bullshit. It was a trap from the start.
Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, but I don't know what the next tier list is gonna be. I'll try to make it something good, cause yeah, I really that tier list that you were saying, with the race, like Isekai is another. That's probably one of my favorite tier lists I ever did. Like
What if you do Isekai into another world? What world would be the coolest?
I don't find that as
Didn't we already do
interesting.
that though? We're
No.
pretty sure we just said Doom was the worst world to be transported to.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't do that. It was something similar, but it wasn't world. Let me see. I can actually look right now. I got my.
I think it was just universe. It was slightly different.
No, it wasn't. Hold up. I think I read. Okay, so we had Okay, best RPG class to be if Earth was invaded tier list. Best. These are very strange tier lists. Best space army to command in an isekai tier list. Worst dark lords to be isekai'd as tier list.
That was great.
I was in there for that one.
Yeah, basically the concept is like you get isekai to another world as that dark lord, but you have to face all the challenges that dark lord has to face. So if you
I
went,
see you put Griffith on there. That is fucked.
Griffith was on there. Yeah. No, yeah,
that is
and we talked about it.
messed
We're like, you have to like sacrifice all your friends and shit to gain the power in the first place. Yeah. Worst alien races to get isekai'd by tier list. To get invaded by tier list. Sorry, my eyes are fucked up. And then best race to get. So I originally did the best race to get isekai'd as tier list because I was watching a bunch of isekai type shows. Like I was watching Slime and Overlord and Shield Hero and a couple of other ones at the same time. And I didn't really like any of them except for Shield Hero. I really liked Shield Hero. But
Shield Hero was good.
I haven't finished it. I haven't finished it. I will admit season 2 is a lot slower, but I haven't finished it, so I can't say. But I hope it picks back up. Like the whole turtle. I'm on the stuff with the turtle, the giant turtle, and I just.
It wasn't too bad.
That's season 2. You just said you only saw. Oh wait, no, you said that you liked season 1. Never mind. I'm sorry. Yeah, but
I liked season. I've watched the whole thing.
Yeah,
I really liked season 1.
The turtle shit is not the best. I'm wanting to get past the turtle shit, but yeah, other than like I don't really like Overlord. I don't really like reincarnated as a slime. Like I'm just not Remonster wasn't that great, but the concept is cool. Like being isekai'd into another world as like a race. So I was like, okay, let's talk about that. Like what races were cool, are the best.
By the way, something we did miss in that stream. So there is a manga about it, but it was reincarnated as a vending machine in a fantasy world. And it is S tier, best thing to be reincarnated as.
I'm good. Well, we didn't have slime on the list either.
Oh, we didn't, did we?
We didn't have slime on the list. No. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a part 2 to that one at some point. Not now, but not next week. But maybe at some point I'll do a part 2 and we'll fill it up with a bunch of other races. But I mean, I did the isekai thing like 6 weeks in a row because I really liked that first tier list. I was trying to recapture that. How much I enjoyed doing that first tier list, and none of the other ones were really quite as cool as the first one, but I did like some of them. I don't know what my next one will do. I don't know. I haven't.
You gotta do the fictional races waifus and xenomorphs are S tier.
Well, there's a bunch I could do. I mean, I could do best fictional weapon in a video game. Best there's all kinds of weird tier, but I don't know. I didn't want to do something boring where it's like best. Best game or best whatever. Because originally when I started doing the tier lists, they were pretty generic, I suppose. I mean, I enjoyed them. I would say, I don't think predictable is the right word. But, let me see what we had. Like, we had greatest soldiers tier list, right? And we just had a list of, and we put the soldiers on tier list. It's pretty basic. It's pretty basic shit. Let me see, what are some other ones? Where are they? Best action, make it an action game tier list. I actually did enjoy that one because I'm big on action games. So that one was I actually did enjoy that one. And then there's like making a first person shooter tier list, RPG tier list. So I was just what's up? Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you have Doom on the first person shooter tier list?
Because it's a first person shooter. Yeah, making
making
a first person shooter tier list.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like you're making your own first.
No, I'm making a tier list. No, I'm making like the first person tier list goes together. Making a first person tier list, a first person shooter tier list. Yeah, that's how it was. And then, and
it probably wouldn't get any views, but best books to turn into video games tier list.
That wouldn't get no views. Ain't nobody gonna give a shit about that.
Who here reads books?
People don't read.
Nobody reads anymore, apparently.
Nobody reads. Gays read.
All right.
We're not doing the gays. I don't know. I mean, while we're here, since the stream's basically over, it seems. But while we're here, we'll talk about what should the next one be. People, comment in the fucking stream thing. Comment in the stream and see. Well, maybe I'll use it I probably won't. But, we'll if it's a good enough idea and it's cool enough. Because the thing is that the reason why, not really, like, one of the reasons is procrastination and the fact that when, I just don't want to do it until the last minute. But also, another big reason why I make them last minute is because, like, let's say I come up with a really cool idea for a tier list that I'm really into right now. And then next Saturday, I'm not really feeling it. Because I don't know how I'm going to feel in a week, Maybe I don't feel like talking about that in a week. Like it's just kind of the way it is. It's why I don't really plan my videos out all that much either. I generally don't plan my videos out until the morning I wake up because I'm like, what do I want to talk about this morning? I might plan something out a week ahead of time, and then when I get to that week, I'm like, oh, I'm going to talk about Grand Theft Auto, right? And then I wake up and I'm like, I don't really feel like talking about Grand Theft Auto. So it's like, what's the point?
You don't know how your mood's going to change and affect it.
Yeah, it doesn't know. I don't know what, like, my entire channel has essentially been designed based on whatever cool shit pops in my head and I feel like talking about. That's how everything, like,
personally, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, like, you'll know, like,
like
if you look at my fucking PlayStation, like, the games that I'm currently playing, they're usually shit that I'm talking about at that time. Because it's like I literally just talk about the shit that I'm playing currently. I'm like, just like that. That's like how it is. I made an Expedition 33 survival challenge because I played through Expedition 33 and fucking loved it. So that's why I made a fucking Expedition 33 survival challenge. Like, that's just kind of the way it is. And people always say, like, oh, you're just, you're milking the views for Doom: The Dark Ages. And I'm like, am I milking the view? Shit. And I'm like, am I milking the views for Doom: The Dark Ages, or did I just beat Doom: The Dark Ages and it's on my mind and that's why I'm talking about it? Like, that's kind of
right.
Yeah, that's more so how. Now sometimes it's milking. Like Helldivers is mostly milking for the most part, but it's not always.
You don't say.
Yeah, it's not always milking. Like, I brought up Crisis like 4 times in a month in different videos because they came out with the fucking Crisis collection where you could buy Crisis 1, 2, and 3 on PS4 or PS5, and I bought it and I started playing through them again. So I was like, I started adding Crisis. I started throwing the.
The Crisis game's good.
Yeah, they're good. They're really good. Yeah. If you want to know more detailed ideas of what I think about it, you could watch my
you watch the video.
Not the video, the shooter tier list. Just go to the section where we talk about Crisis. I put them on tier lists, man.
Okay.
They're good. It's good. It's worth playing. It doesn't necessarily. I mean, I guess the thing I would say that's best about it is it does a pretty good job at immersing you into the game as a whole. Like,
honestly, that's all I really ask for a good game.
Yeah, it's a story. It is a single player story based first person shooter. It does a really good job in immersing you and make you feel like a super soldier that has a really badass nano suit. It does a particularly good job at that, and the way you move, and the way I would actually kind of compare it, not gameplay wise, but like kind of Killzone levels of immersion. Killzone was another game that was really good at immersing you into the world. Like the way you moved.
Killzone was a great time.
Yeah, like the way you moved and the way like everything felt heavy and how the story played out. And it did a really good job making you feel like that soldier. I think Crisis does something similar, except you're not. It's a lot it's a lot faster. Like you could run at like fucking ridiculously fast speeds and shit, and your like bullets bounce off you when people shoot you and shit. It's pretty cool.
It just leans heavy into that power fantasy.
Well, I mean, you can still die. It's not like you're super overpowered. But you do feel like you're in a super suit. It does make you feel like you're in a super suit. That
one's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I keep trying to think of other tier lists.
And you could pick up a turtle and you could chuck him and kill the turtle by chucking it at people.
Can you? Damn.
Yeah, like at the
beginning. Not the turtle, no.
Yeah, like at the very start of the game, you jump. Like the game starts, you jump out of a plane, and you actually get to kind of control your descent a bit. And as you're falling, your parachute doesn't open, so you smash directly into the water. But you're wearing a super suit, so it's fine. And then you swim up to the beach, and you're separated from your people because your fucking parachute didn't come up. And the first thing I do every time I play the game, and I start it off, I'm like, hey, there's a fucking turtle on the beach. You walk up to it, you pick the turtle up, and then you run to the first dude on the beach that you have to fight. You chuck a turtle at his face. It's awesome.
You do that without fail?
It's a big fucking turtle. It's a huge turtle because you're like I said, you're a super soldier. Oh, another game really good at immersion. Is RoboCop. Does a really good job making you feel like RoboCop. The
newer one?
RoboCop Rogue City. Yeah. Does a really good job making.
I keep seeing that come up on like the Xbox like Game Pass.
Mm-hmm. It's worth
And
playing.
I've seen it looks good.
It is. Yeah, punching people is fun. Because they're just like.
Well, if you're like a 2-ton tank that walks and then you just slug somebody in the head, I feel like you just make them fly.
It's just like this really quick, like straight punch, and then when you hit them, like their fucking head explodes. They go flying back.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then you could.
Dude, I'm gonna have to play that.
Yeah, and then you could and if you walk up, you press circle. I think it's circle, and then you grab them by the throat, and then you could just walk around using them as a human shield, or you could like chuck them, and you.
Dude, that is.
And
gangster.
they fucking fly. Like, they look like a fucking projectile, like, flying at people who you throw them at. And then when they hit each other, you could hear the bones breaking of both characters.
Oh, God. That is brutal, dude.
Smashing into each other. Yeah, and then you could, like, pretty much anything you could pick up and chuck. So, like, if you're in an office building, you could pick up, like, the computer monitors, and then you could chuck it at the people who you're fighting against, and then it hits them, and it fucking, like, the glass just explodes everywhere, and, again, you could hear their bones break as they, like, flip back into walls and shit. You could chuck them out windows.
Dude, that is brutal.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. And like, all, like, the guns you use, basically every gun you use, you fire, and, like, the bullets hit, and, like, pieces of their body explode. You, like, blow their arms off, and
God.
Squids. They actually, if you ever seen RoboCop, the movie, there's the scene where he shoots the dude in the dick in the first RoboCop movie. Yeah, and he, like, holds his crotch, he, like, falls, like, ah! Yeah, if you shoot someone in the dick in the game, he has that exact same reaction. Like, he holds his dick, and he, like, falls down, he's like, ah! He, like, collapses. It's, like, it's funny. But, yeah, good game.
That's pretty dope.
Really good game. I haven't completed it yet. Probably about, I don't know, a third of the way through the game. I just keep getting distracted with other things. But, yeah, no, I like...
Have you played High on Life?
I have.
Oh, I loved that game.
I have. I did not beat it. Other shit came up, but I do own it. I got really...
Did you kill the child?
I came very, very far. Yes, I killed the child. Of course. He's not a child. He's not a child.
Oh, no, he's actually like 42, isn't he?
His mom's like he's not a kid, but yeah. But yeah, I killed him.
You have to.
Yeah, he's just being.
No, actually, you can get around. You can get around him without killing him.
No, you just walk past them. You can. Yeah, and then like but it's funnier if you kill him.
It doesn't mean I want to.
And even if you walk around him and you talk to his mom, and like about killing his kid, she's like, oh, you can kill him if you want. Like, she kind of like wants you to do it.
And she encourages to kill him.
She's like, no, he's like, you can kill him. He sucks. I get it.
I love the knife. It is such a terrible, stereotypical Australian, but it is the best.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Out of the few Australians I've worked with.
Well, it's a bummer that they probably won't have a sequel to it, and that the guy who does the voice for the main gun, got arrested and like lost out his stuff.
Because it's the same dude who plays Morty in Rick and Morty.
Yeah. Like they released some DLC and they replaced
without him. Yeah,
the Morty pistol. Yeah, they replaced the Morty pistol with a different pistol, and the different pistol, which really sucks. Like they play it off as a joke, obviously, but it really sucks because you play it and the first thing is you don't have that gun anymore, and it's replaced with this other gun that is nowhere near as funny, and you don't know what happened to him. They don't say for a long time, and then somewhere in the DLC they actually say like, "Hey man, don't just stop. Like, don't lose your gun again." Like you you literally dropped your gun apparently at some point. You just lost it, and that's particularly awful considering that was like your best friend in that game.
It was such a dumb way of doing it.
We killed the Galactic Cartel together, but I'm gonna accidentally lose you in a Kroger's.
Yeah, like he dropped. Like I forgot where he dropped them, but it was some like stupid shit. Like he just forgot them somewhere. He got drunk one day and just dropped it. And it's like, yeah, we don't know where he is. And it's like, dude, that was like your most closest companion throughout the entire game, and you just
was your best friend, dude.
I just find that very horrible, but also kind of funny. Where it's like, oh, I just lost him. Like we'll never find him again. I don't know. Maybe if what's his face gets cleared of the charges, which I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe they'll bring him back. But I do find it a little weird because the dude owns the company. That was his gaming company.
Does he own the company?
Yes, the gaming company was his. So that's
what the fuck?
Yeah, so like what did he give the company away to somebody else? Like what the fuck? Or did he tell them to replace him because he was having legal troubles? Like, I don't understand what happened.
Maybe for like
To, like,
brand
not
image or
tarnish the
something?
show and the game.
No, he didn't own the company that made the game. That made
but that's-
Rick and Morty, but he does own the
that's
company that
Swan
made the game.
Animations.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
He made.
Interesting.
I forgot what the. I forgot what the company. It was like Swifty or something. Was studios.
It's his
or,
own
Swifty Games or
company,
something.
Yeah.
and he still replaced himself. What the?
Well, he probably had no
Dude,
say in
that's-
it because he was in jail. But.
Oh yeah, maybe.
But
It was a
I
company
mean,
They're like, guys, we need to make money.
yeah. Who
Yeah,
knows what
somebody
was
else.
happening? I mean, maybe he put somebody else in charge. You know, and then he could have put like a family friend or something. There's like just or somebody else in the company, like, you're in charge while I'm gone, and then that person made the decision to swap him out for someone else because he wasn't available to voice act. It could have been something simple. It didn't necessarily have to be that they replaced him out of like hatred or something. But
he clears the charges, and then and they do a sequel. You go back to the bar.
well,
and you
apparently a
find
lot of
food
these
on the
people
table still.
apparently a lot of these people are breaking the charges. Like, a lot of people. Like, apparently the dude who did who played Hyde in that '70s show. Apparently they found out that like, for sure at least one of the women were lying about it. But he went to prison. Like, and then, like, after the fact, after he was already in prison, one of the friends of the chick was like, yeah, she made all that shit up. And that was like, but not both. That didn't come out for both of the women. That came out for one of them. So it's like just a matter, like, did the other woman lie too? Probably. If one of them was lying, probably the other one was lying. And they came out together and accused him. And then, I mean, shit, people were talking about, I couldn't believe this one. People were talking about, who's the big one? Weinstein?
Yeah, Weinstein.
They found out
Harvey Weinstein?
They found out there were tons of women who were lying about Harvey Weinstein. Now, I'm not saying Harvey Weinstein was innocent, but they found out that there were several women who were lying about it. So it's like,
Man,
it's like, Jesus, like, that was a big one.
that
That basically
crazy.
kicked off the entire Me Too movement. And like, it could have all been fucking bullshit. And it's crazy. And I mean, I was saying for a long time, I don't give a shit about the women. And the reason why I don't give a shit about the women is because the women who came out and said that, like, he did this stuff. I mean, maybe he did do this stuff and he's a piece of shit for doing it, but they're pieces of shit too, because they accepted those jobs. They gave themselves up for money and fame. They spoke positively about this man for years. Many of them went up and accepted awards at the Golden Globes and the Oscars, thanking Harvey Weinstein for everything that he did, that he made their careers for them. And they were doing this knowing that Harvey Weinstein was subjecting a bunch of new actresses to this sexual abuse, and they didn't care because it made them money and fame. I have zero empathy for any of the women the famous women who he did this stuff to. They essentially just sold their souls for fame and money. So I don't care about them. But now to find out, I don't care about him either, but I don't care about them. But now to find out that many of them were lying, and it's like, oh shit.
Just a publicity movement.
I don't know.
Publicity
I have no idea. But it's just, yeah. I never really bought into the whole, like, I was never on the women's side from the very start. I can't be on your side. All the stuff that you were getting, you like, it would not have been that if he sexually abused you like that. You pick up a phone, you call the police, you have him outed and arrested. That could have been that any one of these women. Apparently, he was assaulting hundreds of women. Nobody at any point called the wife. Nobody did anything. Nobody said anything.
Yeah, at that point,
called
it's just
anyone.
like him setting a price, allegedly setting a price for, like, how much would it take for you to do this, and then I'll make all your dreams come true.
Yeah, and then there was, like, rumors about, like, Brad Pitt punching him in the face because he apparently did something with not Jennifer Aniston, the other one.
Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, Jennifer Lopez. Apparently, he did something with Jennifer Lopez, and he got pissed off and went and punched him at some point at a party, but it never, like, became public knowledge. And it was just a bunch of people protecting their fame and their acting jobs and their careers. Like, I don't care.
Well, and if that's what you prioritize, then why should we actually?
That's what I'm
care when
saying.
you
Like,
wanna
why? Like, and then all these
come and
women
do
were,
it,
and all these
you know,
women were
later
coming.
on?
Yeah, and all these women were coming out and complaining, like, doing, like, playing victim. And I'm like, you were benefiting from this, like, for like, not just decades. Some of you motherfuckers, like, decades. Like,
Yeah.
it's a long time. Like, some of you guys were doing this stuff, and it's just, It's just maddening to me, man. And some of these women were talking about like it was being like it wasn't just when they were younger actresses. Like they were famous actresses after they had already made it big. And they've been acting for 10, 15, 20 years and they were in like their 30s and 40s and stuff after they've been doing movies since they were teenagers. And they're like they were still doing stuff with him. At this point, you were famous enough and your word meant enough that you could have went against him at any point. People would have believed you. People would have went with it.
Believed you, yeah.
Yeah,
They just kept, I don't know, they just kept doing the same thing. It's like, but then there's
because they'd have trouble finding acting jobs. That's what their belief was. But like you're already rich, you're already famous, you've already got everything good going on. You're like you were at that point. You weren't even like, oh, I don't want to lose everything I have. You were just like, I just want to continue making more money. Like, because you've got everything. Like, start a business. You know, do something with the money that you've been.
Dude,
earning.
the way I see it, if Johnny Cage can continue getting jobs, then we're all good.
It is a miracle Johnny Cage somehow keeps
the fictional Mortal Kombat character Johnny Cage.
Fuck, you said
okay, you know what I meant. Dude,
you just
I always call him his.
I have no idea who you're referring to when you say Johnny Cage.
Nicolas Cage. Bankrupt and had this.
Why Nicolas? Like, what's wrong with Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I love him as an actor, but like considering the fact that he can still get movies and jobs like that, like
why wouldn't he?
He went fully broke. He went bankrupt.
He went bankrupt, but not because he couldn't get acting jobs. He went bankrupt because he's terrible.
Didn't he go bankrupt over a T-Rex skull?
He went bankrupt because he makes very strange purchases. He's admitted this. Like he owned a full-size giant octopus in his house. He owns multiple castles. What? Yeah, he owns multiple castles. He's talked about some of the stuff he's purchased, and it's like it's really really weird shit.
Okay, so he's just really bad with money.
Yeah, he's admitted to this. Like the reason why he was in the reason why he's in so many smaller movies like Mandy, and all those it's like because he had massive debts and he was trying to pay his debt off. So he was just constantly and because he was in so many of these little smaller movies, a lot of them were terrible, but a lot of them were like really cool. He actually made like a lot of kind of cool little movies. But
yeah, he did some really cool horror movies.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Mandy, but I've heard interesting things about it. I'm curious if it's good.
If it's the one I'm thinking about, it's like something weird's going on with adults, and then like they like slowly lose themselves into madness and start killing their whole families and stuff. But all the adults don't know exactly what's going on, even though they're the ones doing it.
Yeah, Lost Soul says Mandy and that one FNAF movie was good. Willy's Wonderland.
I haven't watched that one.
Wally's Wonderland? I thought it was Willy's Wonderland. I don't know. It was basically Five Nights at Freddy's before Five Nights at Freddy's came out, because Five Nights at Freddy's got pushed back like a year, and then they're like, hey, let us make our own Five Nights at Freddy's. So they made Willy's Wonderland, which was better than Five Nights at Freddy's. I heard. Like everybody was like the rip off of the Five Nights at Freddy's movie was way better than the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Yeah, because they turned into an action because they turned it into an action horror. Like basically, if you would have removed Nicolas Cage from the movie, it would have been like shitty. But Nicolas Cage is a mute janitor who they never explain who he is or why he's there or anything. It's just he's just a mute janitor that works the place. And when the animated robots start killing all the people, Nicolas Cage, this mute janitor, just goes ape shit and just starts massacring all of the fucking Five Nights at Freddy robots. And it's just like
awesome.
Yeah, it's just him free, and everyone's like, who the fuck is that? It's like he's not even the main character. Like the main characters are the kids who are being murdered. A little
kid or something?
It's not a little kid. No, they're like teenagers or in their early 20s, but they're trapped in here overnight. And they're all like, hey man, you want to help us out? And he's just like doesn't give a shit about them and just does his own thing. But he's just like,
no, yeah, because it was his backstory in that movie was that as a child he went there and like it killed his parents, so he came back for revenge.
No, I don't think so. I thought the plot was that he like owed them money, and they like forced him to be a janitor overnight or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie.
What was this is actually for some reason something I remember. So he was driving the town, and the town has set up traps to puncture people's tires, so that they have to go to the town's mechanic, and the mechanic then charges a shit ton of money, but then they are offered people who are offered, because they obviously can't pay the cash to get the Titanfall, they all they have to do is work a night in that knockoff Freddy Fazbear's. And the townsfolk do this because that's their, their sacrifices to the evil spirit in the place. So they've done this to countless people. They did this to Nicolas Cage's family when he was a little kid. So he purposely came back to then go back into there to kill the animatronics who killed his fucking family when he was 5. That's why he did. He knew because of the horrors he witnessed as a child. It is so bad, but so great at the same time.
Jesus. I did not know that. I did not know that. But no, yeah, he's made all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, also, what's that one, Long Legs, where he plays a serial killer who's legitimately fucking creepy?
Dude, that one's good.
I haven't seen it, but apparently, I've heard different things. I've heard some people are no, he's super creepy and disturbing, and I've heard some people
you
be
should just do a Cage-a-thon.
A Cage-a-thon, just watch all the fucking Cage movies that I've missed. No, I would say the one that I'm probably the most interested in would likely be Mandy. Mandy seemed kind of cool. But I did hear that he was in quite a few cool little smaller movies that were interesting. He plays himself in Dead by Daylight. That's funny. I forgot about that.
Does he really?
He's a character. He's a playable character in Dead by Daylight, and it's Nicolas Cage. Yeah, you can buy
just Nicolas
as
Cage
DLC Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight, and he has his own story of why he's in Dead by Daylight, and all that shit.
Nice.
Yeah. Joe was another one that I heard was pretty good. There's a lot. He's got so many fucking movies. I feel like he's made the majority of his movies in the last 5 years, even though he's been an actor since I don't know, the early 90s or the late 80s.
He has a lot of good old works, one of my personal favorites of his is Con Air.
I knew you were gonna say Con Air before you even fucking said it. I knew you were gonna say Con Air before you even fucking said it. Con Air's awesome. Love Con Air.
It might be controversial, but I like
where he steals the Declaration of Independence. That's always a dumb, fun heist movie.
I like that one.
Oh, dude,
that's a good one.
So good.
Very, very, very American.
Lord of War was also a pretty good one.
I didn't see that one. I have not seen that one.
Me neither.
One that I like that I think people are gonna say I'm gay for. Well, no one's seen the movie, so no one's gonna say I'm gay. But Moonstruck. I liked him in Moonstruck. It's a romantic comedy with him and Cher, where he plays this guy who lost his hand, and it's the goofiest, most over the top bullshit ever. Cause I don't even know how I could describe this fucking movie. It's so funny. Cher is his brother's fiance. The moment they meet, they have sex. Cause the connection is just so much. Cher and Nicolas Cage. Yeah, Cher's fiance, who's Nicolas Cage's brother in the movie, sends him to go talk to Nicolas Cage and convince Nicolas Cage to come to their wedding because they haven't talked in forever and they've had bad blood. And then Cher goes to meet Nicolas Cage and finds out that the reason why they had bad blood is because Nicolas Cage lost his hand. And he hates his brother because he blames everything bad that happened in his life on his brother, because his brother did something that distracted him for 2 seconds, which made him lose his hand, and then he hated the fact that he lost his hand so much that his wife left him, and took the kids and the house and all this kind of stuff. So it's like the snowball effect of his life just falling the fuck apart. But it makes it very clear that his life's awesome. He owns his own business. All of the women, he works with a bunch of gorgeous women who are all madly in love with him because he's just so emotional and so deep and traumatized by the past. It's so goofy. It is such a when he comes across with Cher, they immediately have sex, and right after they have sex, literally they've known each other for maybe 10 minutes, whatever. And then he's like, I'm in love with you. And then it becomes a love story about this dude, these two people who fell in love immediately after meeting and having sex. And it's
great.
I'm not doing it justice, but it's fantastic. It's so
It kind of reminds me of another movie called Wrong Missy. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that.
I know the movie. I've never seen it, but I know the movie. It's with
Dude, it's
Dan.
Hilarious.
not Dan. What's his fucking name? I was gonna say
I'm
Dan.
bad with names.
It's the fucking dude from Joe
Just
Dirt.
called
Joe Dirt.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
He basically finds a hot ass, hostess on a flight, hooks up with her at a bar in the airport, gets her number, and then gets another crazy chick's number and calls her on an island, and the wrong one flies in. It's great.
That's not good.
Dude, I'm looking at some of the fucking films that Nicolas Cage has worked in. It is fucking crazy. Where the fuck was he in the Spider-Verse?
He was Spider-Man Noir.
Oh, was he?
He's actually getting his own live action version.
He's getting
of
his own.
Spider-Man
He's getting
Noir.
his own. Yeah, he's getting his
Oh,
own
shit.
version. Yeah, he's been in all kinds of stuff.
Well, no, I'm looking at. He's been in G-Force, which is fucking crazy.
I mean, he's been in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. But he's been in a lot of good.
What do you mean?
movies.
G-Force was a brilliant movie.
Sure it was.
It was the best movie.
Oh yeah, sure. No, I like Nicolas Cage. I like Nicolas Cage a lot. Matchstick Man was really good. Face Off was really good. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. No, this is I don't know how this fucking stream became about fucking Nicolas Cage. I guess
it was a debate stream at some point, but
at some point. I was supposed to end this stream a while back because this was a waste. Honestly, with the amount that I've made from this stream, this is a waste of fucking time. I should have been off here for a long time ago. This is a dead stream.
Listen, I'll take responsibility for that one. That's my bad.
No, it's fine. What was I saying? I was saying something important. Right. So next week we'll be coming back with another stream probably. I don't know. Yeah, I'll do a couple.
It was a tier list.
And yeah, it's gonna be a tier list. I don't know what the tier list is gonna be. We'll figure it out when it happens. And I don't think I have anything else to say.
Actually, you know what's funny enough? You tell people to speak write in the comments about ideas for the tier list. I don't think you read a single one.
Oh, I didn't. That's true. I did not. Okay, well, hold up. Let's go up here and find these. Super Soldier Program. It's boring. Vending Machine, boring. Best Super Soldier you'd want to be. Nope. You said like 3 different types of Super Soldier lists. Ice Station by Matthew Riley would be a sick video. I don't know what that is. Amor team list, or is that armor? Amor means love. Is that armor tier list?
I think that's armor tier list. But what do you mean armor? Like fictional armor?
I'm assuming he means just
like
maybe
sci-fi though.
Something
fantasy?
about especially the games. Good idea. Best zombies to be turned into tier list. Not really.
None of them.
Tier list.
You die all of them.
But what if you just had a stream about hot takes about your videos? I guess. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I feel like the streams do better when there's like a fun activity to do. You know what I mean? When everyone's like engaged.
When you have something really interactive.
Yeah. That's why I think the tier lists really work, because people are. It's not just me making the tier list; it's other people too. And I'm talking to them, and they're giving me opinions, and they can move shit around the tier list too if they want.
That's when you really get donations, because you have people who want to fuck over others.
That's true.
And so they'll donate to put something that should be an S tier into F.
That happens a lot.
Someone.
Yeah, because they just hate other people feeling joy. Okay. Live action adaptions tier list.
Fucking most are F.
Best Neopet. Knife is 100% Aussie. Can't confirm. Free Bill Cosby. I don't know about that. Nick Cage. Okay, this is where they stopped giving me.
Yeah, this is where they stopped it.
We went off on the Nick Cage shit. Yeah, and now it's all Nick Cage stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of Nick Cage.
So nothing useful.
Wrong Missy, actually funny, but not a rib buster. 6 out of 10. Quality movie. I love him in Shawshank. Nicolas Cage was not in Shawshank.
A Nicolas Cage movie tier list.
No Nicolas Cage movie tier. No. There will never be a Nicolas Cage movie tier. I'm never gonna make an entire tier list based on a single person. That seems like a level of idolatry that I am not ever going to participate in. Yeah, no, that's.
I don't know. The only one I could think of was like fantasy kingdom or country. So ignoring the universe, because you usually go for the whole universe. what is one particular country or kingdom that you would think would be better to live in comparatively to others? They might be in a shit universe, but if the people in the kingdom themselves is good.
What races make the best slaves?
Dude, I'm pretty sure that's just an evolved of my first idea.
Yeah.
Who the fuck said
Yeah,
that?
I'm going by yours. That was Mr. Nova's idea. That one. I'm gonna make
That
sure.
was no.
I'm gonna make sure to put that
anything.
in the actual video.
I did not say
best
shit about
best race to enslave tier list.
No, please.
Thanks
don't put
to
that in my
Mr.
name.
Nova. Here's his address and social security number.
Actually, I'm not in America, so I don't have a social security number.
Oh, that's right. That's an American thing. Okay, non-American.
Yeah,
here's his address. He's Aussie. He doesn't.
Aussie. I'm somewhere in Australia.
Yeah,
Have fun finding me.
It's okay. People only live on the southern coast.
That's not true.
Fucking-
What? I thought they'd live
I
on
feel
the
like a
eastern
majority.
or western coast.
No, southern is also. No one lives on the north though.
No one lives on the north.
Like north is completely
See,
fucked.
our
It's either
answers combined were
completely
correct.
flooded or in advanced droughts.
Fun.
What? It's neither other. It'll be in a drought for about 3 to 6 months, and then it will be under about like 5 feet of water for the other 3 to 6 months.
That just sounds like a hellscape.
That is what North Australia is. So the Northern
Perfect.
Territory, Upper
Next tier list
Queensland,
should just be what should we replace Australia with?
nothing. Australia is perfect.
Is it?
All right. Is it though?
It has like all the most venomous animals, most venomous insects.
You have overgrown
spiders,
rats
snakes.
that
Is this
can
supposed to be
run,
selling point? Because you said that like that was
Yeah,
a selling point.
It has some of the most. Everything in Australia kills you. You know, we have the
Again.
number one in sun cancer because we have a rip in the ozone
Not even
layer.
trying to sell a good selling point.
He's not like, oh, the vacation homes are cheap, they're great.
Yeah, he's like, no, it's
No,
amazing,
Actually,
and then he
Australia
just
has one of the highest cost of living in the world, especially trying to go Sydney.
really not
Queensland.
one. Not one thing are you going to even attempt to sell your home with. Like,
What's
it's
next?
nothing.
The most common snake kills you? I'm
Actually,
assuming
yes.
that's also a thing.
It is the
brown snake?
Eastern brown snake.
When you come
Yeah.
to the country, your dick falls off, and you can no longer pleasure a woman. It's just
Yeah, this bush actually wants to kill you as well.
Yes, actually, there is a lot of plant life. We actually have
Of
one
course
of the
there
most.
is.
We have some of the most venomous plants, most venomous and poisonous plants in the world.
when you die in Australia, God doesn't accept you in the gates of heaven, and instead you get turned into a spider. And spiders' dicks
And go
also
straight
fall
back.
off. That's true.
Oh, actually, recently we found a new breed of funnel web spider, which is about twice the size of the original. Just as poisonous.
I think we should replace Australia.
And the best part is, if you live in Sydney, you can find them in almost everyone's backyards. They're burrowers, so they burrow into the ground, so you can't see them until they're running up your leg.
Fun.
Isn't it?
You guys can't even shoot them because you guys don't have guns.
No guns. It's all knives.
They don't
So
have
you
guns.
can stab it. We do have guns, but they're not as available.
Oh,
You
that's
go to
right.
the
No,
shooting
that's
range.
that's right. Y'all had a buyback, and y'all allowed the government to strip you of your weapons.
Yeah, we don't really get guns.
Ugh, gross.
We have a,
Wasn't
we have
that
a shooting
directly
every
after you
now
guys
and
lost a
then.
war with birds?
We lost two actually. We lost two wars to the emus. So yeah, that was a bit of an embarrassing time for us.
Yeah, we took
to
the
be
most
fair,
common
though-
bird on the planet and murdered them all. Here,
Yeah.
I don't know. We just
Actually,
made overgrown
fun fact,
shotguns.
Australia is one of the only countries in the world that we eat our national animals. No, we have animals we have the kangaroo and the emu on our national little shield, and we eat both of them.
I've
they
actually
are pests.
wait, an emu, EMU.
Yeah, emu.
Oh, that's funny. I've eaten both of your national animals as well.
They have a angrier, deadlier cousin called a cassowary, which
Never had
has
that.
very high fatality rate.
Yeah, I had a we used to have like a jerky place. It was in town where it would basically be super exotic jerkies, and they would like import the meats and make the jerkies at the place. It's closed now because for some reason people don't like cool things. But they sold kangaroo jerky and emu jerky, and I had both. Yeah, so I have eaten both of your national animals. So
nice.
By the way, you also cannot swim in Australian waters because it's either we have almost all the great white sharks. We have the box jellyfish, which has one of the most deadliest venoms of all jellyfish.
I don't think that spiders can kill you.
Oh, but do you want to know something even better?
No.
We have the boner spider, which if you get bitten by it, you'll have an erection that lasts at least 4 hours.
Cool.
Is it like one of those fun ones or like the painful ones?
No, very painful. But we do have one that can increase your game time.
Make it last.
Oh, good lord. All right, boys. I'm going to head out. I got a movie to catch, and I don't think I want to listen to boner spiders anymore.
Good. That's smart. Yeah, no, I need to end the fucking stream. I actually still have to post a video online. I got to post a video before 8 a.m. So thank you guys for coming to the stream. I'll see you guys next week. And toodles. And end the stream.
Thanks for having me.
And end the stream. Of course, you're going to say